Chapter 2901. Extreme South's Chronic Poison. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ningxue did not expect the world's experts to recruit her to fight against the Extreme South Emperor. Moreover, the Forbidden Magic Association in China had also received the same letter. It put Ningxue in a difficult position. Ningxue, this letter is from the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Every registered mage must obey the recruitment unconditionally, but don't worry. I have talked to Wei Guang about this. Although the Magic Association in China can't reject the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance, it has dispatched a team to protect you. Wei Guang is the leader of the team, Mu Linqing said softly to Ningxue. Ningxue had read the letter. She knew that the empty words from the alliance held no meaning. When she became a mage and joined the Magic Association, she had known that she had no power to reject this kind of recruitment. It was an obligation and duty, just like military service. However, ordinary people did not receive such recruitment. "We'll depart after you're ready." "We have no time to waste," Wei Guang said to Ningxue. Ningxue did not answer. She needed to verify something. She had her own doubts. "Dean Songhe, I received a recruitment letter from the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance." Ningxue called the dean of the Imperial College. She had to inquire about this matter in more detail. She didn't want to be hasty. "Oh, I know about it." "You don't really want to go, do you?" said Dean Songhe. "Not really. I know I can't reject it, but I still want to know why I was recruited," Ningxue said. "I inquired about it. It's mainly because of your natural talent. They probably need a mage with a natural ice element spiritual body, but they won't readily reveal what it is that they want you to do," said Dean Songhe. "Who should I trust when I get there?" Ningxue asked. "Trust yourself, Ningxue. There are many questionable things about this recruitment, but this letter is from the Holy City and the most prestigious magic association in the Five Continents. Even if they recruit the chairman must go. You are the one who will decide what you do during your journey, be it during your encounters or during unforeseen circumstances," Dean Songhe warned. "I get it. Thank you, Dean Songhe," said Ningxue. Ningxue asked other people too. But they did not know much about it either. It was obvious that the information about the recruitment from the Holy City and the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance would not be readily disclosed. Ningxue could do nothing. Because of the sudden recruitment, she had no choice but to go to the most frightening forbidden place for humanity, the Antarctic continent. It made Ningxue feel a little lost and helpless. Ningxue wanted to tell Mo Fan about it, but she thought it would be a little inappropriate. Therefore, she left a letter for him. After Mo Fan finished practicing his cultivation, he would know her whereabouts. Ningxue wasn't hesitating because she didn't want to disturb Mo Fan, but because telling him would complicate the situation. First, she could not reject the recruitment as it would be a violation of the Magic Convention. She could not possibly go against the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance, anyway. Secondly, Mo Fan would not let her go alone if she told him about it. He would stop his cultivation and accompany her to the Antarctic continent. Ningxue could not bear to drag Mo Fan in danger so soon after the battle in the Magic City. Ningxue informed people to not disturb Mo Fan's cultivation. She then packed her things and set off. According to the arrangement of the Forbidden Curse Association, she had to go to South America first. Then, she would set off from Argentina in South America and arrive at the Antarctic continent after crossing an ocean. The Forbidden Curse Association allowed Ningxue to bring some companions, but Ningxue refused. Ningxue knew what kind of a place the Antarctic continent was. She could not predict what would happen there. Fortunately, the ice crystal bow already had a complete form. Otherwise, Ningxue would feel even more uneasy. Compared to the group that fought the Extreme South Emperor, her cultivation was insignificantly higher. The land of the Antarctic was even more mysterious than Tuanshan Mountain. For every ice element mage, the primitive landscape with turbulent ice veins was like a big cultivating sanctuary. Some special ice element mags used to publish articles about the harsh practice in the extreme Southland, which attracted people who pursued supreme magic. The extreme Southland was a land full of treasures for the ice element mags, as there were limitless ice element resources. It was only in such a forbidden place that humans could break through the limit and become a real forbidden mage. Although this place was dangerous, people were eager to visit. As an ice element mage, Ningxue had heard similar remarks more than once. However, Ningxue had ignored these adulterated cultivation theories. There were people in the world who liked to be unconventional and express their extraordinariness. However, many people had gone missing and died after stepping into the extreme Southland. One could only practice ice element if they were strong enough. Otherwise, they would die. The Antarctic continent has the power of ice invasion. Standing on the Antarctic continent is equivalent to putting hot water in an ice bank. Our temperatures will drop slowly. When the water turns to 0 degrees and starts to freeze into ice, that's when our lives come to an end. Wang Shuo told everyone about the bad conditions on the Antarctic continent before departure. Ice invasion would deplete a person's vital functions little by little. Mags of all levels would suffer from this depletion in their abilities and corresponding strength. A high level of cultivation would not reduce the impact of ice invasion. Even if they were forbidden mags, they would be affected by ice invasion if they stepped into the Antarctic continent. This was why the Antarctic continent was known as the forbidden place on Earth. The Antarctic continent was extremely harmful to mags, let alone ordinary people. Humans were rejected here. The moment they stepped in, they would suffer from a chronic poison. The strength of the creatures in the Antarctic continent is far greater than that of the ocean demons. They should be about 5 times stronger than the demons on the land. When you see a commander-level or ruler-level ice beast, you must not take it lightly, Wang Shuo continued. You have been to the Antarctic continent before, right? Wei Guang asked. I was young and ignorant. Alas, this leg is the price I paid at that time. Fortunately, I didn't die, Wang Shuo said with a bitter smile as he tapped his left knee with a cane. Chapter 2902. Alumni. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Can't your leg recover? You're a great mage in the Imperial capital. You should be able to find some top healing mags to heal your injury, said a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. This is the scary part of the extreme Southland. The injuries you have suffered there will probably accompany you for the rest of your life. After you get there, you must treat the wound in time, even if it is a small cut. Once those chronic poisons erode your wound, you might live with it your entire life, explained Wang Shuo. Mr. Wang, please don't scare me. I hate having scars, the woman exclaimed. That place will only be even more terrifying and unpredictable. I am not sure why the association is asking 2 little girls to travel with us. Your level of cultivation doesn't seem very high, Wang Shuo said as he looked at Ningxue and the woman in charge of logistics and food. Cough. Cough. Brother Wang, this is Ningxue from Fanxue Mountain. She is the person we are going to escort to the extreme Southland, said a royal great mage. The woman in charge of logistics and food hadn't known about this. She turned around in surprise to look at the quiet Ningxue. Ningxue wore a black mask to keep the cold out, and her long white silver hair was strikingly noticeable. However, Wang Shuo and the woman thought it was a dying method that young girls like these days. They did not expect her to be Ningxue, the key person in this important mission. This mission was led by a forbidden mage, who was assigned to protect her. It showed how important the person they escorted was. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were Miss Mu. Wang Shuo apologized, but his eyes seemed to express some other emotion. He probably could not understand why a female ice elemental mage was considered this important. Back then, Wang Shuo went to the Antarctic continent on behalf of the Imperial Capital Exploration Team, and the Imperial Capital only dispatched a few young royal mags. Because of those inexperienced and ignorant people, the team was trapped in the ice storm. Wang Shuo wasn't clear about the exact task of this mission. Nevertheless, it was overblown to dispatch a forbidden mage and an entire team for exploration, arming, logistics, and emergency response to accompany a female ice elemental mage to the Antarctic continent. Wow, you are Ningxue? I was in the same grade as you when I was in Imperial College, said Yang Lan, the woman in charge of logistics. Yeah. Ningxue gave a short response. She had no intention of chatting. However, Yang Lan was talkative. Perhaps it was Ningxue's mask covering her cold expression, or perhaps it was the simple-minded nature of Yang Lan, but she seemed excited and kept talking about all kinds of things about Imperial College. At that time, our grade had a lot of young talents, and each of them was a dazzling star. After everyone graduated, many people who were famous in school became ordinary. On the other hand, some people who didn't have much fame started to stand out. Ningxue, you have always been the most talked about person when the alumni meet. For some reason, everyone likes to mention you. We talked about how you won the World College Tournament, established Ningxue Mountain, defeated various young and powerful mags, entered Mupang Mountain alone. Everyone calls you a goddess. Can I call you the same in the future? If you don't answer, I will take your silence as a yes. In fact, after talking for a long time, Goddess Mu sounds friendly. All the juniors also like to call you that. Yang Lan rambled on. She had finally met the famous person everyone talked about. Ningxue felt a little emotional when she heard Yang Lan mention the school. She did not say anything and quietly listened to Yang Lan. Yang Lan seemed to know the past and present of the people in the whole school. She could talk a lot about one person, which made the boring itinerary a little more interesting. By the way, Mr. Wei Guang is also a student of the Imperial College. He is our senior. When he became a forbidden mage, it caused a stir in our school. If you attend the homecoming, you will see his photos hanging all over the campus. He should be the youngest forbidden mage of this era. I heard that few people knew about Wei Guang before. I wonder what rare encounter he had. Even foreign countries were scrambling to report it, Yang Lan continued. Yang Lan babble. Wei Guang was walking toward them. He glanced at Yang Lan and then at Ningxue. You can voice out if you have any complaints and requirements. Our team will try our best to meet your expectations. If you have any discomfort, let us know as soon as possible. If you need food, clothes, or special things, you can let her know, Wei Guang pointed at Yang Lan. Yang Lan smiled. When she looked at Wei Guang, her eyes lit up in joy. She admired him a lot. Mr. Wei Guang, the three of us are alumni, Yang Lan said. So what? Wei Guang asked. Yang Lan was a talkative girl, but she did not know how to respond to Wei Guang. Yang Lan lowered her head and looked at Ningxue, as if she had done something wrong. Ningxue patted her lightly on her shoulders to provide some comfort. Seeing that Ningxue had nothing to say, Wei Guang returned to his position. After Wei Guang left, Yang Lan said cautiously, Wei Guang doesn't seem to like me. Am I too talkative? He is likely too proud of himself, Ningxue responded indifferently. Wei Guang was quite proud, and Ningxue had felt it the moment he stepped into the conference hall of Ningxue Mountain. The way he looked at other people, and the tone of voice always held a certain impatience. But he has the right to be proud. After all, not everyone can become a forbidden mage, and there are not many people who can have great achievements and become famous at such a young age, said Yang Lan. The colder the other person was, the more Yang Lan felt that that was the temperament that an unattainable person should have. It would make Yang Lan think that the other person was less mysterious and respectable if Wei Guang was approachable and friendly. Maybe. Oh, I almost forgot. Everyone said that you are the most difficult to approach. You won't pay attention to anyone, as if everyone in this world is a pile of garbage. I'm sorry. I heard this from a senior, but I don't think it is true. Is it because I often listen to everyone talking about you, so I naturally feel that you are someone who has been by my side all this time? Yang Lan suddenly realized. Ningxue smiled. For a girl with a simple mind like Yang Lan, she did not need to be cold toward her. Chapter 2903. Refraction of the Ice Field. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ningxue had never felt that she was easy to get along with. She never paid attention to what she liked or disliked sharing with other people. When some people approached her and chatted with her with a purpose in their minds, she would put on a temperament that hinted at them that she wanted to be left alone. In fact, too many people behaved strangely with her. They either deliberately pretended to admire her or looked down on her. If a person was not sincere, their behavior would come off as annoying. Most people Ningxue met were this way, which made it very difficult to get along with, and hence, she came off as aloof and as cold as ice. There were not many sincere women like Yang Lan. From her words, Ningxue could feel that she did not intend to flatter her, nor did she have any ulterior motives. She just wanted to talk with her. In fact, women like Yang Lan were honest. They would be the same no matter who they talked with. Ningxue was quite envious of her. Therefore, Ningxue felt that Wei Guang was being impatient with Yang Lan because he was too proud of himself. Wei Guang felt that Yang Lan was trying to suck up to him. But she really did not intend anything like that. Yang Lan was a mage who was good at cooking. She had a unique understanding of food and knew how to match special ingredients. These ingredients could make people resist the invasion of cold and the spreading of the poisonous miasma. Food mage was a very rare profession, but it was critical in this itinerary. The ice wheel flying boat will be an important transport for us to travel in the Antarctic continent. It can keep our feet out of the icy land and reduce the chance of them hurting because of the cold. Of course, the most important thing is the formation inside, which can warm our bodies and our blood. It can remove the ice invasion effect little by little. Unfortunately, the ice wheel flying boat can't work in all ice fields, so we have to do without it in some places. As we stay longer in the Antarctic continent, the clear fire formation will gradually lose its effect. It would have been great if we also had the ice wheel flying boat and clear fire formation in the past. Wang Shuo sighed. He seemed particularly concerned about the difference between the past and the present. It was natural to have such reactions. In the past, Wang Shuo was in a bad condition on the Antarctic continent. He explored a long distance and lost his left leg, but not many people remembered his contribution. People in the imperial capital remembered him as the man who had stepped into the extreme Southland only when the recruitment from the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance came. They needed him to be the guide for the current team. The blue sea was getting purer. Nature would probably only show its original form vividly when it was close to the forbidden area that no one can enter. That was why the color of the blue sea was so stunning. Some white icebergs appeared on the sea. They were like sailboats slowly drifting in the icy blue picture. The icebergs weren't actually floating, they were just the tips protruding on the surface and were part of vast icebergs underwater. Human sight and the ship made it seem like the icebergs were drifting. Along the way, Ningxue saw the wreckage of many ships. There were wrecks attached to the uneven corners of the icebergs, and others floated about 100 meters underwater. Unlike the dilapidated ships hanging on the corner of the icebergs, the ships sinking in the sea gave off an eerie feeling. They were in the deep, calm sea where the light could not penetrate. They loomed like a ghost ship underwater. It felt like something in the ship was staring at the sea surface, and the resentment always shrouded the hull. As the ship continued to sail, they could see a spectacular ice world. It was a clear boundary between the frozen sea and the blue water waves. When the ice wheel flying boat crossed the seawater and sailed on the ice, they felt like they had arrived in another world. Everything in this world seemed static, like a magnificent white painting with blue and white ice mountains with thin ice layers. "We are about to arrive on the Antarctic continent," said Wang Shuo. He felt uneasy. In fact, he had not wanted to come here at all. When the cold and domineering air hit him, his left leg started to hurt. "Let's not rest. We must move on. We've already wasted a lot of time," Wei Guang said to everyone. At this point, the outpost team must explore the route. There are some powerful ice beasts inhabiting the Antarctic Ocean, Wang Shuo hurriedly protested. Wei Guang glanced around and seemed reluctant. They could not move forward before the outpost team declared the road ahead to be safe. "Okay, you guys go ahead and take a look. If there is no special situation, we will move forward at full speed," said Wei Guang. "Yes. Yes." The personnel in charge of exploring the route were two brothers with similar appearance and figures. The two summoned a white panther and a black panther. The white panther had a pair of wings and could fly in the air. On the other hand, the black panther had a more robust physique, sharp claws, and could run steadily on the ice. The two brothers rode on their own summoned beasts. However, they disappeared from everyone's sight after a short distance. This phenomenon made Wei Guang frown. The glacier and ice surfaces here will cause various refractions of light, so the real appearance of the whole ice field we saw is not that of a flat land or undulating mountains. It may be more complicated with cracks, waves, glacier, and icicles. I asked them to leave recognizable marks along the way, Wang Shuo explained. "If that's the case, won't we get lost easily?" asked the Royal Great Mage. "This is not the scariest thing," Wang Shuo said with a strange expression. "What's the scariest thing?" Wei Guang asked. "Just as we can't see the two brothers who have gone to explore the route, the powerful beasts living in groups in the ice field may be close by. When we accidentally step into an empty ice field, we might alert a group of beasts," said Wang Shuo. "Who? Such a strange thing actually exists. It means that we are in danger no matter where we are." Everyone felt spooked after hearing that. The ice field was too bizarre and unreasonable. Therefore, we have to be extra careful when we move. Someone has to go forward to explore first, and someone might need to patrol the invisible areas around us to ensure that there are no powerful creatures and groups of ice beasts near us, said Wang Shuo. Chapter 2904. Cultivating Sanctuary. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The sunlight was dazzling, especially when it shone on some icebergs that were like prisms. The reflected light was intensely bright. When humans bathed in sunlight for a long time in the cold, their skin felt tingly. It was a strange feeling. They were in a cold place but could feel the scorching sun. As a result of the ice invasion, every gust of wind scraped the skin like blades. Their muscles and bones ached constantly. "The sunlight almost makes my skin crack," the Royal Great Mage complained. "Ha! You should be grateful that we are here this season. If it were any other season, we wouldn't even have the qualifications to step into this forbidden area. The area of the Antarctic ice will double in size, and the ice invasion will be 5 times more powerful than it is now. Even many ice beasts die that season," Wang Shuo said. The Royal Great Mage, Li Wenbin, looked around in confusion. He had been feeling uncomfortable ever since he had stepped into the Antarctic continent. How could such a harsh environment be suitable for humans to live in? And this was not the worst-case scenario. "I don't quite understand what you mean. Will the climate here change?" asked Li Wenbin. "Didn't you notice? It hasn't set in a long time," Wang Shuo said as he pointed at the sun in the sky. Only then did Li Wenbin realize that the day had been so long. Li Wenbin saw the sun hanging in the sky from a long while ago. It should have set, and the night should have fallen by now. Why did it feel like the sun kept shining in the sky as if it had just risen? "Polar day," Wang Shuo explained. "From here on, we won't see the night if we don't go back. This phenomenon only occurred in the Antarctic continent and Arctic continent." Ningxue knew the principle of it. Ningxue roughly calculated the time and frowned. It was true that they would not see the night anymore, but soon, the eternal night would rule the Antarctic continent. This month was the time when polar day and polar night alternated. The Antarctic continent, especially the pole, would have only nightfall for up to 6 months. The pole and the area around the Antarctic continent would become dark and cold like icy purgatory. The 5 Continents Magic Association and the experts of Holy City chose to fight with the extreme South Emperor in such a month. Did it mean that if they did not do anything this month, people would not even have the qualifications to step into this place for the next 6 months of eternal night, let alone go to the pole to fight with the extreme South Emperor? Mu Ningxue wondered. The cold was all over the world. Several important magical developed countries were over the northern hemisphere. As for the impact of the cold, the northern hemisphere would be affected more. Many countries were even constantly recruiting fire element mags to relieve the freezing problem for important rivers and waterways. They are eager to fight with the extreme South Emperor at the last minute. Could there be a disaster coming to the extreme South land in the future? Mu Ningxue muttered to herself. Mu Ningxue roughly calculated. More than 20 days had passed this month, and the remaining polar days were about only a week. However, they stepped into the Antarctic continent at this time. If they could not complete the task of this recruitment in 7 days, they would face the most terrifying eternal night in the extreme south. Only a few people could probably leave from here alive. From the beginning, Mu Ningxue had a lot of questions, but so far, no one could tell her the truth. Even Wei Guang, who led the team, did not seem to know what they were supposed to do. The two brothers, with their White Panther and Black Panther, returned. They explored a long way and told everyone with certainty that the road ahead was safe. They had checked some blind spots in the Refraction area, and there were absolutely no ferocious ice beasts there. As the ice wheel flying boat started to move, the ice invasion had already begun. Mu Ningxue noticed that everyone's skin, including the forbidden mage Wei Guang, became extremely pale. It felt as if their blood had congealed. "Don't you feel cold?" Yang Lan asked in a trembling voice while wrapping herself in a magic jacket. "I'm all right." Mu Ningxue felt nothing. Everyone here had been tortured by the ice invasion. They wrapped themselves in layers upon layers of warm clothes which had little to no effect. No matter how strong the sunlight was, they still felt cold. The coldness was accompanied by soreness, stiffness, and tingling all over their bodies. However, Mu Ningxue found that the ice invasion did not seem to have any effect on her. Everyone else's muscles were stiff, and they were tired and weak. It was similar to how ordinary people felt after running a long distance. The only way they could recuperate was by going to the clear fire formation in the ice wheel flying boat. Everyone wished to stay in that clear fire formation all the time to stay away from the torture of the ice invasion. "You should go to the clear fire formation to rest for a while. We have already taken turns to go there." Yang Lan looked at Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had put on a jacket that could cover the whole body and wore a mask on her face which only revealed her eyes. Yang Lan could not see Mu Ningxue's complexion. She just felt that Mu Ningxue should go and rest for a while. Mu Ningxue thought about it and then nodded. When Mu Ningxue reached the clear fire formation, she felt a bit distressful. Other people felt warm and comfortable as though they had just taken a hot bath. But she felt so uncomfortable in this hot temperature. After reluctantly staying for a while, Mu Ningxue went out. When she walked to the deck of the ice wheel flying boat, she felt that the cold and crisp air outside was much more comfortable. "It seems that the ice invasion doesn't work on me," Mu Ningxue muttered to herself. It was probably because she suffered from extreme icy torture of the ice crystal bow since she was a child, or because the ice invasion of the extreme south and the effect of the ice crystal bow were of the same type. Mu Ningxue was surprised to find that she was completely immune to the ice invasion of the extreme south. Mu Ningxue even felt that her body was constantly absorbing the purest ice element in this ice invasion environment and transforming and strengthening her ice ability bit by bit. Maybe it wasn't such a bad idea to come here. For others, this place was tortured. For Mu Ningxue, who had listened to the ice and snow and felt the wind and frost, it seemed to be a rare cultivating sanctuary. Mu Ningxue felt that her level of cultivation, which had been close to its bottleneck, was a little subdued again. However, she would soon become a forbidden mage if her cultivation advanced further. Chapter 2905. The Other Side of the Star Bridge. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The road ahead was boundless. Mu Ningxue knew that it was useless to be worried. She could only take one step at a time. She calmed herself and felt the ice element that filled the land. For some reason, these ice elements that were cruel and brutal to others were rather appealing to Mu Ningxue. They were like fireflies in the forest, which were pure and harmless. She tried to absorb them into her soul little by little, but these ice elements turned into special snow water, washing the magic bow that merged with her soul. The ice crystal bow had always accompanied Ningxue in her growth. When she was a child, she felt that it was like a devil that kept whipping her. If she were a little neglectful, she would pay a painful price. After she gradually got used to its harshness and punishment, she felt that it was not as terrible as she thought. Since the incident in Venice, Ningxue had been collecting the fragments of other ice crystal bows. The Mu family did not know much about the ice crystal bow. Ningxue discovered that the ice crystal bow did not devour other people's souls to complement itself. It was a special bow that needed to raise ice attribute energy. Ningxue relied on the growth of Fanxue Mountain to collect ice fragments from all over the country to make up for the insufficiency of the ice crystal bow and gradually gain control of it. All these years of hard work had not been in vain. Ningxue improved her cultivation very quickly because of the soul energy released by the ice crystal bow. In fact, it had been some time since she had advanced to the third level of the ice element super level, but the cultivation could not represent her true ability. She still had a long way to go in cultivating. Ice elements kept pouring in from all directions like a rushing river. At this time, Ningxue once again felt that her cultivation barrier was loosening. However, there was nothing outside the barrier. It felt like she was advancing. It was a similar feeling to when she advanced from basic level to intermediate to advanced to super level. However, what made Ningxue extremely confused and amazed was the forbidden curse. Could she become a forbidden mage standing in this cold and unique world? It was impossible. If it were so easy to become a forbidden mage, there would not be so few forbidden mags in this world. If that was the case, what was the power that broke through the barrier of super level and the new realm she was about to enter? Ningxue felt that her ice element star C was changing. There were a total of 2,401 star suns, which deviated from the original orbit and flew into the darkness far away. The areas they crossed were all illuminated, forming many splendid starlight bridges. Ningxue did not know what to do with the unusual behavior of the star suns. She hurriedly chased them with her mind and followed these obedient star suns. More than 2,000 star suns crossed at the same time, and the Karst star bridge led to the world beyond the star sea. When Ningxue chased the star suns along the star bridge, she was surprised to find a brighter and vaster star universe. The star suns there were extremely bright, and the light made it all look very dreamlike. The other side of the star bridge seemed to have countless power, and tens and thousands of star suns that it could dispatch. Unfortunately, the other star universe did not belong to Ningxue. She crossed the star bridge like opening a door. The beautiful and endless new world unfolded like an exhibition that was for watching. Does it mean if I cross this star bridge and reach the other side of the star universe, I will become a forbidden mage? Ningxue muttered while staring at the peaceful and vast star universe. Ningxue did not know what it meant for star suns to become a bridge. The longer a person cultivated, the more choices they had to make. However, this phenomenon was undoubtedly telling Ningxue that her current cultivation was on the star bridge. She broke away from the super-level realm of 2,401 star suns and stepped into the star bridge formed by the star suns. If she reached the other side, she would become a forbidden mage. But what should I do to cross this star bridge? At first, Ningxue thought the star suns flew toward the star universe on the other side and formed a star bridge. But when Ningxue stepped on it, she found that all the stars were reversed. They flew from the other side of the star universe to her feet. If she tried to step on the star bridge to go to the star universe on the other side, these star suns that flew in the opposite direction would send her back to the starting point. Ningxue's speed was far slower than the speed at which these star suns sent her back to the starting point. So, it was pointless to walk on the star bridge. Ningxue was not someone who gave up easily. She had an idea. Since the star bridge was composed of the 2401 ice element star suns that she was familiar with, she could try to make them stop. In the past, the mags made the star suns stop moving irregularly and arranged them in the pattern they needed to transmit the magic energy to complete a spell. With Mu Ningxue's cultivation, it was not difficult for her to do so. She concentrated on controlling the high-speed star suns and made them stop on the path of the star bridge, forming a tranquil star bridge made of 2,401 star suns. Although it was a little difficult, Mu Ningxue did it as quickly as possible. All the star suns of the star bridge stopped. They were motionless, and it gave Mu Ningxue hope. She immediately took advantage of this perfect opportunity to step toward the star universe on the other side. The star bridge was very long, and Mu Ningxue's soul could only run at a fixed speed. Before Mu Ningxue crossed 1/10 of the star bridge, all the still star suns began to vibrate violently. Stopping the star suns consumed a large amount of spiritual force. Mu Ningxue's spiritual force was not enough to stop the star suns long enough for her to run over the star bridge to the other side. The star bridge collapsed, and all the star suns returned to the starting point in reverse. They also sent Mu Ningxue back to the starting point. Mu Ningxue suddenly felt tired and had to leave her spiritual world. She felt a little dizzy. She wondered if it was because she spent too much spiritual force to stop the star suns or because she tried very hard to move forward. She had to rest for a while to recover her energy. Mu Ningxue opened her eyes and looked at the boundless glacier world. She realized that the star bridge was her real bottleneck. Crossing the star bridge to reach the star universe on the other side would become her next biggest cultivating challenge. Chapter 2906. God's Gift. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mu Ningxue could quickly recover because of the ice elements in the extreme south land. While purifying the ice crystal bow, they also helped her recover her lost spiritual force. Soon, Mu Ningxue stepped into her spiritual world again. This time, she did not run like before. Running in the spiritual world consumed a lot of physical energy. If she could control the star suns under her feet, maybe she could control these star suns to send her to the other side of the star bridge. Those star suns were the most important link between a person and the star sea world, and their movement was the source of all magic. Since people could make the star suns stop, why could they not make the star suns move in the opposite direction? In the past, the Mage spent an extremely long time practicing how to make star suns stop, but Mu Ningxue had a new idea. She tried to make the star suns move in reverse. This reverse movement was not as simple as turning around. She had to stop the star suns that were moving normally first before making them turn the opposite way. Mu Ningxue had never tried it before, but because of the special nature of the star bridge, she felt that this was the only way. Mu Ningxue found her road of cultivation. It was like opening a new door. After advancing to the third level of super level, Mu Ningxue had spent a long time unaware of the way to improve and change herself except by concentrating on cultivating other elements. But she had discovered a new method and a new world. Although there were a long star bridge and new changes, she did not lack in her resolve to succeed. Mu Ningxue practiced quietly. Some sounds came from the passages on both sides of the ice wheel. I don't know why that guy is so arrogant. We are a team, after all. Even though we are older, he orders us as if we were his little soldiers, the royal great mage, Li Wenbin, complained. Can you keep it down? We will be in trouble if he hears us, said White Panther Summoner. He is in the clear fire formation, so he won't hear us. HMPH, he said he needed to preserve his strength because he was a forbidden mage, so he must stay in the clear fire formation for a longer time. We are forced to stay outside in the cold because of that. He won't tell us what we need to do and keeps being arrogant and mysterious. Does he really think he became a forbidden mage with his own strength? No. It is because he has a big supporter. Many people in the country are at the peak of their super level and are more qualified than him to become forbidden mags. Why does he think he has the right to be so bossy, said Li Wenbin, indignantly. Right from the beginning, Wei Guang's attitude had disgusted many people. However, they could not voice it out since he was a forbidden mage. After everyone entered the ice invasion range in the Antarctic continent, there were conflicts regarding the use of the clear fire formation. No one wanted to be tortured by the ice invasion. They all wanted to preserve their body heat. Every extra minute spent in this cold and freezing world was equivalent to losing a part of one's soul. Only the clear fire formation provided warmth. Alas, it's pointless to complain. No matter what, him becoming a forbidden mage is indeed extraordinary. He must be very capable. Otherwise, why would the old guys in the Forbidden Curse Association value him so much, said Black Panther Summoner. HMPH, if I become a forbidden mage, my God's gift won't be weaker than him, said Li Wenbin. Big brother, what's God's gift? White Panther was younger and had no idea what they were discussing. After becoming a forbidden mage, the mage receives a powerful and unparalleled magic God's gift, which is superior to any of the abilities we have acquired in the basic level, intermediate, advanced, and super level. It is a godlike ability, Black Panther whispered. In the Forbidden Curse Association, God's gift was the key to determining the potential of a forbidden mage. The God's gift Wei Guang obtained after becoming a forbidden mage was extraordinary, which made him stand out even among other forbidden mags. What kind of power is it? White Panther Summoner was curious. We don't exactly know what it is. Every forbidden mage won't easily reveal all their God's gifts. However, I have heard that there is a light element forbidden mage in Europe, and his God's gift is to turn sunlight into a weapon. A ray of sunlight is the spear of God's punishment, a ray of sunshine is a long red sword, and a scorching sun that illuminates the earth is 100 million fire arrows, Black Panther Summoner explained. There is indeed such a person. Everyone calls him the Son of Light. He is one of the top 5 forbidden mags in Europe. Li Wenbin nodded. His face glowed with admiration for such a person. This is crazy. That means he is invincible in a sunny place. This is not different from a god. Can a mage reach such a terrifying realm? White Panther Summoner said in horror. If God's gift of a forbidden mage was that powerful, was there anyone in the world that could fight with such a person? That's why God's gift can determine the upper limit of a forbidden mage. It is just like innate talent. But innate talent is useless for someone who doesn't work hard, regardless of how powerful their talent might be. However, if people with good backgrounds, sufficient resources, and talent put in equal effort, they will reach a higher realm, which surpasses many mags of the same level. Wang Shuo came out and joined the conversation. Is it true that every mage who becomes a forbidden mage will get God's gifts? White Panther felt that he had opened a new door of knowledge and took advantage of this rare opportunity to learn from these accomplished mags. I think so, Black Panther Summoner was not so sure. Wang Shuo was knowledgeable. However, he only smiled and did not say anything. If you are curious, you can ask Wei Guang about it, provided he is willing to answer your doubts, said Li Wenbin. Forget it. White Panther Summoner scratched his head in embarrassment. Wei Guang was too difficult to get along with. God's gifts. Ningxue was not far from them, so she heard everything. She gently stretched out her hand and pointed to an ice sheet that was dozens of meters in the distance. The ice sheet instantly turned into white particles. A gust of wind blew the ice fragments up like a foam. That's weird. We explored this path just moments ago. There was a thick and long ice sheet there. How did it suddenly disappear? Black Panther frowned. Chapter 2907. Who is the leader? Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. All sorts of strange things can happen in the land of the Antarctic. As long as there's no issue with our route, we'll keep moving, said Wang Shuo. Due to the existence of areas that refracted light, even if they record every terrain and landmark, changes were likely to occur. Many times, Wang Shuo had noticed that the extreme southland was not a straight path. It was more like an organic world. The glacial plate, the snow mountain Rift Valley, and the White Chute continent were like dormant, massive beings. It would inadvertently appear in front of them and behind them and catch them unaware. Wang Shuo would not find it surprising if strange things happened here. Moreover, there were many creatures here that were so powerful that their strength exceeded imagination. If these creatures wanted to move the mountains and the seas, they would. After they went along the designated route, the Black Panther Summoner continued to explore the place. This time, he came back wounded. He was bleeding. He was frozen and looked as white as a ghost. He was also in excruciating pain. Fortunately, they had a healing mage in Yang Lan's team who treated the Black Panther summoner's wounds in time. At that moment, Wei Guang came out of the clear fire formation. When he saw the wounded Black Panther summoner, he frowned. What happened? I encountered a giant ice beast. It stood before me, but its aura was just as difficult to detect as a glacier. If it had not been for the fact that my dark star sensed danger, I wouldn't have made it back alive, said the Black Panther summoner, wincing in pain. You have a relatively high level of cultivation. Why weren't you able to take on the giant ice beast? Asked Wei Guang. I don't know what species it is. It shattered an entire glacier that spanned up to several kilometers with a single swipe. It is at least a ruler-level creature, said the Black Panther summoner. We haven't even CME far, and you already met a ruler-level creature. Yang Lan cried out in surprise. Anyway, we have to be careful as we continue. Let your younger brother scout ahead. We don't have much time left. Wei Guang glanced at the sky. He used the orientation of the sun to tell time. Ningxue had been paying close attention to the orientation of the sun. The sun had been circling around the sky for several days now. Its position in the sky had dipped a little over the past few days, and it was showing signs of sinking below the horizon. The moment the sun sank into the horizon, it would not rise again. They would be enveloped in a terrifying state of eternal darkness. It's too dangerous for him to go alone. After all, we've already entered the giant ice beast's territory. Send a few more people so that they can protect one another, said Ningxue. When the White Panther summoner heard her words, he turned to her. The White Panther summoner's level of cultivation was not as high as his elder brother. He might not return alive if he explored alone. Li Wenbin, send 2 of your people with him, said Wei Guang. Li Wenbin nodded. He selected a Shadow Element Mage and a Wind Element Mage from his team. Before they go, let them warm up in the clear fire formation so that they won't freeze to death out there, the Black Panther summoner suggested. They are still in good shape. There's no need for them to go into the formation. Ningxue can go in and take a rest. Wei Guang disagreed with the Black Panther summoner. Wei Guang disliked discussing things with others. He expected everyone to obey his words. Ningxue entered the clear fire formation. It was indeed warmer inside. She only stayed inside for a while before letting Yang Lan into the formation. The cold could not harm her, so there was no need for her to keep on occupying the formation. Are you really fine with it? If anything happens to you, I can't afford to bear the consequences, Yang Lan whispered to Ningxue. It could be due to my physique. I'm always in good shape, said Ningxue. Ningxue did not plan to tell Yang Lan about the fact that the cold could do no harm to her. Ningxue did not have the habit of sharing everything with others. The trip itself remained a mystery, so it was necessary to keep certain things to herself. Yang Lan did not doubt her words and entered the clear fire formation gratefully. Ningxue did not leave the clear fire formation cabin. She closed her eyes and took a rest outside the formation. Yang Lan's lips had turned purple because of the cold. Her skin was pale. The ice had invaded her skin, muscles, and blood. Even her bones had turned stiff due to the freezing temperature. Fortunately, the clear fire formation could gradually eliminate the poison of the cold. After 2 hours, Yang Lan recovered. Her cheeks had turned red. The effects of the cold were gone. She opened her eyes and found Ningxue was still outside the formation. Ningxue sat in a dignified posture. Yang Lan stared at her focused demeanor. She had to admit that Ningxue was impeccably beautiful. Even a woman would fall for Ningxue's beauty. She's truly perfect. Why can't I look as gorgeous as her? Yang Lan thought to herself. Suddenly, there was an argument outside the formation cabin. Ningxue opened her eyes. There was not even the slightest trace of change in her complexion. Her skin was still as white as snow. Even though she was in the middle of the icy cold world, she did not look pale or weak. Yang Lan was confused. She wondered why Ningxue was not affected by the cold. Yang Lan had stayed inside the clear fire formation for a long time. Most people would have frozen to death without recuperating in the clear fire formation. Something is happening outside, said Yang Lan. Let's go check it out. The two ladies left the cabin. They saw the Black Panther summoner and Li Wenbin at the deck. They were quarreling with Wei Guang. We don't have much time left. If they lose their way, they can surely catch up with us soon based on the trails we've left behind. If something were to happen to them, it's pointless to go and look for them. We're not inside a sunny garden. Every extra day spent here will only endanger everyone's lives even more, Wei Guang said solemnly. They were in the middle of an argument. Wei Guang showed no room of negotiation. Yang Lan whispered to Ningxue, the trio who went out to explore the route haven't returned yet. Wei Guang sent another person to find the route. He doesn't intend to wait for the three to return. Let's go over there, said Ningxue. When the Black Panther summoner saw Ningxue walking toward them, he looked at her as though she could save him. He explained the entire situation. I'm the leader. I'll decide how to go there. You don't have to seek advice from her, Wei Guang said coldly. The Magic Association is the one that recruited me. If you don't want to become the leader of this team, you may go back now. I'll finish the remaining route by myself. Ningxue refuted. Chapter 2908. Revolted Wind Element. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. When the others heard her words, they stared at her. Even Wei Guang was stunned. Ningxue had not spoken much throughout the journey. Wei Guang had assumed that she was willing to leave everything to him so that he could complete his recruitment task assigned by the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Nobody had thought that she would refute him in such a straightforward manner. Is this how young people communicate as a team? Wang Shuo shook his head in resignation. Wei Guang made all the decisions by himself without discussing things with others. Meanwhile, Ningxue's words were equivalent to telling him to get lost if he wasn't willing to do the job he was supposed to do. Wei Guang was a forbidden mage. The way Ningxue talked to him did not show the slightest hint of respect. It was as if this forbidden mage was no different from others who had gone against her. Wei Guang looked troubled. He was arrogant, so he naturally felt embarrassed when she put him on the spot before the crowd. Senior, I believe what Ningxue meant was that we should work together in extreme South Forbidden Land. We are in the same boat, and we are a team. We can't simply leave behind team members. Yang Lan quickly tried to ease the atmosphere. I'll send someone to look for them. You have to go forward with the ice wheel flying boat. We must delay no more. Wei Guang held his anger back. I want to wait for them, said Ningxue. As I mentioned earlier, I'll assign someone to search for them. I'll either bring them back alive, or carry their corpses back. Will you be satisfied with that? Snapped Wei Guang. A mass of twilight clouds condensed behind them. The twilight was different from usual. It was so dark as if an invisible hand gradually pressed against them from behind. The sun shone brightly on the road ahead of them. The sunshine spread across the white glacier world. It looked holy and solemn. The sight was majestic and magnificent. The mass of twilight clouds slowly caught up with them. Danger crept in. One could tell that Wei Guang was very particular about time. Before departure, he had not expected the extreme Southland to be so much worse than his expectations. As they progressed, he realized the journey was much more challenging and consumed more time than he had anticipated. The shortcut was a crack in the glacial mountain range. The crack started from the Byzantine Mountains all the way to their destination. The glacial crack was so huge and wide that it spanned more than 10 kilometers. It resembled a small plain or valley. It was the narrowest area. It was dark, deep, and gloomy like a cave. The ice wheel flying boat would most likely get struck halfway and would not march forward. After they entered through the crack, there was a green river. The water flowed very slowly. There were hardly any ripples on the surface. Some of the shattered pieces floated on the river. They were curious as to why the water did not freeze. Could it have a higher freezing point? The ice-wheel flying boat sped up and soon traveled another 5 or 6 kilometers. The river was not as calm as it appeared to be. Some translucent figures gathered near the ice-wheel flying boat. They moved like ghosts. Ningxue and her group could not see their true form clearly as they swam under the water. However, they sensed an intense bone-chilling coldness surrounding the ice-wheel flying boat. "It's the phantom demons!" Wang Shuo was shocked and shouted at others with a great sense of urgency. Wei Guang had noticed the phantom demons under the water long ago. A reddish-brown fire pattern appeared between his brows. His gaze turned razor-sharp. A dark purple holy flame appeared on the river. The holy flame resembled a monster with an enormous mouth. It engulfed the phantom demons hidden under the water. The phantom demons were so scared that they fled. Many of them rushed out of the ice water and crashed against the surrounding ice cliffs. Most of them were destroyed by the holy flame and reduced to ashes. Trash! Wei Guang snorted disdainfully at those creatures. Normally, fire element magic power would be suppressed under such an icy environment. However, Wei Guang could melt the glacial river by casting a random spell. The ice-wheel flying boat continued to move forward and reached a narrow place inside the crack. The sunlight shone on the ice wall that was 100 meters above the land. The rays refracted and reflected on the ice wall opposite it. It repeatedly refracted and reflected until it rested on the river inside the cracks. The light was no longer incandescent but turned into something strange and dark green. The air inside the dark green crack was dirty, making one struggle for breath. The icy cold wind blew from the front. The river water stirred up. The ice-wheel flying boat did not move forward. Instead, it slowly moved backward. Wei Guang's assistants were wind element mags. They tried to manipulate the direction of the wind. The moment they cast a spell, the terrifying wind struck them back and smashed them against the crack. The crowd was shocked. What sort of strange wind was that? It was so powerful that it forbade the wind element mags from casting their spells. Even though Wei Guang was a forbidden mage, he could not do anything in this situation. All he could do was to recover the mags who had been swept away by the wind. Ningxue was also a wind element mage. She sensed the weirdness within the icy wind inside the crack. She closed her eyes and tried to communicate with the restless wind elements. The wind element inside the crack was very strong. If they cast wind element magic spells under such an environment, the effect of the strength would increase by multiple folds. But why did the wind element mags suffer a backlash? Although the wind element was pure and strong, it was amiable. Ningxue framed a constellation inside her mental state. She tried to shape wings of sail for the ice-wheel flying boat with the wind element. However, when she drew the wind element to her side, all of the wind element attacked her. She reacted swiftly. She glided backward. When she left the deck, Ningxue noticed the outline of a strong arm made up of gale in the middle of the strong icy wind. It struck the deck ruthlessly. Everyone was stunned. They did not know what creature was attacking them. Just when they were about to fight back, the wind arm turned into a wisp of breeze and blew past the ice-wheel flying boat. "What's going on? Did you see the thing that attacked you?" Wei Guang asked urgently. There are demon spirits inside the wind. They controlled the wind element. When the wind element mags cast the spells, the demon spirits transformed the wind element into a violent spirit and attacked the wind element mags, explained Ningxue. The wind element was not neutral anymore. It had an aggressive side. Is that possible? Can't we share the elements? Can someone actually cause the elements to revolt? Li Wenbin asked in surprise. When you reach the Forbidden Curse level, you'll find out that the elements cannot be shared, said Wei Guang. Chapter 2909. Ice Elf Queen. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Guang's words enlightened Ningxue. She attempted to use her ability to control ice element to get rid of the wind element's aggressiveness. Soon, the air was filled with ice and snow. They were already in an icy cold world, thus, she could easily condense her ice element magic. If she cast a stronger spell, she could freeze the ice valley of the wind. The method works. The wind is no longer as strong as before, said Li Wenbin. The ice element mags stared at Mu Ningxue in confusion. They had difficulty even in controlling ice element in this region. The ice element here was much more aggressive than the outside. They had to exhaust tremendous mental energy to make the element obey them so that they could manipulate it according to their will. The ice element here could not be shared with others. The nature of the ice element was aloof and arrogant. It refused to obey the mags from outside of the extreme Southland. However, it worked differently for Mu Ningxue. Is this related to your natural talent? Do you have a special affinity to the ice element? Asked an ice element royal mage. I suppose so. Mu Ningxue was not certain either. They had finally solved the revolting wind element issue and cleared up the road. Someone behind them shouted before the ice wheel flying boat traveled far. Wei Guang's men had found the missing mags and brought them back. Mu Ningxue saw the snow-white panther. It carried an unconscious mage on its back. Yang Lan and several people from logistics carried them to the cabin. They treated the White Panther summoner. Strangely, the unconscious mags were not injured, yet they had fallen into an odd state of unconsciousness. Their skins had frozen and were as hard as granite. They radiated a stiff and icy cold necrotic gas. Yang Lan and her group left the clear fire formation to the wounded mags. Wei Guang questioned those who were still in good condition. They told him that they, too, had no idea how they were attacked. They did not see the creature. They had fainted and become lost in the middle of the refraction of light, suddenly. The refraction of the light inside the crack doesn't play an important role in this situation. There's no need to scout ahead anymore. Those who are off duty can take a good rest. Meanwhile, those who are on patrol duty must stay alert. Anything can happen in this haunted place, said Wei Guang to the crowd. Elements could not be shared. The words had inspired Mu Ningxue. Her ice element supernatural power was capable of crushing all her enemies' ice element magic. She had absolute control over her ice element in this place. However, her power could not stop her enemy from using the ice element magic to attack others. Could she strike an effective blow against her enemy if she tried to control the ice element herself, or even cause it to revolt like the wind element inside the narrow valley that had become aggressive and lashed at them? Mu Ningxue certainly wanted to give it a try. In the absolute forbidden realm, she had to make the ice element obey her. All other humans and creatures who had the wishful thinking of casting their spells in this environment suffered a violent backflash. If this were the past, Mu Ningxue would not have had such strong control over the ice element. After all, only those who had achieved the forbidden curse could control the element so absolutely. However, after she tried to reverse the trajectory of the star suns in the new star bridge, Mu Ningxue had gained a more powerful ability, which was her absolute affinity for the ice element. In the past, the mags had to draw astrological signs on their bodies as a guide to complete a single magic with the help of various elements between heaven and earth. But for some reason, the ice element magic appeared on Mu Ningxue's palm without having to construct any star pattern, star constellation, or star palace. She no longer required the help of the star suns as a medium of communication with the elements. All she needed was to connect with her mind. Moreover, 2401 star suns had transformed into a star bridge. It was unlikely that they would transform into a star palace. They marched into the star sky bridge through the star domain. Mu Ningxue sensed a drastic change in her ice element power. She felt as if everything had become new to her. She had to explore and practice more. The absolute forbidden realm, rebel element. Bearing this in mind, Mu Ningxue quickly put it into practice. She cast the absolute forbidden realm and let the ice element mags on the ice wheel flying boat cooperate with her. Li Wenbin and Wang Shuo glanced at Mu Ningxue in confusion. They wondered how she could focus on practicing her cultivation in such an environment. Shouldn't she practice it in the city instead? What levels of magic do we use? Do we cast a super level or advanced magic? Asked the royal mags. Advanced will do, said Ningxue. I'll use Icebound Coffin, then, said a man in a brown bear cap. He articulated the star orbit and drew the star pattern. An advanced ice element star constellation surrounded the man in the brown bear cap within a few seconds. At the same time, thick pieces of crystals that resembled white steels condensed above his head. However, the man in the brown bear cap's expression changed as soon as he noticed the appearance of the condensation of the crystals. The next moment, he felt as if something had struck his chest, and he moved a few steps backward. His legs and chest froze. Even his arms began to freeze. The icebound coffin did not appear above his head or attack the target. Instead, the icebound coffin had frozen and trapped him inside. The man with a brown bear cap was shocked. He quickly stopped his magic. He then turned to Ningxue in disbelief. Ningxue remained motionless. She merely watched the changes on his body. The ice element backlashes. The man in the brown bear cap exclaimed. He had never felt like this before. Even though the ice element in the current environment was unfriendly, if he focused on maneuvering it, he could still do regular magic. Even the ice element had revolted against him. The man in the brown bear cap was also a wind element mage. He had already suffered a backlash from the wind element a while ago. How did you learn to possess the element by yourself? Wei Guang walked over to her. He looked equally surprised. Wei Guang did not show interest in this type of practice usually. However, after witnessing the ice element backlashing against the mage, he was curious. How does it work? Does this mean that if she's around, the ice element mags cannot cast the spell, and if they insist on casting the spell, they will be attacked by the element? The other ice element mags asked in surprise. They did not quite believe this. They tried to cast an ice element spell themselves. Very soon, they realized that even if they cast the lowest level of ice element spell called the Ice Spread, they were still attacked by the ice element. This was too much. Most people said that the mags were slaves to the elements. But Ningxue was more like an ice elf queen who could control the ice element unconditionally. Chapter 29:10 Extreme South Graves. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. They had to admit that certain people were so powerfully gifted in the field of magic that they made others jealous. The team had to confront the terrible weather. Those who had little leisure time did not bother to improve their own strengths. But Ningxue was different. She observed the situation. She changed her cultivation path with a new mindset that no one else bothered to try. In fact, she had surpassed her peers. This was because she never stopped practicing her cultivation. The crowd envied Ningxue's new ability. Her ability made her undefeatable before the ice element mags. Before the ice element mags cast their spells, they had to obtain her approval first, otherwise the ice element would rebel. Unfortunately, this ability is still far inferior to God's gift. It can indeed suppress the spell below the Forbidden Curse, but it's just a very ordinary ability in Forbidden Curse level, said Wei Guang, shaking his head. Wei Guang, not everyone can become a Forbidden Mage. It's considered rare to have someone of Ningxue's age achieve apex grade in Ice Element, as well as possessing such a mystical Ice Element ability. Wang Shuo chuckled. The Forbidden Curse was bound by the Forbidden Curse Convention. It dictated that the Forbidden Mags would not involve or take part in any secular matters. The ability Ningxue had mastered was supreme. They could not always measure her power from a Forbidden Mage's point of view. Extreme Southland is a forbidden land. Even Forbidden Mags have difficulty surviving in such an environment. You are aware that the world is in the middle of various disasters, and the Forbidden Curse is the only spell that can truly make a difference in this world. Who are you to say that you can control your own destiny unless the disaster directly befalls you? Are you seriously thinking that we're living in a peaceful era? Do you think you can still sleep in peace in the city and organize some useless magic academic debate? Wei Guang snorted at Wang Shuo. You're right. We're just a few grains among the sand. The waves can easily sweep us away. Meanwhile, you're the boulder that can stand firmly in the middle of the flowing stream and can even split the stream water, said Wang Shuo sarcastically. After they passed by the Great Rift, Wang Shuo looked uneasy. The previous areas were just the edge of the South Pole. This time, they had come to the real Forbidden Land. After traveling for a few kilometers, the ice wheel flying boat had faced a serious issue. All the parts and machinery were frozen to the point that they could not operate anymore. Several mags had to cast spells at the same time for the ice wheel flying boat to move on the thick ice surface. The ice surface was uneven and jagged. The wind from the Great Rift swept over to them again. The wind filled the place and blended in with the terrifying ice and snow. They formed a frightening ice thunderstorm. Wei Guang and his group found themselves unable to move even an inch forward. The ice wheel flying boat was their only refuge. It did not take long before the ice wheel flying boat was frozen in place and turned into a stone statue. It became a part of the surrounding glacier. The speed at which everything froze was faster than their ability to break free from it. Just when they thought they had finally avoided the cleansing of the ice field thunderstorm, they were terrified to find themselves frozen in the middle of the ice range of such thickness. Hurry up! We have to break the ice. Otherwise, we'll be trapped inside here forever. Wang Shuo cried out. The cabin was filled with frost. Several mags curled up under the quilt. No matter how the rest tried to wake them up, the mags slept like a log. This was very dangerous. Sleeping like a log in the icy cold land was no different from death. Wei Guang and his group had to wake the mags up before their vital organs stopped functioning. How's the clear fire formation? Asked Wei Guang. It's not working. It's difficult to break the ice wheel flying boat free. Call the rest. We must try to break the ice together, shouted Li Wenbin. Damn it! Without the clear fire formation, all of us will die in agony. Wei Guang said in annoyance. After breaking the ice, we'll return, said Wang Shuo. Impossible. We have to continue moving forward until we arrive at South Pole Station, said Wei Guang firmly. They woke everyone up and started to break the ice. The ice was extremely thick. It was much harder than the rocks under the ocean. Everyone took turns to cast spells. Even so, they were exhausted. Transform into dust. Ningxue cast the Absolute Forbidden Realm spell and transformed the solid ice into white ice dust. The next moment, a lengthy crack appeared on the massive frozen mountain range. They even saw the light of dusk from afar. However, the speed of the condensation of the ice field thunderstorm was terrifying. The crack regenerated within a few seconds. Before the ice wheel flying boat could travel even a little, it was covered by thick ice and snow. The area where the ice wheel flying boat had been a while back had condensed into an ice mountain range. Icebound. If the scary Icebound was a type of magic, the power of the Icebound coffin in the extreme Southland had increased more than 1,000-fold. The magic could create iceberg graves on the land and bury Ningxue and her group alive. The graves continued to pile up and expand. The people trapped inside had to keep running and digging, or else, they would be trapped under the graves forever. They would not be able to see daylight again. There were too many ancient experts trapped in the extreme Southland. Some of them had been ruler-level experts. Even so, they could not escape from the clutches of these glacial Grim Reapers. The wind blew the snow toward them. The strong wind solidified the snow. As a result, it hardened in the middle of the cold weather. If one were to look down from the sky, one could see the swift bulging of the ice mountain range on the land. It was a glacial mountain range. It had been created miraculously in just a few hours. It meant a true disaster to the creatures on the ice land. The ice wolf horde lived outside the Great Rift. They had been preserved in the newly risen ice veins, like fossilized specimens. Likewise, a flock of flying aurora snow birds was as still as a painting. They had been carved on a cliff several meters in height. A giant ice beast struggled furiously in the middle of the glacial thunderstorm. It was very strong and powerful. Whenever it charged at the ice rock that was several hundred meters thick, it shattered the ice rock into powder. Still, the glacier graves slowly engulfed its powerful body and made it a part of the ice vein. Regardless of whether it was a living being or the snow land, those that did not condense into ocean water would freeze, including the space. It had been a very spacious plain before. But now, the arrival of the ice-field thunderstorm had created several terrifying glacier. Frozen graves that spanned up to hundreds of kilometers rose from the ground. Chapter 29:11. Beast Blood. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Hurry up! We have to leave this haunted place. The team abandoned the ice wheel flying boat and rushed out of the massive ice graves without caring much about others. The graves expanded. The ice surrounded them like a mountain range. Even the sky above them was covered by ice. The only way to escape was to keep running and breaking the newly condensed ice crystals. If they were any slower, they would be trapped inside the thick ice. The ice would freeze their blood and stiffen their bodies. They would end up becoming a living ice specimen engraved on the ice rocks. Even though Wang Shuo had been to the extreme Southland, he had never encountered such a terrifying disaster. All they had in their minds was to rush out and break the ice. They grew weary under the icy cold weather. It was hard to imagine how far the ice-field thunderstorm would cover. They also wondered how far the extreme south graves could expand. They felt the sunlight was getting further from them. The cold invaded their bodies. They felt exhausted. They began thinking whether it was such a bad idea to give up and let the ice engulf them. Perhaps it was not a bad idea to get trapped inside the ice crystals. At the very least, they did not have to suffer so much pain. They felt tired. The light was far from them. They moved forward at full speed, only to come to a bottomless ice cave and fall deeper into it. They were further away from the exit. Are we going to die here? Some of them were so tired that they could not move any longer. Swish! A purple holy flame that resembled a flaming holy beast lit up. It spread toward the ice rock before them. The thick ice melted, and they felt warm. Wei Guang stepped on a wave of flames and flew ahead of the group. He cast a long holy flame carpet and provided a glimmer of hope for those who were about to give up. We're almost out there. Hurry up, shouted Li Wenbin. It was only then that they were filled with hope and rushed out of the terrifying massive graves along the flaming carpet. Outside the ice-field thunderstorm was a tranquil and picturesque scene. Snowflakes dropped on the ice mountain ranges. Small creatures that could withstand the cold roamed on the smooth land. The sunlight was bright enough without burning their skins. It was as warm as the afternoon sun. The experience of staying by the edge of the thunderstorm was completely different from when they were in the middle of the thunderstorm. They felt that what they had experienced a while ago was nothing more than a scary nightmare. Take a head count, Wang Shuo said to the crowd. The team leaders quickly did a head count. Yang Lan let out a scream. The healing mage from her team was gone. Li Wenbin frowned. The two royal mags under his lead were missing too. The two royal mags had previously been struck by the rebelling wind. They were 5 people short. They had not recovered from the lingering fear of escaping the graves in the middle of the ice-field thunderstorm. They were now enveloped in helplessness and fear. It was unlikely that they could return to the ice-field thunderstorm and rescue others. After the thunderstorm was over, all they could see were mountain ranges behind their back. The mountains were entirely made up of ice and snow. Digging the 5 people out was no different from getting trapped in a quicksand. They would only get caught in it, too. The extreme Southland was filled with danger. Everyone was prepared to sacrifice their lives. But they did not expect the 5 people to die so soon. We've lost the ice wheel flying boat and clear fire formation. We can at most survive for 3 days in the middle of the cold. Li Wenbin panicked. They only had 3 days. They were in the middle of the extreme Southland. It would take them about 4 days even if they were to return to the ocean. They did not have an escape. Hardly any of them could keep their cool in the face of this situation where the road ahead was filled with danger without a way back. That's why we can't delay any longer. Follow me. We'll go forward on foot, said Wei Guang. I'm so tired that I barely have the energy to speak. That's right. The ice field thunderstorm drained too much of our energy. We need to take a rest. Take a rest, who? Wei Guang glanced at the exhausted Mags and sneered. If we can't reach the South Pole Station in 3 days, all of you will sleep eternally in this place. Moreover, the cold will weaken our magic. We might still be able to fight the ice beast for a day or two. But on the 3rd day, we will be so weak that we can't even fight the weakest ice creatures in this place. Wei Guang is right. We can't take a rest yet. Let us gird up our loins and continue to march forward, said Wang Shuo. Everyone was exhausted. Even though they had successfully escaped the ice field thunderstorm filled with graves, it did not mean they were physically strong. Furthermore, the cold continued to torture their bodies and drain their energy. Judging from their current states, Ningxue believed they would not be able to make it to the destination alive. Ningxue had not expected the terrifying ice field thunderstorm to appear suddenly and block their way. Professor Wang, is there a way to alleviate, or even get rid of the cold poison? According to the special law of nature, the corresponding antidote is always somewhere around the poison. I suppose there must be something that can help to fight the cold in the extreme Southland. Ningxue asked Wang Shuo. If they continued in this state, Ningxue believed that all would die of the cold except herself. Even Wei Guang was no exception. Wang Shuo paused mid-stride. His gloomy eyes lit up. She's right. There is indeed such a law of nature. There must be something they had overlooked. Blood beast. The giant ice beast's boiling blood. Wang Shuo cried out in excitement. Professor Wang, are you mad? Said Li Wenbin. Even though the giant ice beasts are covered in strong cold-resistant fleece and skin, their blood plays the most crucial role in helping them to resist the cold. Some of their blood boils like hot lava and contains high levels of heat. If we consume the giant ice beast's boiling blood, we can resist the cold and eliminate the cold poison to a certain extent, said Wang Shuo. Are you sure it works? Wei Guang turned around and asked solemnly. We can give it a try. At least the heat from the blood can warm our body for a while, if nothing else, said Wang Shuo. But the giant ice beast is at least a ruler-level beast. We don't have much energy left to kill it, Li Wenbin said. They were so tired that they could barely lift their legs. It was considered a blessing that they could even walk, let alone fight a ruler-level beast. I've exhausted too much mental energy. I need some time to recuperate, said Wei Guang. His lips had turned pale. If it had not been for Wei Guang's purple holy flame, they would not have been able to escape from the ice field thunderstorm. Wei Guang had exhausted much of his energy. Set up a camp and take a rest first. I'll go and get it, said Ningxue. Chapter 29:12. Icefield Holy Bear. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. No way. If you get killed by the giant ice beast, our journey will be meaningless. Wei Guang objected. If we don't resolve this issue, all of us are going to perish in this place, said Ningxue. Stop arguing. Ningxue is the only one who is still in good shape. Li Wenbin, Yang Lan, and Li Ting, you will accompany Ningxue to find the giant ice beast. How does that sound? The rest of us will take the time to recuperate, said Wang Shuo. Can you ensure her safety? Asked Wei Guang. We won't go too far. If we face a situation that we can't handle, we'll immediately send you a signal. It won't be too late for you to come to our aid, said the Black Panther summoner, Li Ting. Wei Guang reluctantly agreed. The four left the camp. There was no wind in that area, but the cold was stronger than before. The trio, who accompanied Ningxue in the exploration, were in a poor state of health. Why is Wei Guang so particular about this mission? We don't know why we must go to that place even now. Yang Lan was confused. Perhaps he wants to curry favor with the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance and the people from the Holy City. After all, the world's experts have gone to the extreme South land to take on the extreme South Emperor. The experts are ambitious and powerful people. They have the power to speak on the world stage. If Wei Guang completes this mission, he'll have a bright future ahead. Moreover, he is a forbidden mage. Li Wenbin had long been dissatisfied with Wei Guang. He revealed Wei Guang's true intention without hesitation. I believe so. We have to sacrifice our lives for the sake of his career path. The Black Panther summoner, Li Ting, let out a sigh. Mu Ningxue did not join the discussion. She noticed a huge footprint on the thin layer of frost. The footprint resembled a bear's, but it was 10 times larger. The other footprint was very far away. They had to walk for a while before finding T. It should be an adult ice-field holy bear. It walked past here not long ago, said Mu Ningxue after analyzing the footprint. Let's go after it and kill it, said Li Ting. He summoned the Stygian Black Panther. The Black Panther smelled the footprint and led the group to an ice cliff. The ice cliff was a few kilometers away from them. Considering the issue of the light refraction, they patrolled the surrounding area once. After they were convinced that there were no other ice-field hordes, they approached the ice-field holy bear again. The ice-field holy bear did not hide itself. It was in the middle section of the cliff. It stood up and caught the snow eagle flying around the ice cliff with its paws. Blood and feathers splattered everywhere. The ice-field holy bear's savage nature was exposed. The ice-field holy bear was covered in golden fur. Its chest, abdomen, paws, arm joints, knee joints, and forehead were covered in armor made up of pure gold. It looked like a wild bear in a battle-holy suit. It was powerful and ancient compared to the ocean demons. It exuded an air of holiness and majesty. This type of creature was immune to a lot of powerful magic. How about we change the target? It's quite difficult for us to take on this one. Li Wenbin looked pale. After all, they were still weak. The ice-field holy bear must at least be a ruler-level creature. In fact, they were reluctant to fight with any ruler-level creatures in the extreme South land. Unfortunately, the ruler-level creatures were everywhere on this land. Most of the demons in the extreme South land were ruler-level. Most of the ruler-level demons would only roam inside the extreme South land during warm weather. Otherwise, they would migrate elsewhere. Yeah. I don't think we should mess around with the ice-field holy bear, said Li Ting. The Stygian Black Panther dared not go near the ice-field holy bear. It was clear that the Black Panther was intimidated by its imposing aura. It did not matter if they caught another giant ice beast. Why must they choose such a troublesome beast? We don't have much time left. We have to do this, said Mu Ningxue. But, before Li Ting finished his words, Mu Ningxue leapt down and charged at the ice-field holy bear near the cliff. The rest were stunned. Even if they decided to kill the bear, they had to plan first. They had to gauge the ice-field holy bear's strength and find its weakness before making a move. However, Mu Ningxue had already jumped down and charged. Hence, the rest had no choice but to follow. After all, she was the key person in this mission. Roar! The ice-field holy bear was eating the snow eagle when it saw a female human charge at it. It flew into a fit of rage. The ice-field holy bear roared in fury. The ruler-level snow eagles fell off the ice cliff. Mu Ningxue raised her hand. A powerful ice sword appeared in her hand. When she jumped down to the cliff, she ran as fast as the wind. She accelerated and changed trajectory interchangeably. Her ice sword unleashed massive energy laced with thorns. Mu Ningxue could perfectly control the ice element. Even when facing an ancient and powerful creature in the extreme South land, she had no fear. The ice-field holy bear stretched out its paws. The back of its claws was covered by indestructible gold and ice armors. Furthermore, its shiny shimmering gold armors resisted the sword thorns. Ding! 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 When the sword thorns came in contact with its armors, there was a clanging sound of metal hitting on metal. There was not even a scratch on the ice-field holy bear's body. It grinned and let out a bellow as it stared at Mu Ningxue, who appeared out of nowhere. Mu Ningxue moved extremely fast. Like the wind, she effortlessly skirted around the ice-field holy bear and appeared behind it. The ice-field holy bear's back and neck were not covered by the golden ice armors. Mu Ningxue stabbed. The ice-field holy bear leapt forward and jumped under the ice cliff. Mu Ningxue looked down and saw it falling. She closed her eyes and focused on manipulating the ice element. By the time she reopened her eyes, her pupils had turned snow white. She looked resolute and magnificent. The massive ice cliff began to shake. Countless ice swords appeared from the steep ice cliff and transformed into a terrifying sword formation. The top of the ice cliff cracked, as if a large part of the ice had sloped downward. The ice cliff with the sword formation collapsed and covered the area where the ice-field holy bear fell. Chapter 29:13. Strip them of magic. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Li Wenbin, Li Ting, and Yang Lan followed Mu Ningxue. The trio came to the ice cliff cave. The massive ice cliff had collapsed except the cave. Even though the ice-field holy bear was a large creature, it could withstand such a collapse. The group stared at Mu Ningxue in disbelief. They wondered if their minds had played tricks on them and made them witness the terrifying fall of the ice cliff, or if Mu Ningxue had really been the one doing all of it. If Mu Ningxue had indeed done it, it was too unbelievable. The group did not see her constructing the Star Palace, and they wondered how she could unleash such a terrifying destructive power within a short period of time. Mu Ningxue did not stay at the cave entrance. She noticed something was writhing beneath the collapsed ice cliff. As expected, the ice-field holy bear was not dead yet. It pushed away the shattered ice cliff that had fallen on its body before limping away from her. 8 pairs of wind wings appeared on Mu Ningxue's back. The wind wings had snow-white feathers. Each layer of the wind wings contained lines of wind marks. The wind wings were beautiful and holy. They were light yet powerful. Mu Ningxue flapped the wind wings and caught up with the ice-field holy bear with ease. Strong wind blew her aloft, and the wind marks danced. Mu Ningxue drew a wind bow in the sky. With the pulling force of the wind wings on her back, she stretched the wind bow to maximum length. Buzz! The conical wind bow resembled a drill and chiseled a bloody hole in the back of the ice-field holy bear. Its boiling blood gushed out. When its blood spilled on the ground, the snow melted. The ice-field holy bear fell. It tried to get up, but Mu Ningxue stepped on its back. The hot-tempered bear was humiliated. It turned its humiliation into fury. Its golden fur raised and gave off a terrifying aura that belonged to a wild beast. Mu Ningxue flapped the wind wings and flew into the sky. As she flew into the sky, a rain of ice spears shot toward the ice-field holy bear. The ice spears formed a horrific ice spear forest about 1 kilometer away from the ice-field holy bear. The ice-field holy bear got up and tried to fight back. Before it could even lay its paws on Mu Ningxue's sleeve, it was tortured by the ice spears. No matter how hard it tried to avoid the ice spears, it was useless. It wrapped its paws around its head and wailed. The ice-field holy bear was wounded. Some of the ice spears were stuck in its body. Even so, the ice-field holy bear was tenacious. Although it was wounded, it did not fall. It glared at Mu Ningxue and roared. Its golden eyes were burning with flames. Mu Ningxue clenched her fists in the air. Many tiny ice dust appeared around the ice-field holy bear. The ice dust gathered to form a large ice ring. The ice ring shrunk and locked around the ice-field holy bear's neck like shackles. It stopped roaring. Soon, several ice rings appeared and locked its paws, legs, and mouth. The ancient beast looked like a wild beast in the zoo. The locks prevented it from posing threats to others. "Draw its blood now," said Mu Ningxue to Li Wenbin. Li Wenbin had not recovered his senses as he stared at the subdued ice-field holy bear and the bleeding hole on its back. The ice-field holy bear's blood was plentiful. They collected several big jars. The amount of blood collected could even fill up a small hot spring. The blood was boiling and filled with energy. It did not have the fishy smell of a beast. Even to that moment, Li Wenbin had not recovered his senses. He was still in shock. The three people had followed Mu Ningxue closely when she had charged at the beast. But they didn't even get the chance to strike. Mu Ningxue had subdued the seemingly undefeatable Icefield Holy Bear on her own. Li Wenbin and Li Ting even had a momentary doubt about the strength of the ruler-level creatures in the extreme Southland. The Icefield Holy Bear was not weak. One could feel how powerful the ancient bear's strength was from its blood. It could easily be the leader or ruler of a certain horde on the land. Mu Ningxue was incredibly powerful. She cast several powerful and destructive spells in a single breath. She had cast her spells so fast that the others hadn't even been able to see the process. Also, when she had cast those spells, she hadn't paused like most mags. She had the power to cast spells at her fingertips. They wondered what her level of ice element cultivation was to have this much power. After collecting the Icefield Holy Bear's blood, Yang Lan and the members from logistics briefly processed the blood before drinking it to keep themselves warm. Wang Shuo was right. The giant ice beast's boiling blood could resist the cold. It formed a special heat inside the human stomach before transferring to the entire body. With this energy, they no longer felt so fearful and uneasy. Professor Wang, the blood can temporarily alleviate the cold, but it cannot eliminate the cold poison. The deeper we go into the land, the less effective the beast blood will be, whispered Li Wenbin to Wang Shuo. I know, but I believe the blood is sufficient to support us until we arrive at the South Pole Station, said Wang Shuo. The beast blood could not resolve the root of the issue. Even if they had an ample supply of beast blood, they could easily freeze in such cold weather. They soon realized that only fresh blood from the giant ice beasts could resist the cold. Which meant they would have to continue looking for the giant ice beasts. Mu Ningxue killed a polar wolf king and a 1,000-year-old snow python on the way. However, the heat that came from their blood was inferior to that of the Icefield Holy Bear. By the third day, the group was in a very weakened state. They could barely cast a spell to continue their journey. They progressed slowly like a group of clumsy corpses dancing in the middle of the snow. The road ahead of them was cold and dark. Many of them collapsed. Some of them cried like babies and refused to take another step forward. The cold stripped every one of their most powerful magic. Without magic, they could barely survive in a forest, let alone the extreme Southland. Are we going to die here? Yang Lan could barely speak. She leaned on Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue did not say anything. She did not know the purpose of the recruitment. She did not understand why the Magic Association in the country sent a group of people to escort her for the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance's sake. Chapter 29:14 Extreme South Castle. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. I don't know about the future, but at least I know you are not dead yet. We've arrived at the destination, said Mu Ningxue to Yang Lan. Don't lie to me, Yang Lan said feebly. One had to feed on illusions to persevere. If they had strong willpower, they could unleash their potential and keep trying. If they decided to give up in the middle of hardship, especially in such a cold, freezing environment, they would sleep there for eternity. However, not everyone could go through such hardships. Yang Lan felt as if her head had been pierced by ice blades, and strong wind gushed out from the holes. She felt so much pain that she felt as though she was going crazy. Her teeth, face, and neck were numb, let alone her limbs. The bone-chilling coldness continued to spread throughout her body and torture her. The environment was covered by snow. The snow gleamed in the sun and radiated a holiness about it. The view of the glacier that had existed for ages was breathtaking. The environment was no different from a living hell. Even though she had only been there for a couple of days, she felt as if she had suffered for more than 3 years. Whenever she closed her eyes and planned to give up, she felt a sense of despairing comfort. She thought she might as well sleep there. At the very least, the sooner she shuts her eyes, the less pain she would have to endure. Aren't you curious about me? Mu Ningxue realized that it was pointless to continue lying to her. She pondered for a while before finding something else to say. Curious about what? Yang Lan showed a hint of curiosity. It was clear to see that she suffered tremendously. About how I am not affected by the cold, said Mu Ningxue. Yang Lan's eyes lit up. She stared at Mu Ningxue. She remembered that Mu Ningxue had let her stay in the clear fire formation in her place. Yang Lan then looked at Mu Ningxue closely. Mu Ningxue did not look like she was struggling in the cold. Instead, Mu Ningxue had killed and collected beast blood for them. I doubted, but I wasn't so sure about it. You aren't affected by the cold, not even the slightest bit, asked Yang Lan. Seeing that she had successfully drawn Yang Lan's attention, Mu Ningxue took the opportunity to help her walk forward at a faster pace. Mu Ningxue sped up. Wind tracks formed under her feet. Yes, I previously wasn't aware of it either. But now, I realize that the extreme south cold doesn't affect me, Mu Ningxue said as she walked. Is it because you're gifted? That's very lucky for you, Yang Lan said with envy. Mu Ningxue shook her head. An ice demon had been inside my body since I was 12. It always appears at night and tortures me with its bone-chilling coldness. I never had a peaceful sleep. Who? Yang Lan was shocked. The cold tortures but strengthens me at the same time. When I joined the Imperial College, I found those so-called geniuses and hard-working mags to be hilarious. Their hard work is less than a tenth of mine. Mu Ningxue took Yang Lan's hand into her and felt a trace of warmth in Yang Lan's hand. Yang Lan was touched upon hearing Mu Ningxue's words. From the age of 12 until now, Yang Lan and her group was so in despair to the point of wanting to commit suicide after staying only a couple of days in such a cold environment. How did Mu Ningxue survive over the years? When we fall into a very poor environment, out of our comfort zone, we often feel sad and desperate. However, the truth is, we're wallowing in self-pity. Our adaptability is far more powerful than they are credited to be. Regardless of how poor the environment is, it can't break us. The only thing that can break us is our lack of willpower, said Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue vividly remembered her mother saying those words to her. When Mu Ningxue was a child, she lived her life like a princess. Many people pampered her. She led a wealthy and comfortable life. She had never experienced any hardships. All she had to think about was how to dress up to earn the crowd's praise. After she inherited the ice crystal bow, everything had changed. Her life became a living hell. She became hopeless, much similar to how others felt when they stepped into the extreme Southland. Mu Ningxue was aware that the cold in the extreme Southland could not kill them. Most people who had died here were the ones who had given up and let the cold take them. I cannot endure for so many years like you, said Yang Lan. Mu Ningxue's heart was heavy. She was afraid that Yang Lan would give up. But I can hold on for one more day, Yang Lan blurted out. Mu Ningxue let out a sigh of relief. She was not very eloquent in her words. If she were Mo Fan, she might have been able to rekindle Yang Lan's hope in just a few words. Luckily, Yang Lan did not give up. She did not close her eyes, just like the others. And that was more than enough. If she did not give up on herself, she could hold on for another week. When one survives their most vulnerable state, they could adapt to other hardships. They would no longer be as dejected as before. They would learn to survive. Mu Ningxue looked back and noticed her team members were getting fewer. Not everyone heeded her advice, and not all of them had strong willpower. Some of them chose to close their eyes and fall into eternal sleep on the flat glacier. After a while, they could not hear the sound of the wind blowing. Without the wind, they were not whipped by the cold. A small castle made up of ice clay was in sight. There was a magic flag on top of the castle. The flag showed the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance's logo. We've made it! Mu Ningxue was the first to see it. Don't lie to me anymore. I can still hold on. You don't have to lie. Don't worry, Yang Lan forced a small smile. After that, she looked up to see the castle. Her smile froze. She was thrilled and ecstatic. She burst out in tears. They had finally arrived at their destination. They had crossed the horrible extreme Southland and reached the South Pole Station. The experts from the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance gathered inside the castle. They were in the middle of a discussion to devise an international plan to take on the extreme South Emperor. The group fastened their paces. At that moment, they pushed their potential to the maximum. Those tortured by the cold were revived and ran to the extreme South Castle. Several people came out of the castle and greeted the group. They asked for their identities before letting them climb on the back of the mounts and sending them into the extreme South Castle. There was a powerful magic barrier inside the extreme South Castle which resisted the cold. Even though they still felt cold, it was much more subdued than the outside. They had been deprived of food, warm water, and heat. After experiencing such hardships, the group had finally arrived at their destination. Chapter 29:15 Forbidden Curse Alliance. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Are you Mu Ningxue? A woman in a holy battle suit approached her and sized her up arrogantly. The holy ruler had long golden brown hair. Waves of her hair draped across her shoulders and chest. It reached her waist. She had an upright posture and a prominent nose. She had red lips and a pair of blue eyes. She was gorgeous and radiated an air of nobility. Yes, I am, Mu Ningxue said. Ha! Asians have a strange sense of judgment. You look so ordinary to a European. People still prefer deep and prominent features like mine. The female holy ruler chuckled. Did the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance recruit me for a beauty contest? Mu Ningxue smirked. They are discussing some important issues, so you can't go in there for now. Michael asked me to follow you closely. You can call me Yvette, said the female holy ruler. Yvette stared at Mu Ningxue arrogantly. Her gaze roamed over Mu Ningxue's body in a rude manner. Yvette chuckled when her eyes swept across a certain part of Mu Ningxue's body. Mu Ningxue assumed Yvette to be a superficial fool and did not indulge her. She went over to check on Yang Lan and her group members. But Yvette refused to let Mu Ningxue leave. We have to wait here lest they call you. As you know, all the experts from the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance are gathered here. They have prominent and outstanding positions. Every decision they make could affect the operation of the world. Therefore, we should not delay even a second, if called. There was a large and heavy stone door before them. They did not hear any sound from the other side. Just when Yvette was about to make a sour remark at Mu Ningxue again, a gap slowly appeared at the large door. The door opened from the inside. 2 men in holy battle suits pushed at the stone door. The large, stone door was not entirely opened. It left a gap only big enough to allow 1 or 2 people to go through. One of the holy rulers glanced at Mu Ningxue and Yvette. Who's Mu Ningxue? Mu Ningxue stepped forward. Yvette was only half a step behind her. How do you prove yourself to be her? The holy ruler did not allow them to enter through the door. Instead, he shot her a strange question. She's Mu Ningxue. Forbidden mage from China, Wei Guang escorted her, said Yvette. Where is the escort, then? Asked the holy ruler. He's resting inside the formation. Do you want him summoned? Asked Yvette. Yes. Mu Ningxue was puzzled over the holy ruler's behavior. Did they have to be vigilant to this extent, or had someone previously impersonated me and come to the humans' forbidden land? Wei Guang was summoned. He was in a poor mental state. He looked no different from a zombie. It was clear to see that he forced himself to stay awake and walk here after the Alliance summoned him. I'm Wei Guang. I came here by the order of the Ice Emperor. Wei Guang behaved more politely before the holy rulers. The Ice Emperor. Mu Ningxue's heart clenched upon hearing the words. Mo Fan had told her about the Forbidden Curse plan related to the Great Bronze Bell Hill on the Emperor Qin Island. The Ice Emperor was under the Extreme South Emperor's control and was its puppet. It used him to monitor the world. Hadn't Commander Hua freed him from the Extreme South Emperor's manipulation? Why did he appear here? Mu Ningxue felt puzzled. The Ice Emperor Mu Rong was the first to confront the Extreme South Emperor among the experts. He was also the only survivor among them. Once a forbidden mage became an ocean demon's puppet, he would undoubtedly pose a great threat to humans. Since Commander Hua had identified him as one of the ocean demon's puppets, the Ice Emperor should have been closely guarded. After all, no one could make sure whether he had broken free of the Extreme South Emperor's control or not. Could it be that the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance was aware of this and was using the Ice Emperor to locate the Extreme South Emperor? That would make more sense. But why did the Ice Emperor let Wei Guang recruit her for the battle, thought Mu Ningxue. Mu Rong was a legendary figure in the Mu family. As a forbidden mage, Mu Rong did not get involved in any of the family's affairs. He had basically left his family. The Mu family had another real ancestor who took charge of the family. When Mu Ningxue was at Mu Pang Mountain, she heard someone saying that even though Mu Rong came from the Mu family, he did not get along with the real ancestor. The ancestor of the Mu family lived in Imperial City and enjoyed a high status there. Rumor had it that he never revealed himself as the Forbidden Mage and had not registered as one of the experts in the Forbidden Curse Association. He neither revealed his true identity nor appeared before the world. As such, he did not have to obey the Forbidden Curse Convention. Mu Ningxue had thought of it before she came to the Extreme South Land. The reason the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance had recruited her was mostly because of the big wig from the Mu family who happened to be one of the world's experts. It was clear that he had learned about her special talent in ice element ability. Hence, he decided to recruit her in fighting the Extreme South Emperor. She had assumed that it was the ancestor from the Mu family who had recruited her. She did not expect it to be the Ice Emperor instead. The Mu family addressed him as the ancestor. Of course, he was not an old monster that had lived for several hundred years. Unfortunately, a majority of the Mu family did not know much about the two forbidden mags, the ancestor and Mu Rong, and they knew even less about Mu Ningxue, who had been driven out of the Mu family. After they entered through the large, stone door, Yvette stayed close to her. Her rude demeanor was gone the moment she entered through the stone door. She appeared solemn, elegant, and righteous. Wei Guang lowered his head as he entered through the stone door. Even though the people inside the stone door were strangers to Mu Ningxue, she felt pressured when she noticed Wei Guang and Yvette's drastic changes. Inside the boulder was a spacious and simple hall. It did not give off an atmosphere of opulence and majesty. Instead, the people inside radiated imposing auras. They did not purposely target Mu Ningxue and her group. Their aura came naturally due to the tension under the poor Extreme South environment. Their tense expressions inevitably gave off a certain kind of pressure. Ice Emperor and fellow seniors, this is Mu Ningxue. She is here safe and sound. My mission is complete. Wei Guang bowed and tried to speak in a deeper voice. He did not want the rest to find out that he was in a weakened and fragile state. Chapter 29:16. Graft Innate Talent. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Well done. Thank you for your effort throughout the journey, said the Ice Emperor. His voice echoed in the empty hall. Wei Guang forced a smile. Mu Ningxue thought Wei Guang would mention others who had sacrificed themselves in this journey, but he didn't. Those who had died in the journey and were buried under the snow were forgotten. Their corpses would never leave the accursed demonic land. In the eyes of the forbidden mags, people were born to serve them because of their high and mighty position. People's lives were only considered worthy as long as they fulfilled their missions, but their names were not even worth a mention. You may take a seat there, said the Ice Emperor to Wei Guang. Even though the seats were simple, the arrangement had its special meaning. There were no other seats over the other side. It was only after Wei Guang went over to that side that he realized it. He felt embarrassed. Still, he stood at the corner. He found that his position was worse than the holy rulers. Mu Ningxue saw his humility. For a moment, Mu Ningxue had mistakenly thought that the cold land had stripped Wei Guang of his soul. Truth was, he always behaved like that before the Five Continents Magic Association alliance. This had nothing to do with his mental state. Mu Ningxue, do you possess a special physique of natural soul seed? Asked the Ice Emperor. Mu Ningxue stared at the old man and nodded. Mu Rong was not a supporter. If the seats were arranged in a sequence according to their level of status and strength, the Ice Emperor belonged to the bottom of the list. There were 2 rows of seats. The seats floated in midair along the 2 sides of ice clay walls. It resembled the VIP seats in an opera. The stone door stretched to the innermost ice rock wall. Mu Ningxue stood opposite to the 3 seats floating in midair. She saw a familiar face in the person sitting in the center. That person had left a deep impression. He was Archangel Michael from the Holy City. He was the one who had forced Qin Yue and John Kong to leave the world. He looked stoic and majestic. And he was the presiding officer this time. The forbidden mags from the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance sat on both sides of the 3 high seats. They were the members of the alliance. The Ice Emperor sat on the left and at a distance from Michael. The arrangement of the seats basically determined his status among the world's experts. If it had not been for the fact that he was the only survivor from the team who explored the extreme south, he would not have been given such a high priority to speak. We need you to do us a favor. It's related to, Mu Rong tried to explain the details to Mu Ningxue. At that moment, a lady in lavish clothes in one of the 3 presiding seats interrupted Mu Rong. She turned to Mu Rong, completely ignoring Mu Ningxue. Just tell her how to do it. You don't have to let her know why she needs to do it. The lady was draped in a lavish emerald green robe. She was skinny with prominent facial features. She looked like a noble woman in an oil painting. Although she came from a noble and wealthy background, she looked picky and hard to please. The Ice Emperor nodded. Mu Ningxue, as you're aware, the reason the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance recruited you is related to the world's safety and security. We can't simply reveal the information to you. All you need to know is that you're contributing to the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance and the world, said the Ice Emperor. Mu Ningxue did not respond to him. In fact, she did not bother listening to his nonsense. Are you sure she has the physique of natural soul seed? Asked the lady in emerald green dress. Of course. You can see how she survives in the icy cold land when it spares no one. The Ice Emperor chuckled. Okay. Michael, you'll continue the discussion with fellow mags. Meanwhile, I'll take Mu Ningxue to the ice cave, said the lady in emerald green dress. Archangel Michael nodded. After Mu Ningxue left, someone in the hall raised a question. She's a forbidden mage from Asian Magic Association, the person said to Michael. Archangel, what will happen to Mu Ningxue if she takes away her innate talent by using this means? Chairman of Asia, are you aware of the issue we are facing now? We need Lady Carolina's power. She's the only one who can get us through the Avalanche River safe and sound, said Michael coolly. But we still have to seek Mu Ningxue's approval, said the chairman of Asia. Lady Carolina has taken her to the ice cave. She will naturally seek her approval. Let's stop wasting so much time on this issue, said Michael. The ice cave was about 30 kilometers from the extreme south castle. Mu Ningxue did not understand why she was being led there. She remained on guard. The Ice Emperor, Wei Guang, Yvette, and Lady Carolina accompanied her. Lady Carolina had a special status. She seemed to be the key woman in the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance's plan of fighting the extreme South Emperor. Judging from her aura, Mu Ningxue sensed that she, too, was an ice element mage. When they entered the ice cave, it was almost a brand new world. The cave was deep and long. It was covered with crystals. The crystals and diamond shimmered. It looked like a nest for a dragon that had a love for beauty. I have a right to know, Mu Ningxue blurted out. I can explain to you now. We need your innate talent, which is the special physique of your ice element soul seed, said Mu Rong. Lady Carolina walked ahead of them and remained quiet. If this is all you're telling me, I believe it's time for me to go back, said Mu Ningxue impatiently. No hurry. It's only a simple matter. You came from the Mu family, right? Truth is, there's a genius from the Mu family who once delved into various strange abilities. One of which is the ability to graft innate talents onto others. Lady Carolina is the key woman in our mission to fight the extreme South Emperor. However, the moment the cold strikes her, she cannot cast her divine spell. Lady Carolina needs to borrow your innate talent, said Mu Rong. Wei Guang and Yvette followed behind them. They were stunned by this. Can they actually borrow and return for one's innate talent? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old, said Mu Ningxue coldly. Mu Rong frowned. He looked solemn. Lady Carolina paused mid-stride. Still, she did not turn around. It was clear that she planned to leave the issue for Mu Rong to deal with. What do you mean? Do you think I'm lying to you? I'm an Ice Element Forbidden Mage. I'm a member of the International Forbidden Curse Association as well as a core member of the Alliance. The Ice Emperor sounded harsh. You intend to strip me of my innate talent. That's not borrowing. Mu Ningxue had had enough of their lies. Mu Ningxue had been very close with Mu Qingwan and Mu Feifeng. However, their innate talents were suddenly found on Mu Fangzhu. As soon as Mu Rong mentioned the strange ability about talent grafting, Mu Ningxue recalled Mu Fangzhou's evil magic. So, they were birds of the same feather. Chapter 29:17. Mu Rong's Lie. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Since you're aware of the innate talent grafting method, this makes things simpler. You will cooperate with Lady Carolina. After she obtains your innate talent, you will have made your contribution in saving the world. Don't worry. The Alliance won't wipe out your name. Mu Rong smiled strangely. Upon seeing Mu Rong's creepy smile and the arrogant Lady Carolina with her back facing them, Mu Ningxue did not feel the slightest bit of pride or willingness to help them. She felt disgusted. I've arrived here as per the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance's recruitment. If there's nothing else, I believe I can leave now. Mu Ningxue turned around. There was no need to communicate with Mu Rong anymore. Mu Ningxue had an odd feeling when she was coming here. She had felt that something was not right from the beginning of the journey. She had been right. As she walked out of the ice cave, Mu Ningxue glared at Wei Guang. Her eyes were filled with disgust. Wei Guang must have known everything. Before the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance recruited a mage, they had to communicate with China's Forbidden Curse Association. They had to first discuss with the members of China's Forbidden Curse Association and obtain their approval. Wei Guang was a member of China's Forbidden Curse Association. He was aware of the truth, yet he hid it from her. He intended to bring her to the Valley of Death and rob her of her innate talent. You can't leave. You have to obey the Magic Convention. The Magic Association used their resources to bring you here. The Magic Association requests you to make some sacrifices for the world. What excuse do you have to turn down its offer? Mu Rong. The Magic Convention states that the mags below the level of Forbidden Curse are free agents. We are only required to respond to you upon a special situation. I responded to your call. You have no right to threaten me or make me stay here. Mu Ningxue knew the Magic Convention very well. It's up to us to determine if you've arrived at the destination or responded to our call. If you leave now, we'll strike your name off the Magic Association list. From now on, each spell that you cast will be considered a threat. Mu Rong shouted. Mu Ningxue walked out. There must have been a few screws loose in Mu Rong's brain ever since he had been manipulated by the extreme South Emperor. His words were simply ridiculous. Mu Rong, not everyone understands the truth. They only focus on their personal interests and neglect the future. Lucifer bewitched the world and made them stupid, ignorant, and selfish. As a result, God sent angels to the earth and took action. He provoked the war between humans and made them kill each other. Soon, humans understood the true meaning of freedom and peace. They worship God and respect the angels. Lady Carolina finally turned around. Her eyes were filled with contempt. I understand. I've said all that I needed to say. I've also given my advice. Still, she's stubborn. She can't blame us for using coercive means, Mu Rong said, respectfully. He glared at Wei Guang and Yvette near the ice cave and gave his order. Arrest her. Wei Guang stood in Mu Ningxue's way. He looked resolute. Mu Ningxue, we hope you can cooperate with us. I'm aware of the innate talent grafting spell. It won't harm you. The Alliance has no choice. They must rely on Lady Carolina to cross the Avalanche River. The Alliance doesn't have much time left. Once the polar night falls, the extreme South Emperor will become more powerful. By then, no one will be able to stop it, said Wei Guang. Who told you all this? Mu Ningxue refuted. Mu Rong, of course, said Wei Guang. Are you aware that he was once the extreme South Emperor's puppet? When he was under its manipulation, he collected information about the world's experts for the extreme South Emperor, said Mu Ningxue. Wei Guang was stunned. He stared at Mu Rong. Wei Guang had never heard of this before. Mu Rong's expression changed, as if someone had triggered a switch. The corners of his mouth twitched. Nonsense. Mu Ningxue, do you know it's a serious offense if you slander a forbidden mage? You act like a lapdog for Mu Rong, hoping that you can have your little seat in the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. But you didn't even know that Mu Rong is a pathetic figure in the Alliance where they found him useless yet felt it was a pity to get rid of him. If you continue to curry favor with Mu Rong, the Alliance members will regard you as a dangerous man. Mu Ningxue found Wei Guang's action to be hilarious. Wei Guang froze. He stared at Mu Rong for a long time. Mu Rong, is she telling the truth? Mu Rong flew into a fit of rage. He had not expected Mu Ningxue to know about this. Hua Shanhong's plan was secretive. Aside from Mo Fan and his group's halfway interference, the rest did not know anything about it. After Mu Rong resumed normalcy, he quickly sought help from the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance to save him from China's army. Hua Shanhong was aware that Mu Rong had broken free of the extreme South Emperor's manipulation. The Five Continents Magic Association Alliance pressured him to hand over Mu Rong on account of executing the plan to fight the extreme South Emperor. It was only then that Hua Shanhong surrendered Mu Rong to the members of the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Mu Rong's current state was unclear. He was like a sinner who everyone watched out for. He even had to be cleansed by a psychic element mage daily in order to ensure the controlling seed planted inside his head would not sprout again. Wei Guang had no idea about all this. He thought Mu Rong was an experienced senior within the Alliance, and that Mu Rong would allow him to squeeze into the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Therefore, he concealed the information during the recruitment and did not inform China's Forbidden Curse Association about the innate talent grafting issue. His action was undoubtedly risky. After all, if China's Forbidden Curse Association found that he had concealed the truth, the association would punish him severely. However, if Wei Guang managed to ride on the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance's coattails, then the matter was no longer that important. Would you rather trust her or me? Wei Guang, don't forget how you got to where you are now. Mu Rong's expression looked strange. Even though he was an old mage, he could not keep his emotions in check when they brought up the subject of spiritual puppets. Wei Guang, the reason you became a forbidden mage is because Commander Hua granted you the Earth Pistol with fire attribute. That is how you reached where you are now. Do you know where the Earth Fire Pistol came from? Mu Ningxue was resolute. Confusion flashed in Wei Guang's eyes. How did Mu Ningxue know that my forbidden curse came from the Earth Fire Pistol? Zhao Jing violated the convention and openly called for a private army to attack Fanxue Mountain. He accused us of hiding a great treasure. That great treasure is the Earth Fire Pistol that came from Lanyang City. We've paid a heavy price and sacrificed many lives to save Fanxue Mountain and guard the Earth Fire Pistol. If we had failed, Zhao Jing would have been the forbidden mage instead of you. We protected the earth-fire pistol that made you a forbidden mage. Mu Ningxue sounded harsh. Each of her words was a blow to Wei Guang. He was already weak, and her words made him feel suffocated. Lanyang City, the earth-fire pistol, and Zhao Jing. These words alone were sufficient to prove that Mu Ningxue was aware of the earth-fire pistol's origin. Chapter 29:18. Being mean is contagious. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Guang was familiar with Zhao Jing. After all, he had been trampled underfoot by the powerful Zhao Jing for a long time. Since Zhao Jing suddenly disappeared, Wei Guang felt that his life had taken a new turn. The National Forbidden Curse Association recognized him and gave him the long-awaited Earth Pistol, which was the key to becoming a forbidden mage. Then, he obtained the unparalleled God's gift after becoming a forbidden mage. He stood out among the crowd and became a dazzling star in the country. Even the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance was paying attention to him. However, Wei Guang knew that the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance had strict requirements. If someone like Mu Rong did not recommend him, it would be difficult for him to be able to join the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance with his young age, qualifications, and achievements. Therefore, the plan to take down the Extreme South Emperor was the key. He had decided to try his best to fulfill the Alliance's requirements, including hiding the truth about Mu Ningxue's recruitment. However, Wei Guang was surprised to find out that it had been possible for him to become a forbidden mage only because of Fanxue Mountain and those who fought there. The fire element Earth Pistol was a sacred object that could not be replicated. In fact, Wei Guang had not even known about its origin when he received it. However, Mu Ningxue knew about it fully well. She knew every detail and could tell him more. Wei Guang realized that he believed her. After all, people who were not involved in this field could not get their hands on a sacred object like the Earth Pistol. Once my innate talent is taken away, I'll die, said Mu Ningxue. He has been lying to you and the Alliance. Mu Ningxue pointed to Ice Emperor Mu Rong. Mu Ningxue did not believe that the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance would allow such use of magic that could kill a mage. If the Alliance did allow it, then such an alliance was not worthy of loyalty and respect. Wei Guang looked at Mu Rong. Mu Rong walked to Mu Ningxue with anger in his face. Wei Guang realized what Mu Rong was going to do and immediately stood between him and Mu Ningxue. He was not someone without a conscience. If Fanxue Mountain had sacrificed so many people's lives to protect the Earth Pistol that had made him a forbidden mage, he would not let Mu Ningxue die here. Will the innate talent grafting method kill Mu Ningxue? Wei Guang stared into Mu Rong's eyes and asked firmly. It doesn't matter. Don't forget who you are working for. A great battle would not be possible without sacrifices. You know why the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance, and you and your own team are all struggling in this hellhole. Each of us is ready to sacrifice our lives, and Mu Ningxue can't choose to just walk away. Mu Rong responded angrily. Mu Rong had never expected Wei Guang to betray him. I guess the answer is yes, then. I should make it clear to the Alliance then, said Wei Guang. How dare you? Mu Rong was furious. When he shouted, the whole ice cave shook. Ha! Are you guys doing a stage play? Wei Guang, you are a really ignorant person. Do you think the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance members are like you? Even old mags with little experience know that the magic to steal innate talent will kill the target. Upon issuing the recruitment, the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance agreed to execute it. They knew what would happen to Mu Ningxue. Anything you try will be pointless, Lady Carolina mocked as she walked to them. Wei Guang sneered. It is true that the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance is not absolutely holy. When all members get to vote anonymously on whether to perform the innate talent grafting method despite knowing it will kill people, I think they will all vote in favor since their names will not be taken. However, it will be different if this matter is not handled under the table. They must make decisions under their name. When they don't have the cover of anonymity, they wouldn't dare subject a mage to death by something so evil. Everyone in the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance knew that the innate talent grafting method would kill people. However, they stayed safe as they weren't the ones doing it. It would be Rong anyway. They could stay behind the curtains and claim they had nothing to do with it. They could ignore the consequences and cross the Avalanche River successfully. If Ningxue died, Rong would take the blame. He will be accused of hiding the truth from the Alliance and stopping at nothing to complete the plan. Rong would be the one to receive the punishment. As for Rong, he was already a sinner. If he could not make some contributions to this plan to fight the extreme South Emperor, he might end up in an asylum. Everyone in the Alliance wanted to complete the task and claimed to have no blood on their hands. Having Rong as the scapegoat was easy for them. The Alliance secretly allowed it. However, everyone would openly condemn the Ice Emperor, Rong. Wei Guang, if we can't cross the Avalanche River, you will be responsible for the global coal disaster in the future and for over 100 million deaths. Rong shouted. Wei Guang paused, but the others could tell he was still going to expose the matter. Since my innate talent is the key to crossing the Avalanche River, you could just take me along. I don't understand why you want to kill me for it, said Ningxue. Which? The corners of Lady Carolina's lips twitched when she heard the word. Ningxue was also a little surprised at herself for throwing that word out loud. She thought for a while and realized that Mo Fan's influence had rubbed off on her. Being mean was contagious. Lady Carolina was indeed no different from a witch. She wanted to kill Ningxue and plant her innate talent on herself. Such evil magic was no different from the cursed beast of the Black Vatican. You don't need to know about everything, Lady Carolina said indifferently. Since you need my innate talent to serve the whole world, don't I at least have the right to know why you intend to kill me, said Ningxue. Ningxue, if the holy rulers have such an ability, we won't even hesitate for a second. Sacrifice is an honor. Your selfishness and cowardice lead you to question and despise the Alliance. Your country is also facing a coal disaster, and thousands of people die every day because of it. Don't you feel sorry for them? Yvette said to Ningxue. Well said, Yvette. Sacrifice is an honor. Lady Carolina nodded at the female holy ruler with a smile. Then, she looked at Ningxue disdainfully. My talent needs to be combined with your talent to help the Alliance cross the Avalanche River. Ningxue smirked. If that's the case, grafting your innate talent into me can also help the Alliance cross the Avalanche River. After all, sacrifice is an honor according to your faith, said Ningxue. This is ridiculous. Lady Carolina was enraged, and her voice became high-pitched. No matter how fiercely Rong, Ningxue, and Wei Guang had quarreled till then, Lady Carolina only looked at them apathetically. Lady Carolina could not control her emotions at all. Chapter 29:19. Coercive means. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Wei Guang had seen the true colors of these two people. He walked to the outside of the ice cave, but Rong suddenly appeared in front of him with a darkened face. Rong put his hand on Wei Guang's shoulder. His eyes showed hostility and anger. If you insist on doing it, don't blame me for the consequences. Although I might not seem very uptight and righteous, I am still a man of principles, said Wei Guang. Principles don't get you results, boy. I'm not a man of principles. I only care about effective results, said Rong with a murderous gaze. The ice cave began to tremble, and the stalactite smashed into the ground. Rong's beard waved, and his eyes turned sharp. He used magic to easily bury the exit of the ice cave. Those incomparably thick, hard-as-steel ice rocks piled up in front of Wei Guang, completely cutting off the place from the outside. What are you trying to do? Are you going to kill us so that no one knows the truth? Wei Guang looked at the blocked entrance in disbelief. The extreme south castle was only a few dozen kilometers away from here. The members of the 5 Continents Magic Association Alliance and the Holy City were inside the castle. They represented the most sacred and authoritative people in the world, and Mu Rong, one of them, dared to commit murder here. At first, Wei Guang thought that Mu Rong was just using coercive means to threaten him. However, he soon saw the brutality and ferocity in Mu Rong's eyes. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goal even if it meant killing his companions. Mu Rong had gone crazy. Mu Ningxue is right. I'm already half a prisoner in the alliance. If the extreme South Emperor doesn't die, I must bear the blame. I will be ridiculed by my peers and be abandoned by everyone. I thought you could help me escape this situation, but I didn't expect you to be so stupid. I'll give you one last chance. If you still don't make the right decision, you can stay here forever as a frozen specimen. Mu Rong's aura got stronger. He was like a magical beast that had been frozen for thousands of years. He had accumulated a lot of resentment and was about to vent it. Wei Guang realized that Mu Rong was going to fight to the death. He would not hesitate to kill him even though he was a member of the China Forbidden Curse Association. He glanced at Mu Ningxue and lowered his voice. Run! Mu Ningxue ran in the other direction of the ice cave, but the holy ruler, Yvette, blocked her path. Yvette smiled like a creep. You don't seem to know your status. How can you compare yourself to Lady Carolina with your identity and say such bold things? Lady Carolina is the bright moon in the sky, and you're just a stinking firefly. Yvette used her magic, and layers of flaming sun ripples appeared on her body. They were like golden shackles and chains that trapped Mu Ningxue in every direction. Mu Ningxue was prepared. In fact, from the moment she stepped into the ice cave, she had felt as though she was walking into a beast's lair. She knew they would attack if she refused whatever they wanted to do to her. The wind wings appeared on her back. The white wind feathers formed a small storm that swept away the flaming sun ripples and gave Mu Ningxue time and speed. Then, a slender white shadow passed over her. Mu Ningxue rolled Yvette up like a tornado. Yvette spun in the air and smashed to the ground. Now, she was angry. She held a holy judgment spear and threw it toward Mu Ningxue with force. When the holy judgment reached Mu Ningxue, it suddenly turned into a cage spear, trapping her inside like a bird cage. Yvette smiled. Her smile froze on her face when she realized that her cage hadn't trapped Mu Ningxue but just her afterimage composed of white wing feathers. The real Mu Ningxue had long been outside the cage and was getting farther. Yvette was stunned. She never thought that her magic would not work on Mu Ningxue. You can't escape from here. Lady Carolina shouted. She raised her hands as if she was holding something. A turbid halo appeared between her hands. It turned out she was holding a turbid crystal ball. She turned the turbid crystal ball formed by the halo upside down, and the space suddenly began to twist strangely. It was like water was being churned in the well, except the space around them churned in this instant. The process was short. Something rang in Yvette's head. When she came back to her senses, she found herself standing at the entrance of the cave blocked by the ice rocks. Mu Ningxue, who had fled in the direction of another entrance, also seemed to have been transformed by space. She returned to where she had stood before and faced Mu Rong and Lady Carolina. Chaos order. Mu Ningxue was solemn. Lady Carolina's strength was higher than that of Mu Rong. Her wind element gave her an advantage in speed, but it was nothing compared with Lady Carolina's chaos element. Lady Carolina could change her direction and pull her to whichever spot she wanted. She could not leave. Go. Don't disappoint me this time, Lady Carolina said to Yvette. She was arrogant and ordered people around while not doing any of it herself. Yvette nodded and approached Mu Ningxue again. Mu Ningxue did not plan to escape anymore. She twisted her wrist. An ice sword suddenly appeared in the air and attacked Yvette. An ice moon arc accompanied the attack. Yvette summoned a heavy golden wall to resist the power of Mu Ningxue's sword. However, Mu Ningxue was very handy with her magic. She crushed the sword and turned it into countless ice blades. The ice blades that covered the entire cave were like stars sinking into the sea in midsummer. They were beautiful and filled with killing intent. Yvette was horrified. She had to use magic armor to protect herself from severe injuries. Mu Ningxue's ice blades injured her. She could not dodge or defend against the attack, let alone take down Mu Ningxue. She could not even ensure her own safety against Mu Ningxue's fierce ice magic. Mu Ningxue's ice magic was endless, and Yvette could not fight against her at all. Yvette felt humiliated. How could I be so vulnerable against Mu Ningxue? Chapter 29-20. Elemental Plunder. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Back off. Lady Carolina closed her eyes and intended to rest until everything was done. But she was disappointed to see Mu Ningxue defeat Yvette so easily. She looked at Yvette. She understood that the higher-ups in Holy City had some needs due to which they kept whichever mage they preferred no matter how they lacked in strength. Yvette knew what Lady Carolina was thinking. She was enraged. Her current position as a holy ruler wasn't because of some dirty and cheap reason. She had earned this place with her strength. But she found Mu Ningxue and her use of magic very weird. Lady Caroline was an ice element mage, and her cultivation had reached the level of a forbidden mage. She walked toward Mu Ningxue fearlessly. It was as if she was a noble woman condemning a female slave to death. Use all your strength. When you try your best and still can't hurt me, you will understand why you are unworthy of living in this world and why your talent must be grafted into me. Lady Carolina said with contempt. What Mu Ningxue said before had already angered her. Mu Rong had isolated the ice cave, and the alliance's meeting to take down the extreme South Emperor would not end in a short time. She could slowly play with Mu Ningxue till it was time. Lady Carolina could see that Mu Ningxue was proud and stubborn. However, such a wild girl needed to be taught a lesson. Otherwise, she would not know who she messed with. She not only wanted to take away Mu Ningxue's innate talent but also her dignity. Elemental Plunder. Mu Ningxue suddenly closed her eyes, and her long white silver holy hair fluttered without wind. She fully exposed her flawless face, which was as beautiful as a work of art. She raised her head slightly and opened her eyes slowly. Suddenly, the temperature of the ice cave dropped sharply. The ice element elves all over the ice cave and the glacier in the extreme southland seemed to have heard the Queen's call and were gathering here. It got colder, and the air began to condense. Mu Ningxue was using her power too. Absolute Forbidden Realm. Lady Carolina maintained a playful expression. If this is a duel between super-level mags, the power of Mu Ningxue's Absolute Forbidden Realm could make her invincible in battle. After all, it was a power that only Ice Element Heaven Sea possessed. When it combined with the awakened Ice Element supernatural power, she could easily defeat a super-level mage like Yvette. Unfortunately, Lady Carolina was not a super-level mage. She was a forbidden mage, an orthodox forbidden mage who could independently complete forbidden magic. How could Mu Ningxue, who was only at the peak of her super level, fight with one of the strongest forbidden mage in the world like her? If Mu Ningxue had obeyed, she might have given her a chance to live. Or she could have immortalized Mu Ningxue's name for her sacrifice. Since she was rude, arrogant, and overconfident, she wanted to destroy Mu Ningxue. Elemental Plunder. Lady Carolina was very familiar with this magic. It could gather ice elements within hundreds of kilometers and enhance one's domain, control, and magical power. However, snatching control of the ice element in front of an ice element mage was ridiculous. Once she made a gesture, those ice elements that surrounded Mu Ningxue like soldiers would instantly become her elemental slaves. Boom! There was a loud bang. The purple holy flame turned into a brave lion and knocked the Ice Emperor Mu Rong into the air. The Ice Emperor Mu Rong looked embarrassed. He stood and staggered. He turned to Lady Caroline with a sad face. Lady Carolina, why did you plunder all the ice elements? My current cultivation is not as good as before, so I can't use some advanced ice magic under your deterrence. Wei Guang looked a little weak. He was confused. He had not recovered from the ice invasion. He should not have been able to compete with an old and experienced mage like Mu Rong. His ice elemental magic was far stronger compared to Wei Guang's fire element in this place. However, he had injured Mu Rong. Mu Rong's strength seemed to have been drained away by something, and he suddenly became weak like an old man. In the beginning, Lady Carolina looked with disgust at the Ice Emperor, Mu Rong, assuming that he could not even handle a weak forbidden mage. However, she soon realized that something was wrong. "I haven't plundered the elements yet." Lady Carolina frowned. Mu Ningxue was the one who had plundered the elements. She turned all the ice elements into her soldiers and created a majestic ice element empire. However, Mu Rong was an ice element forbidden mage. How could he lose to Mu Ningxue in a fight involving ice element? "I can't control any ice elements," said the Ice Emperor, Mu Rong. Lady Carolina's eyes widened. She spread her hands out and clenched them slowly, trying to plunder all the ice elements around her. To forbidden mags, the elements were not soldiers but slaves. And slaves must obey them at all costs. However, no matter how she pulled the ice elements into her hands or ordered them, it would not work at all. All the ice elements gathered toward Mu Ningxue. Mu Ningxue had not even started casting any magic. Those ice elements formed a shocking ice element storm that spread in a radius of 1 or 2 kilometers with Mu Ningxue as the center. Elements were microparticles. In the absence of the Mage astrological sign, they were harmless and non-threatening. However, Mu Ningxue was gathering the elements. This could turn into a massive disaster. What is going on? Lady Carolina was also shocked. Did the ice elements only listen to Mu Ningxue? Elements were shared. The forbidden mags could plunder a certain element and force the mags below them to suppress the ability of that element. It would be difficult for mags to cast magic, and their power would also be greatly reduced. But even if everyone was a forbidden mage, the elements were still shared. The exclusive use of elements only existed between the forbidden mags and low-level mags. Therefore, this phenomenon was impossible. First, Mu Ningxue was not a forbidden mage at all. Secondly, even if she were a forbidden mage, Lady Carolina and Mu Rong were ice element forbidden mags with a higher level of cultivation. It was impossible for them not to be able to obtain even one ice element. If they had no ice element, they could not even use ice magic at a basic level. How could an ice element forbidden mage not be able to use ice magic? Chapter 29-21 Mu Ningxue, God's Gift. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Forbidden God's Gift. Lady Carolina suddenly realized. Mu Ningxue's exclusive use of the element was not the absolute forbidden realm but the God's Gift that only forbidden mags possessed. On top of that, God's Gift was so domineering that she plundered all the ice elements within hundreds of kilometers around her. Under the shroud of her God's Gift, no one could cast any ice magic, including ice element forbidden mags. However, Lady Carolina found it unbelievable. How could such invincible God's Gift be possessed by someone who wasn't even a forbidden mage? The Ice Emperor, Mu Rong, was also shocked. He watched Mu Ningxue control all the ice elements. For a moment, he felt that Mu Ningxue was the real ice god. Although he was an ice element forbidden mage, he never expected to be deprived so severely as to be weaker than the weakest basic level mage. It's really God's gift. It's impossible. Mu Rong stared at the element surrounding Mu Ningxue with a look of horror. Although some half-forbidden mags could possess the forbidden God's Gift in advance, he wondered how such a thing happened to Mu Ningxue. God's Gift? The gift of God could make her as close to a god of the element as a mortal could be. He was suddenly angry and jealous. Mu Ningxue had gotten rid of all his ice element magic. Mu Rong was only excellent in the ice element, and his levels in other magic were not much better than Yvette's. Lady Carolina. Mu Rong's voice was low. Lady Carolina's face kept changing, and a poisonous light flashed in her eyes. Lady Carolina was a forbidden mage. Her God's Gift was only mid-level among all forbidden mags, which was far from Michael and several other archangels. If she also possessed a forbidden God's Gift like Mu Ningxue when she became a forbidden mage, she would have been able to join the Holy City Palace. Is it possible to graft God's Gift? Lady Carolina suddenly asked. It's not possible, Rong replied with certainty. HMPH, then there is no need for such God's gift to exist in this world. A woman with such low-level cultivation like her will be a disaster like Qin if she has such God's gift. Carolina's face was cold and emotionless. But I can't use any ice magic now, said Rong. Although Rong had reached the peak of super level in other elements, he had no resistance to Ningxue, who had a powerful elemental storm. So, what if she has plundered the ice elements? Lady Carolina walked toward Ningxue. A layer of turbid elements shrouded her, making her slender and tall body look like a female devil who came out of the abyss. Every time she got closer, she became even more terrifying. Lady Carolina, you can't treat an independent Chinese mage like this. Wei Guang walked toward the terrifying Lady Carolina with a firm look in his eyes. On the ice wheel flying boat, Wei Guan had seen the extent to which Ningxue had a control over the ice element. However, he had not linked it to the forbidden god's gift. He only thought Ningxue had a special talent, and her attainments in ice elements were far beyond everyone. But when Wei Guang witnessed Ningxue suppressing the 2 ice element forbidden mags with her god's gift, he realized he had committed a big sin. With Ningxue's current achievements in the ice elements, she would be a dazzling star among the world's experts in the future. She was already a half-ice element forbidden mage. The most incredible thing was that she obtained the god's gift that only orthodox forbidden mags possess despite being a half-forbidden mage. Besides, it was the unparalleled godlike ice element god's gift. With such talent, strength, and incredible god's gift, she could trample Lady Carolina and Rong in the future. Wei Guang realized how stupid he had been. He pushed an ice god from China into the mouth of these tigers who wanted to devour her. Ningxue was right. The sacrifice should be Lady Carolina's if it was that necessary to graft innate talent. Wei Guang knew very well that Lady Carolina would not let Ningxue live after seeing her god's gift. Lady Carolina had eyes only for Ningxue at that moment. She didn't even look at Wei Guang. It was as though he was a piece of trash in front of her. She raised her hand, and Wei Guang floated uncontrollably like a fluttering paper figurine. Who do you think you are? You are just a dog that licks the owner's toes. If you can't learn how to please the owner, you will end up in a slaughterhouse. Lady Carolina was very cold-hearted. She turned to look at Wei Guang finally. Because of the ice invasion, Wei Guang's strength was drained. He hadn't recuperated much. Even if he was on full strength, a fairly new and recent forbidden mage like him could not fight someone like Lady Carolina. Lady Carolina's nails were long. Her nails slowly moved downward in the air. Ah! Wei Guang suddenly screamed. His chest bled, and 5 claw marks appeared under his neck to his abdomen, almost tearing him apart. Turbid air came out of Wei Guang's wound. Another force was torturing him from inside his body. His scream was shrill and horrifying. Lady Carolina slowly turned her other hand. At the same time, Wei Guang hung upside down. Yvette could not help but tremble at the scene. Lady Carolina was too terrifying. She had completely lost the aristocratic elegance and calm temperament. That forceful, cold-blooded, and cruel aura made people shudder. You are overconfident. Lady Carolina walked forward without giving Wei Guang another look. He was bleeding profusely. She stepped into Ningxue's ice elemental storm field and looked at the elemental elves who did not obey her orders at all. She almost went mad with envy. Chapter 29-22. A complete ice crystal bow. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ice element. The ice element that Lady Carolina was proud of. Since the first awakening of the ice element, Lady Carolina had been painstakingly managing her ice element empire. Now that she had become a forbidden mage and queen, the ice country had betrayed her. It now obeyed a nameless woman who came out of nowhere. Do you think you can compete with me by plundering all the ice elements? You are just a mage who can't even cast an ice element forbidden magic. You have all the ice elements in the world, but so what? Lady Carolina smirked. Mu Ningxue did not respond. She stood in the white storm formed by the elements. I'm a forbidden mage of 2 elements. What are you? The world is big. You're a speck of dust, but I'm a towering mountain. The forbidden god's gift has given you the courage to disobey me, but it can't give you the strength to fight against me, Lady Carolina said in a sharp voice. She attacked. The power of chaos that shrouded her had turned into countless sharp blades that could cross space and time. These blades slashed toward Mu Ningxue's neck, abdomen, hands, and knee joints. They could not see the trajectory of this chaos blade at all. They had the terrifying ability to cut space, and no magic tool or defensive enchantment could stop them. Mu Ningxue was aware of Lady Carolina's terrifying strength, and Wei Guang could not even fight back with her. However, Wei Guang bought some time for her. Mu Ningxue had a divine item, but it needed to be summoned. If Lady Carolina's attention was focused wholly on Mu Ningxue, she wouldn't be able to summon it. Lady Carolina's strange chaos element magic would subdue her. Mu Ningxue stood in the white chaos storm. A stream of clean ice dust coiled like a graceful ice dragon and flew around Mu Ningxue. It flew to her arms and turned into a beautiful longbow. The longbow was composed of ice dust. It was crystal clear like a perfect star diamond. Mu Ningxue took the ice crystal bow. Her index finger and thumb pinched the air. The endless storm of white elements immediately began to gather and shrink. It looked like a 1,000-year-old icy snow-white snake was dancing wildly. The power stirred the space, and the chaotic blades hidden in the air scattered. The white elemental storm did not stop. They quickly gathered around Mu Ningxue's fingers and turned into an arrow composed of holy ice elements. This arrow had gathered all the ice elementals within hundreds of kilometers. It looked slender and long, but the power it contained was as strong as those 10,000-year-old glacier. Mu Ningxue knew very well how strong the enemy was, so she dared not hesitate. The arrow was wholly formed. All Mu Ningxue had to do was draw the bowstring. Compared with the ice crystal bow she had summoned before, this complete ice crystal bow was heavier. The bowstring was tighter and required greater control. Fortunately, Mu Ningxue had learned to reverse the star suns, and this change greatly enhanced her mental state. Mu Ningxue pursed her thin lips, and her beautiful eyes narrowed. She was determined. She stretched her arms and held her breath. She slightly drew the bowstring, but it was not enough to make the arrow shoot toward the powerful Lady Carolina. Mu Ningxue felt a searing pain all over her body. At the same time, she felt dizzy, as if a powerful force had hit her. She knew this was the backlash caused by her weak body forcibly drawing the complete ice crystal bow. It was the first time she had used a complete ice crystal bow, but she had to do it. Swoosh! The bowstring vibrated lightly, but it caused a violent surge and tremor, which spread from where Mu Ningxue was to a distance before her. Swoosh! The second draw caused a surge and tremor again, but the power was 10 times that of the previous one. It was so strong that countless cracks appeared in the 1,000-year-old ice cave. Swoosh! Mu Ningxue drew the bowstring for the third time completely. The resulting surge and tremor increased, and the ice cave smashed. The ice rock glacier of more than 10 kilometers collapsed as if thousands of beasts had trampled it. It was terrifying. Swoosh! Mu Ningxue drew the bowstring to the end for the 4th time. The surge and tremor that was generated affected the entire glacial continent. The endless glacial mountains turned into dust. The hundreds of meters thick ice split open. It almost seemed that the clear and cold sky itself had collapsed. The world outside the extreme south castle seemed to have fallen into a black hole and was annihilated. Lady Carolina was shocked by what she saw. She was horrified. How could a person who had not become a forbidden mage be able to control this kind of power that could destroy the sky and the earth? What kind of evil weapon was the magic bow she was holding? The chaos element aura surrounding Lady Carolina was shaken by this terrifying force. The frightening thing was that Mu Ningxue had not shot the arrow yet. And still the aura from the ice crystal bow had caused all this. Lady Carolina knew that the arrow which pointed at her wasn't an ordinary arrow. She felt as though she was standing at the edge of the world, on the brink of collapse. The endless dark death aura surrounded her. This feeling gave her goosebumps. What kind of power is this, she wondered. Why could it make a double elements forbidden mage like her, who stood at the top of the world, feel such horror? Buzz? Ningxue let go of the string and shot the arrow. The glacier and the earth trembled. Lady Carolina saw the collapsed world attacking her at high speed. She began to run away desperately, but the horizon fell faster than her escape. She felt a chill on her back. Doomsday was chasing her, and all her terror came from that arrow, from that ice crystal bow in Ningxue's hand. Lady Carolina fell. She was powerless, so she fell and suffered severe injuries. Rong also did not escape the terrible destruction caused by this arrow. He could not even use the power of the ice element forbidden mage and was buried in the cracks of the abyss by the ice rocks that rolled down from the mountains and ice cave. Lady Carolina was indeed a chaos element forbidden mage. She seemed to have set up a chaos element force field around her in advance. The order changed by this chaos element force field was no longer gravity, direction, or space, but time. Time reversal. In the space where Lady Carolina was, the shattered glacier, the cracked earth, and her bruised body all seemed to reverse like a scene in a movie. The glacier reintegrated into a complete block. The cracks in the earth repaired themselves. The wounds on Lady Carolina's body healed quickly without a trace. Chapter 29-23. Heaven Bow and Earth String. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Carolina was solemn as the time reversal hadn't restored her body as before. Her mental state was even worse. She felt miserable. She stood on those boiling glacier. She felt like she might fall into a deep valley any time. She stared at Ningxue. She could see that Ningxue had some wounds in her fair skin. Some blood oozed out of her fair arm. Ha ha! You have to pay the painful price for using a power that does not belong to you. Do you want to die together with me? I order time. Finally, the magic weapon will turn you into bones while I'm safe and sound. Lady Carolina's voice was not as strong as before, but she still did not want to show the slightest humility. Ningxue drew the ice crystal bow again, but this time, it was not toward Lady Carolina but the dark blue sky. She bent her body to the extreme and drew the bow entirely to the back. She let go of the string, and the empty bowstring was filled with powerful rebound. It produced a majestic air string on this glacial land. This air string spread on the land as if the entire sky was the bow while the earth was the string. The scene was shocking. Lady Carolina still tried to look arrogant. When she realized that the power of the heaven bow and earth string would make the glacial world collapse, she gritted her teeth and changed the order of time again. The ability of Lady Carolina could not control time completely. The power of time order only allowed her to set up a limited area before any time change happened. She could only lock a space as large as a football stadium. If the objects inside the limited area suffered severe damage in a short period, she could immediately activate the time order. Everything within that area would return to the state it was before she locked the area. Lady Carolina did not expect Ningxue to take another action so quickly. She did not even have a chance to lock another area. The bones of her body seemed to have been beaten hundreds of times by a sturdy iron rod. When the majestic earth string erupted, Lady Carolina could only use her magic equipment to withhold it. The chaos whirlpool could absorb energy to offset the destructive force, but Ningxue's power was actual substance. Therefore, the chaos whirlpool did not affect this power. Lady Carolina had 3 layers of protection, magic equipment, guardianship, and life blessings. However, her bones were still falling apart. If she could use ice element magic, she could set up an ice castle since she was a forbidden mage. However, she could not even get an ice element when competing with such a weapon. Lady Carolina had a slender body. After all her bones were broken, her body fell like a piece of paper in the ice cracks. Her eyes were full of anger, but her body could no longer fight back. Ningxue walked down the ice ladder of the crack. She did not plan to let a person who wanted to kill her survive, regardless of her identity and status in the world. However, Lady Carolina let out weird, high-pitched laughter when Mu Ningxue approached her. "You sure are courageous. I can see the killing intent in your eyes, and I also believe you won't hesitate to kill me. However, you can't do it. I may suffer severe injuries. I may be suppressed by the evil magic bow, but I won't die here. Enjoy the last moments you have. The people from the Alliance will arrive soon. By that time, you will share the same fate." Lady Carolina lay on the crushed ice. There was no fear in her eyes, only madness. The cause of her madness wasn't because she was in danger. She was a proud person and always regarded Mu Ningxue as insignificant. However, she had lost. As a double-elements forbidden mage, she stood at the top of the world and controlled the destiny of the magic of the 5 continents. However, she lost to a small mage like Mu Ningxue. Lady Carolina had to admit that Mu Ningxue's ice crystal bow was the strongest weapon she had ever seen in her life. It could even help a half-forbidden mage defeat a forbidden mage. Lady Carolina was also a bit frustrated because she could not use ice element magic. She mainly cultivated the ice element and the chaos element. If Mu Ningxue's God's gift did not suppress her ice element magic, she could still defeat Mu Ningxue even if she had the ice crystal bow. She was amazing. Without the recruitment, the Alliance would not have known that China had such an ice element mage. She had an unparalleled talent for ice and snow and had a magic bow that could destroy the world. At this age, she was already a half-ice element forbidden mage. If she became a forbidden mage in a few years, only a few people in the Alliance could stand against her. Mu Ningxue walked to Lady Carolina. She controlled the ice spear and stabbed Lady Carolina's neck. A transparent shell appeared on Lady Carolina's body. This shell did not have the slightest luster, but it was exceptionally strong. The powerful ice spear shattered when it stabbed the shell. Mu Ningxue drew her bow and shot an arrow at Lady Carolina's forehead at close range. The airwave surged. A giant ripple appeared on the ground and plowed the glacier like a field. Mu Ningxue and Lady Carolina were in an empty area. Even the deep glacier that had been frozen for hundreds of years had been scraped away. There were only ancient ice rocks around. It looked desolate. The colorless shell of life remained on Lady Carolina's body. It had no cracks and was intact. Mu Ningxue's arrow at close range was devastating. It was not too different from the previous 2 arrows, but it still could not kill Lady Carolina. Lady Carolina was in a miserable state. Her luxurious green clothes had already turned red, and her hair was messy like an old woman's. However, she still used arrogance to defend her dignity. "Don't waste your energy. This is the shell of the holy dragon, and it is used to guard its descendants. No energy in this world can tear it apart. You can't kill me, and you're going to die soon. Do you know what charges you will face after attacking an elder of the Alliance? Do you know the consequences of murdering an emissary of the Holy City? The moment you received the recruitment, you were destined to die. No matter how hard you try, it will just be a futile effort of someone on death row." Lady Carolina chuckled. Chapter 29-24. Practice cultivation right here. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lady Carolina was a scourge. Mu Ningxue did not intend to spare her. However, Mu Ningxue had not found a way to break Lady Carolina's shell of life yet. Mu Ningxue turned around and looked at the extreme south castle. Several figures charged at them at breakneck speed. The power unleashed from the arrows were so great that one could sense its powerful force even from dozens of kilometers away. Even though the Alliance was in the middle of a closed-door meeting, they would send someone to check on the situation. Mu Ningxue noticed those people were dressed in Holy Judgment Court battle suits. It was clear that they came from the Holy City. If Mu Ningxue stayed around, she would only get into greater trouble. She glanced at Lady Carolina. Lady Carolina looked smug. Her grin was hideous because of the pain she felt. Her smile looked twisted and sickly. Lady Carolina did not expect for things to end up this way. The shell of life that came from the holy dragon was precious. She only had one chance to use it. Regardless, the outcome would still be the same. The Alliance would take Ningxue down. The Holy City would bring justice. Lady Carolina would naturally be the one to decide the outcome of that justice. Ningxue did not waste any more time on Lady Carolina. She turned around and walked toward the grayish and green glacial world. The earth was covered in white. Ningxue's silhouette gradually faded. One of the experts from the Holy City tried to catch up with her. The expert must have heard Lady Carolina's cry for help and assumed Ningxue was the perpetrator. Ningxue was not as fast. She wielded the ice crystal bow and forced back the expert from the Holy City with some arrows before quickly hiding inside a million-year-old glacier vein. A fierce storm raged, and the falling snow attacked her skin like razor blades. Ningxue stepped into a raging world that resembled something straight out of the barbaric era. The place was covered in snow-capped mountains. The fading sunlight looked as if it could not penetrate the area. Ningxue found an ice cliff and rested there. The brutal cold could not harm her. But still, she felt very cold. No matter what, she would not go to the warm areas. She resolved that she would not leave her fate in the hands of the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Even if she told the truth and had Wei Guang as her witness, she would not simply hand herself over to the Holy City and the Alliance for their disposal. All she could do was flee. There were many experts within the Alliance. If she went somewhere warm, they would certainly find a way to bring her back in chains. By then, she would have no control over what would happen to her. She decided to go deeper into the extreme Southland to keep herself protected using the harsh environment to her advantage. If the experts from the Alliance were too far away from the ice castle, they would be affected by the environment. Hence, Ningxue was safe in the depths of the extreme South Forbidden Land. She laid on the ice and took a nap. Ningxue had to recuperate. Even though she no longer fainted after using the ice crystal bow, it left her physically and mentally exhausted. Fortunately, she did not encounter any powerful extreme south demons along the way. She cleaned her face with the snow. Ningxue stood on the ice cliff and stared at the ancient, icy cold, and deserted glacier. She could not help but think of the person who had been forced to Quanshan Mountain. The person had to live alone in the ice mountain veins. Ningxue was just like her. She had been banished to this place. What was wrong with this world? It rejected everyone and everything. When Ningxue saw how Qin Yue was tied up on a stake in the middle of the Holy City, she felt angry for her and thought it was unfair to treat someone this way. At that moment, Ningxue finally realized that no one was spared if dictatorship and abuse of power existed in this world. They could either give in and join them, or they could fight back. If they fought back, they would be regarded as a heretic and be completely wiped out. I'll just practice my cultivation here for a while. Ningxue's eyes had not turned entirely black. She was aware of all this. Otherwise, she would not have trained to grow stronger without caring much about others. Becoming strong and powerful was the only way to break herself free from the dictators in the Holy City. Perhaps she could rise to power if she was strong enough. Of course, all this was possible only if she could survive. Meanwhile, Lady Carolina laid motionlessly on a cold, stone bed like a leather puppet inside the extreme south castle. You'll need to take some time to recover. Lady Carolina, is Ningxue truly so powerful that she could injure you this severely? Michael stood beside her bed, looking confused. She wields an evil bow. How pathetic! Under the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance's governance over the years, we never put up with heresy, Black Vatican, forbidden spells, and evil things. Little did we know that Ningxue had long dabbled in evil and had passed the point of no return. Regarding the origin of the evil bow, feel free to ask Rong about it. Lady Carolina gnashed her teeth. I've already asked about it. The ice crystal bow requires a person with special ice element innate talent for sustenance. An individual alone is hard to fulfill the ice crystal bow's requirement. It requires many ice bow human sacrifices. If one were to collect all the ice crystal fragments, one would have to rob the cultivation of the holders. Obviously, the Magic Association absolutely forbids such a spell. Any spell that uses life, soul, or cultivation as sacrifice is evil, indeed. The Holy City and the Magic Association will not allow the existence of such an evil spell in this world, said Archangel Michael with great conviction. It's good that you understand. I've suffered a lot to dig out such a dangerous person for the Holy City. Archangel, I hope you can apprehend her as soon as possible. Lady Carolina said solemnly. The elders told me that she escaped into reckless ice land. What matters most now is to take down the extreme South Emperor. At the very least, we must stop it from its transformation. The place where Ningxue hid herself is a forbidden land where even a forbidden mage cannot survive. We don't have to spend so much time on her, said Michael. But without her innate talent, how do we cross the Avalanche River? Asked Lady Carolina. Lady Carolina, we sent out the recruitment order and brought you the person. It's you who messed things up, said Michael harshly. I understand. Lady Carolina dared not speak more. Pay half of your soul as the price. Without a substitute, you must bear your own consequences. We must cross the Avalanche River. Don't worry. I'll help to fulfill the order of the plan to take down the extreme South Emperor, said Lady Carolina. Take a good rest. We'll depart in 3 days after the snowstorm is over, said Michael. Lady Carolina's face turned gloomy as she watched Michael leave. No matter what, she would not spare Ningxue. Chapter 29-25. She is Banished. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The 4 seasons did not appear in order. Only the ever-changing date on the calendar signaled the passing of time. There was some greenery inside and outside of Ding City, all thanks to the plant element magic students from the Magic Association in Ding City. The icy cold, rocky city became livelier. Even though it was not as prosperous as the Magic City, the citizens gradually got used to it. They found joy in the middle of despair. They were like sprouts. Even though they might be carried away by the breeze at any time, they endeavored to survive. The weather slowly turned warm. The sprouts grew faster. Leaves on the trees were sparse. The citizens paid special attention to them, as if they expected they could enjoy peace and tranquility only after it grew into a towering tree. The main city and plains of Ding City were in the middle of expansion. Originally, most of the citizens had to live inside a simple shed. After the city was expanded, they were given warm and cozy houses. Their standard of living had significantly improved. The key to Ding City's development was that it was never short of stones. The city had sufficient architects and labor workers. The city would become prosperous in a short period of time. Ding City was in development for quite some time. The city grew at a rapid pace. Since many citizens from the Magic City moved to Ding City, the city changed swiftly with new sites appearing every month. So, it looks like we're not as terrible as we thought, right? Since the world's experts returned from the extreme south, the weather has turned warmer day after day. I suppose we can go back to the old days soon, said Zhu Donghao. He smoked a cigarette while chatting with several mags from Ding City. Judging from the layers of clothes they wore, one could see that the weather had indeed become warmer. I don't mind staying here, but I miss the Magic City's prosperity and comfort, said one of the mags in a patrol uniform. Of course. The Magic City is a haven for food with a myriad of delicacies. I can't even find a steamboat restaurant in this city when my hunger pangs hit in the middle of the night. I heard that the Magic City's fortress plan is effective. They have cleared out an area that is like that of Jingen. They don't have to continue hiding in the underground fortress anymore. That's right. The news reported that the Magic City issued several official announcements to allow advanced-level citizens to move into the Magic City fortress. My elder brother is a mercenary mage. He and his team members killed a snow shark and harvested several snow shark cubs. The snow shark cubs will grow up to be commander-level creatures. The creatures can make them rich overnight, said the mage in patrol uniform. Ocean demon cubs are valuable. It's a high-risk, high-return job. The current Magic City is like a massive treasure trove city filled with powerful ocean demons. Aside from the generous rewards given by the country and the Magic Association for killing the ocean demons, we can gain many treasures from the exploration. After all, the Magic City is the ocean demons' gathering place. There are many ruler-level ocean demons and several emperor-level ocean demons. Speaking of the emperor-level ocean demons, my superior found a large scale by the Huangpu River. Do you know what it belonged to? Everyone turned to the mage in the patrol uniform. They paid special attention when the mage talked about matters related to the emperor-level ocean demons. It belonged to the land dragon demon's horn scale. My superior secretly kept it for himself and sold it to a wealthy man. The wealthy man has a way to sell it internationally. According to him, many foreigners fight for it and offer a price that is multiple folds of the market price. I heard that the black totem snake was the one that severely wounded the land demon dragon, right? Asked Zhu Donghao. Right. The land demon dragon almost died. I wish I could go into the Magic City and collect the carcasses. I am not greedy enough to risk my life for emperor-level creatures' remains. Ruler levels would be enough for me. Stop it. I'm also tempted to do it. How about we seek our superior's approval to go to the Magic City? Are you crazy? Why do you want to fight for your life in the Magic City when you have a secured job in Ding City? They chatted happily after the meal. A man in patrol uniform brought along a woman. Mr. Zhu, she wants to talk to you about something. The patrol mage led the woman to Zhu Donghao. Zhu Donghao was puzzled. He looked at her. The woman looked haggard, as if she had been through a serious illness and was in the middle of recovery. She gestured for Zhu Donghao to follow her to a corner. Zhu Donghao obliged, despite his friend's warning look. He wondered what her intention was. Do you happen to know Mo Fan? Asked the woman. Of course, I do. He's a hero in the country. Why do you look for him? Zhu Donghao noticed he had run his mouth off without thinking, so he quickly changed the tone of his speech to appear solemn. Someone asked me to convey a message to him. Can you take me to him? Asked the woman. You can tell me. I will inform him. He is under cultivation. I believe he has reached a critical moment in his cultivation. If there's nothing urgent, I think it's best to not interrupt him, said Zhu Donghao. If that's the case, I'll talk to him again after he finishes his cultivation, said the woman. Is the matter very important? Zhu Donghao noticed the woman's condition, so he could not stop himself from asking. Yes, it's something very important. But there's no hurry. After all, it can't be rushed, said the woman. Zhu Donghao was curious. He did not know what she was trying to express. In fact, society was aware of the people who commanded the totem beasts. People tried to get close to Mo Fan and his group through different means. Zhu Donghao acted as a gatekeeper to ensure Mo Fan could focus on his cultivation. I plan to stay somewhere nearby. Is there any hotel that offers a quiet environment? Asked the woman. There is one behind the street. Miss, I'm very curious. Who are you? Why are you looking for Mo Fan? He asked Zhu Donghao in confusion. Yang Lan hesitated for a moment. Still, she chose not to reveal her name. This was something big. The Alliance and the people from the Holy City could use their positions and rights to monitor China. So, it was best to get fewer people involved in the matter. Never mind. Could you please inform me after Mo Fan finishes his cultivation? I can wait, said Yang Lan to Zhu Donghao. Of course. Zhu Donghao was still at a loss. Yang Lan stayed in Ding City. She followed Mu Ningxue's instructions and did not immediately inform Mo Fan about the extreme south issue. Yang Lan understood Mu Ningxue's intention. The enemy they confronted was not the common mags but the Holy City and the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. Mo Fan needed time to strengthen himself. Likewise, Mu Ningxue also needed time. The extreme Southland was a forbidden land. Few people could survive the barbaric ice world. However, it was the perfect refuge for Mu Ningxue. I won't leave the extreme south forbidden land until I break through the forbidden curse. Yang Lan recalled the determination in Mu Ningxue's eyes when she had said those words to her. Yang Lan was very impressed with her and respected her greatly. Mu Ningxue was all alone at the end of the world. She had been banished and awaiting rebirth. Chapter 29-26. The White Ocean Demon Group. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The courtyard was planted with laurels, and the fragrance filled the air. It had been a long time since Dao Jing smelled the flowers. She hung around for a while enjoying the fragrance. The sweet scent lifted her mood. Dao Jing then walked into the house. She had grown accustomed to serving him lunch at this hour daily over the past 1 year. The man gave an impression of being lackadaisical. Who would have thought he was such a hard worker? In today's hustle and bustle in the city, only a few young people could focus on their cultivation for a long period of time. Dao Jing placed the tray by the side. She was about to take away the utensils from the day before when she realized that yesterday's food was untouched. Didn't Mo Fan take his meal yesterday? Mo Fan ate his lunch every day. He did not eat anything else except his lunch. He basically finished all the food he had for his lunch regardless of the type of food served. Dao Jing personally prepared the dishes. She had to prepare the dishes daily. Mo Fan was her savior. Hence, she prepared his portion with care. She felt happy whenever Mo Fan ate up all the food. He hasn't even opened the lunchbox cover. Does he not like the food? Or has he gone off the rails in his cultivation? Dao Jing was worried about him. He had been eating the lunch she served for the past year. However, today was an exception. Something must have happened. What if Mo Fan had died inside? Dao Jing pushed open the door and entered the house. She noticed that the isolation formation inside the house was torn apart. There was not even a bed inside the empty cultivation room. It had very little ventilation for air. It looked so simple, like a rich man's prison. It was hard to believe one would have the perseverance to cultivate under such adversity in this era. Where is he? Dao Jing was shocked. She did not see Mo Fan. She even wanted to lift the mat on the floor to look for him. Truth was, Dao Jing had not seen Mo Fan over the past 1 year. The only way to confirm that he was still alive was through the food he ate. When she didn't find Mo Fan inside, she felt confused and disappointed. It was as if the pig she had been feeding for over a year had run out from its pen in the middle of the night. The seawater in the Magic City receded slowly. There were still many low-lying urban areas soaked underwater. The saw ponds were connected to the city sewers. As a result, the area became frightening and smelly. The Magic City underground fortress was built nearby the Rainbow Station. The ocean demons at 10 kilometers radius from the station had been wiped out. Most of the ocean demons gathered at Pudong that was connected to the sea, followed by the 2 prosperous cities, Shuhui and Jing'an. A few mags went in and out of the broken steel door. They had been stationed in the Magic City underground fortress for a very long time. They knew the city's current state very well. No matter what, we have to wipe out the White Ocean demons in the campus area today, said a bearded man. Captain, there are only a few of us here. I think it will be a difficult task. How about we join forces with the Bronze Lion Hunter group? We'll agree to their 4-6 split. It's much better than being wiped out, said a pot-bellied mage. Fatso, they want 60% from the reward, don't you get it? Darn it. Why are they so greedy? We have fought the White Ocean demons for several months. The land spider White Ocean demon is the only one left that we can't handle by ourselves. Do they have to demand such an exorbitant rate? The pot-bellied mage cried out furiously. We won't let them despise us even if it means losing our lives. After we take down the ocean demons in the campus area, we won't let them ride on our coattails even if they wish to. That's right. The top management promised to promote the team, that can wipe out the ocean demons in the campus area, to generals. After we become generals, even people like the Bronze Lion Hunter group will have to drop their money and their respect at our doorstep, said the bearded man. Let's depart now. Let's go now. The Summit Brigade were once hunters. They had worked as mercenaries overseas and served in the military for small countries. Thus, they had gained quite a name in the country. After they returned to the country, they formed the Summit Brigade with the purpose to kill demons. They responded to their country's call and stayed around in the Magic City to clear up the ocean demons' nests. The city was both filled with danger and challenges. Likewise, lucrative rewards and bright futures awaited them. The Summit Brigade skirted around the underground pond and arrived at Jingen efficiently. The Pearl Institute was their destination. The ocean demons had occupied the campus area for a long period of time. Over the past 1 year, the white ocean demons had reproduced exponentially. The speed of reproduction increased after they obtained the land resources and source of energy from the cities. Some of the ocean demon hordes turned the factories and enterprises into a scary nest within a few months' time. Furthermore, a large number of demons stayed around the Pudong area. The underground sewer in Shanghai was massive. The ocean demons roamed about the various parts in the city through the underground sewer. They continued to grow and form trap holes. If it had not been for the execution of the fortress plan that allowed humans to continue fighting the ocean demons, the number of ocean demons in the Magic City would grow and turn the city into an enormous ocean demon empire city. The white ocean demons were the type that reproduced rapidly and were also very powerful. Over the last few months, the Summit Brigade fought them on a large-scale basis. They sent people to scout the area and finally targeted the land spider white ocean demon. It was the key. It was like a queen in a beehive. It continued to lay eggs and reproduce rapidly. Meanwhile, the white ocean demons were like hard-working bees. They plundered and collected energy to provide nourishment for their queen. The fortress commander classified the white ocean demons as A-grade ocean demon group. It was difficult for the army to skirt around the Black Pond and enter the white ocean demons' territory. They had to hand over the task to the civilian group. Of course, the civilian group wasn't made up of just anybody. The white ocean demons were very powerful. It was basically a suicidal mission for the less famous civilian groups in the country to take on the task. Even the non-elite army would get themselves killed if they fought the white ocean demons. What's going on? The bearded captain cried out angrily. You are the scouts. How the hell are you doing your job? Why are the carcasses everywhere? We scouted this place yesterday. It's impossible for this to happen. Could the Bronze Lion Hunter group have gone ahead of us? This is way too much. How can they barge into the A-grade ocean demon group area without the fortress commander's approval? They cannot handle the issue in this way. They may trigger a riot by the ocean demon hordes, said the pot-bellied mage. Captain! There are many white ocean demons' carcasses ahead of us. It looks like an expert is inside this area. A scout came running to him. Chapter 29-27. The Angel of Death Clothed in White. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Darn it! Captain, isn't this the white demon that wounded your leg last time? I still remember the broken horn on its head. It looks like it was killed by a lightning element mage, cried one of the members in shock. It's a ruler-level ocean demon. How did it die so easily? Captain! Those guys who robbed us of our land are still around. They entered the land spider white ocean demon's cave. Hurry up! Don't let them take our credit away, cried the pot-bellied man. A magical glow shimmered about a few kilometers ahead of them. The experts were still inside the cave. The Summit Brigade had been exploring and wiping out the white ocean demons for several months. It had not been easy for them to finally come close to harvesting the fruit of their hard work, only to find out that someone else had robbed them of their share. They definitely wouldn't put up with it. The brigade quickly charged into the depth of the campus area. They were increasingly shocked as they saw any more white ocean demon carcasses along the way. It looks like that group of experts are much stronger than us. When we confront the white ocean demons, we have to find ways to restrict them first. But the experts killed all of them. The gigantic white ocean demon with a poisonous horn that we've planned to kill for a month is dead. The silver marauding demon is dead, too. Those are great ruler-level ocean demons. We even prepared decoys to lure them away. The brigade was appalled as they marched further into the cave. They knew the white ocean demon group very well. They were aware of the number of ruler-level ocean demons, special commander-level ocean demons, and alien creatures. This time, they had devised a very detailed plan to take down these ocean demons. Little did they know that the ocean demons were killed before they could even strike. That group of experts must be hunting down the land spider white ocean demon now. Hurry up! We cannot miss it, the bearded captain cried furiously. Captain, that group of experts are quite powerful. Should we just let them do it? How can we just let them have it? It's their fault for not following the rules. Why do we have to put up with them? We've been here for several months. If it hadn't been for us killing the poisonous white ocean demons, they wouldn't even be able to venture into the cave, yelled the bearded captain. Hurry up! They are. The pot-bellied mage charged ahead of them. When the pot-bellied mage passed through the damp forest, he stopped in his tracks. Why are you standing there? Go and fight them, shouted the bearded man. The bearded captain and his group paused mid-stride. They stood by the side of the damp forest. There was a lake in front of them. It was an artificial lake found in the Pearl Institute area. The lake water had flooded the forest and the streets. The lake had become the land spider white ocean demon's nest. It had laid countless eggs in it. The Summit Brigade thought there was a group of super-level mags by the lakeside. They thought that group had used various magic elements to surround and attack the powerful land spider white ocean demon. Little did they know that there was only one person near the artificial lake. The man wore a white shirt. Even though he had killed hundreds and thousands of white ocean demons along the way, there was not even a single blood stain on his shirt. He stood on the lake's surface. The Summit Brigade stared at him. The person did not shine in a dazzling magical glow. He glowed slightly, yet the divine power he unleashed was so powerful that it caused the land spider white ocean demon's blood to spill everywhere. When the Summit Brigade first stepped into this area, they assumed it would be a tough battle. However, the man clothed in white cast a bizarre spell and struck the land spider white ocean demon brutally. The powerful ocean demon was severely wounded and would collapse at any time. Only one person. Is it true he's all alone? The Summit Brigade dared not come close to the lake. A while ago, they were filled with indignation. However, at that moment, they lost all their courage. The person before them was truly very powerful. The person killed the White Ocean Demon group all by himself. He killed hundreds of commander-level ocean demons and ruler-level elite ocean demons before killing the queen of the White Ocean Demons. Judging from the level of freshness of the carcasses, he had arrived at the area not long ago. Where the hell did that deity come from? Squeak! The powerful ruler-level ocean demon let out a miserable cry before it collapsed by the lakeside. The poisonous blood gushed out of its body. Its long tentacles twitched several times. And it finally died. The battle was over, just like that. There was not even a single drop of blood on the man's white shirt. It was supposed to be a terrifying battle with the ocean demon, but why did he, instead, look like an angel of death that harvested the ocean demon's lives? The carcasses of the ruler-level ocean demons were treasures. However, the man in white shirt did not show any interest in them, not even in the land spider white ocean demon. The man turned around and noticed the Summit Brigade. He gave them a warm smile. The Summit Brigade took a few steps back. They found the man was much scarier than the enormous ocean demons. "Why, Your Highness?" The bearded captain bowed respectfully. He turned from an angry captain to an innocent schoolboy in an instant. "You came from the fortress. I saw the marks you left behind when I came in here. I followed your marks and found the Lan White Spider Ocean Demon. The man in white shirt approached them. Why yes, we left the marks behind. We've been standing guard over here for several months. We've wiped out some of the troublesome white ocean demons. The captain's voice trembled. His tone was completely different from before. They felt pressured. In fact, anyone in their shoes would feel the same. The Summit Brigade knew how scary the white ocean demons were. Otherwise, they would not have prepared so extensively and sacrificed even their men to defeat it. They knew the white ocean demons very well. So, they were aware of the strength and power of the man who destroyed the nest all by himself. I'm sorry I robbed you of your harvest. I just finished my cultivation. I feel like fighting and testing the outcome of my cultivation. Hence I tried it on the white ocean demons. I stayed over there. I used to enjoy admiring the lake from the balcony, or the college girls strolling by the lakeside. Ahoom! Ahoom! Mo Fan pointed at a large apartment by the lake. The apartment was dilapidated. White sticky net material stuck to the top of the building. It looked horrible. So, that's how it is. Since it's your home, it's only reasonable for you to kill the white ocean demons to vent out your anger. We're sorry for not informing you in time. Otherwise, we would have killed all the small ocean demons for you so that you wouldn't have had to get your hands dirty. He, said the bearded captain with a grin. Meanwhile, the Summit Brigade members stared stupidly at the bearded captain, as if they did not know who he was. Thankfully you didn't take it to heart. Could you please clear up the battleground? I'm quite a lazy person, said Mo Fan. Your Highness, how dare you belittle us? The bearded captain scowled. You don't need to say please, you have put so much effort in killing the ocean demons. It's our honor to help you with the cleaning. It's our duty to do so. Mo Fan chuckled. He admired the captain's willingness to humble himself. The other Summit Brigade members' eyes lit up. Does he really not want the carcasses? The Summit Brigade was going to get rich. The white ocean demons' crystal cores were worth a lot of money. Chapter 29-28 Humiliation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Your Highness, are you a forbidden mage? The bearded captain asked warily. Even a super-level mage who had a perfect cultivation could not crush the white ocean demon group in this manner. Judging from the land spider white ocean demon's strength, even a group of super-level mags with perfect cultivation could not kill it so easily. However, the Summit Brigade had witnessed the deity strike the white ocean demon aggressively. He had basically held the powerful ruler-level ocean demon down and struck it. The ocean demon did not even have a chance to fight back. Aside from a forbidden mage, the captain could not imagine who else had the power to trample the powerful ruler-level ocean demon in this way. Do I look like a forbidden mage? Mo Fan chuckled. Oh. You must be Wei Guang. It's my pleasure to meet you here. You are much younger and more handsome than we expected, the bearded captain cried out in amazement. The other group members approached Mo Fan. Wei Guang had made a great achievement in the Magic City. They mistakenly thought Mo Fan was Wei Guang. The Summit Brigade had stayed overseas. They returned to the country only after the Magic City Fortress plan was executed. Therefore, they did not know much about the great battle between the mags and the demons here in the city that had come to pass. Mo Fan did not answer them. He waved his hand and bade them farewell. The bearded captain's eyes lit up. He assumed Mo Fan did not want to reveal his true identity. So, you're truly Wei Guang. It is no wonder you're so powerful. It's no wonder you're the youngest forbidden mage in the country. We haven't heard from you in the past 1 year. So, you've been practicing your cultivation behind the closed door. What's the point for us to work so hard when even a forbidden mage has to work this hard, lamented the pot-bellied mage. Most of the underground fortress were made up of steel and iron before developing into an underground city well hidden under the Magic City. It turned into a crowded market town with streets, hotels, motels, and shops. Thousands of people went in and out daily. The number of people exceeded the East Maritime Fortress in Japan. The country's most powerful and famous mags and mage groups were there. Often, the foreign mercenaries could also be seen. The Magic City was an international metropolis. The ocean demons had occupied it. The country urgently wanted to take back the city. Besides, the powerful ocean demons treated the Magic City as an opening. Many ocean demon hordes from the Pacific Ocean fought with humans. They robbed the scarce resources from them. After more than a year, the Magic City became a battleground. Humans entered the underground fortress and executed various plans to wipe out the ocean demons. Meanwhile, endless ocean demons swarmed the Magic City and used humans' magic stones and other sources to rapidly reproduce and transform. The forbidden mags were recuperating. Similarly, the Emperor-level ocean demons hid somewhere inside the Magic City to recover. For the time being, the two avoided a head-on clash. The battle would be long-lasting. At the end of the day, it all depended on the war between humans and the ocean demon hordes. Humans could either slowly wipe out the ocean demons so that the Magic City could return to peace, or the ocean demons would gradually engulf the city and turn the prosperous Magic City into a demonic cave on land. The Summit Brigade sat at the large hall inside Rainbow Wind Tavern. They enjoyed watching the female dancers dancing on the public dance floor while chugging cold beer. They had a great harvest today. They had obtained a large batch of White Ocean Demons crystal cores for free. They had earned a lucrative sum after selling the ruler-level Ocean Demons carcasses. They could apply to the Magic Association next year to request to be promoted into an army. The captain was over the moon. They thought they would have to sacrifice a lot of men during the attack. But it was as if a large pie had fallen from the sky just for them and for free. "Excuse me, are you the captain of the Summit Brigade?" A middle-aged and polite-looking man approached. "That's me." "Who are you?" asked the bearded captain. "I'm just a passerby." "One of your members is drunk. He said you met Wei Guang at Pearl Institute campus area, is that true?" the man asked politely. The bearded captain frowned. He warned his subordinates to not simply reveal the truth lest the outsiders found that they robbed Wei Guang from his glory. Unfortunately, his subordinate had run his mouth off. "How can such a thing be true? The kid is rambling because he is drunk. That's all nonsense." The bearded captain chuckled. "Regarding your victory, the mercenaries say you and your members lack the abilities to wipe out the White Ocean demons." "Did Wei Guang assist you?" asked the middle-aged man while pushing back the glasses on the bridge of his nose. The bearded captain noticed the middle-aged man was of mixed blood. He was very fair. He had brown pupils and could not speak the language accurately. "No. He did not assist us. Now, if that is all, please don't disturb us anymore. We want to enjoy our free time," said the bearded captain impatiently. The man grinned. His grin sent a chill down the captain's spine. The bearded captain had completed 3 elements of magical power. It was normal to act humbly before the godly fighter who killed the land spider White Ocean demons. However, he refused to be threatened by just any passerby. He sprang up and confronted the middle-aged man of mixed blood. "Sit down!" The middle-aged man shouted harshly. The bearded captain shuddered. He felt as if something of crushing weight was pushing down on him. He sat down but the chair smashed into pieces, and he fell down. The pot-bellied mage was shocked and quickly tried to defuse the situation. "Mister, please don't be angry. It's true that we've met Wei Guang and he is the one who killed the White Ocean demons. We helped him clean up the battleground," said the pot-bellied mage in a hurry. "Can you describe how he looked?" said the middle-aged man. "He wore a white shirt. His long hair was unkempt. It looked as though he hadn't cut it for a year. There was a mark on his forehead." The middle-aged man of mixed blood looked like he had finally received the information he wanted. He glanced at the bearded captain and sneered. "When someone asks you a question in the future, give an honest answer. You remind me of my dog. I have to whip it every time, so it knows I'm not playing with it." The middle-aged man took the liquor jar and splashed the contents against the bearded captain's face. He laughed as he did it. The other Summit Brigade members stood at the side. None of them dared to stop the middle-aged man. They could not possibly stop him. His imposing aura was so terrifying that they shuddered in his presence. The middle-aged man left after he finished humiliating the bearded captain. Even after the mixed blood man had left for some time, the bearded captain remained on the ground. He was in a mess, not because of the liquor poured all over him, but because of his resentment and helplessness after being humiliated in this manner. Chapter 29-29. The Holy Shadow Apostle. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. There was a small bonfire without any firewood within the embers. It looked as if it had appeared by itself out of thin air. A tiny, flaming tongue occasionally appeared to lick the aromatic, sizzling roast meat. When Mo Fan sprinkled some cumin, the aroma grew stronger. He sat on a pile of ruins and nibbled at the meat with satisfaction. The manatee flesh tasted better than Wagyu beef. The outer layer of the manatee flesh was muscular, so it did not burn easily even under high temperature. The tender flesh inside was cooked very quickly. Inside the city ruins, Mo Fan sat by the campfire and enjoyed his delicious food. Demons and monsters roared, but he did not seem bothered. Even if powerful ocean demons wanted to approach him, they dared not come closer when they saw the ice axe manatee carcasses everywhere. The city was dimly lit. The surroundings around the campfire were slightly brighter. However, the area where the brightness of the campfire reached was limited. The shadow of a pair of slender legs slowly walked toward Mo Fan. The man wore a pair of exquisite brown leather shoes. The surface of the shoes was lustrous. Those who managed to keep their shoes clean were neither germaphobe nor suffered from OCD, at least not in this area. It meant that they were confident in their ability to overcome most crises. Mo Fan saw the man walk out from the dimly lit city. He noticed the man's clean leather shoes. Even so, Mo Fan was not affected. He took a bite of the tender flesh and chewed it. "Are you Wei Guang?" The man approached Mo Fan. "No. You've got the wrong person." Mo Fan's mouth was full, so he only responded briefly. "You don't have to cover up. I saw you kill those ice axe manatees. You can disguise your appearance, but your strength is in line with the description I received from others. As far as I'm concerned, Wei Guang, you're the only one whose strength has reached that level here in China." The middle-aged man of mixed blood grinned. Mo Fan was confused. He looked up at the stranger. "Why does everyone here think I am Wei Guang? Is Wei Guang very strong? Is Wei Guang really as handsome as me? China is huge. There are many hidden talents and experts inside the country. I'm not Wei Guang. You've got the wrong person. You, on the other hand, I notice gold patterned lining under the lapel, the kind only those in the Holy City wear." "Are you from the Holy City?" asked Mo Fan. "You're quite observant. Do you want to surrender, or do you intend to challenge me? You've been severely wounded in the extreme Southland and have been sealed with the Bridge of the Forbidden Curse. You've lost the forbidden spell. You're no different from a normal super-level mage now," said the middle-aged man. "For the last time, I am not Wei Guang, and I don't know any person with that name. If there is nothing else, please stop badgering me. I want to eat the roasted meat in peace. Do you know who I am?" The middle-aged man of mixed blood asked calmly. "No, I don't." "Of course, you don't know me. I come from the Holy City. However, I never mention the Holy City when I carry out my duties. You can call me the Holy Shadow Apostle, ranked as an able angel." The middle-aged man of mixed blood looked proud when he said this. "Aren't there only 7 angels in the Holy City?" asked Mo Fan in confusion. "The 7 people are archangels. The world is huge. Dirty works are carried out in many places. The 7 archangels can't possibly do everything by themselves," said the Holy Shadow Apostle. "So, what exactly are you here for? You only mention your title, but you didn't even tell me your name. Don't you have a name?" Mo Fan stared at the man. "I'm Clark." "I have come to kill you," said the Holy Shadow Apostle. Mo Fan looked shocked. He stared at Clark at length. "You apple me. I thought you wanted to take away my roasted meat. I don't like sharing my food with others." The corners of Clark's lips twitched. He glanced at the delicious roasted meat and sneered. "I don't mind waiting for you to enjoy your last supper. That's not necessary. The meat must be roasted over a low fire. While waiting for it to cook, I might as well beat you up and kick you out of here so that you won't disturb me anymore." Mo Fan stood up. His aura changed. The dimly lit city was filled with ruins. Some of the twisted steels suspended in mid-air. The soft moonlight shone on them and made their shadows look elongated. It made everything look frightening. Mo Fan met Clark's eyes. Their surroundings became even darker. The city, the ruins, and the moonlight looked as if they had been soaked in black ink. For a moment, the illuminated area around the small campfire was the only light in the dark world. Inside this slightly bright area, two slender figures confronted each other. Even though they were unarmed, the sound of sharp weapons clashing rang in the air. "So, he's a forbidden mage." Mo Fan sensed Clark's imposing aura. The extraordinary power seemed to have expanded Clark's figure indefinitely. His aura grew so imposing as if he had transformed into a giant and intended to trample Mo Fan under his foot. This was truly very unexpected. The annoying middle-aged man of mixed blood was a forbidden mage. Mo Fan thought that made logical sense. After all, Wei Guang was a forbidden mage, so another forbidden mage would be sent to kill him. Mo Fan barely recalled the past, but he felt that Wei Guang's name was familiar from a year ago. Why is Clark here to kill China's forbidden mage? Did the archangels from the Holy City have a few screws loose in their heads? Had Wei Guang committed a wicked crime and been sentenced by the Holy City? Mo Fan had a lot of questions in his mind. But knowing how Holy City did things, he assumed that Wei Guang might not have done anything wrong. He must have gone against Holy City with good reason. Mo Fan did not feel anxious about facing a forbidden mage. Instead, he felt excitement. Aside from being in the demon form, he had not truly fought with a forbidden mage before. He wondered if the man before him had achieved the level where he could cast any forbidden spell independently. After Mo Fan finished practicing his cultivation, the strength for all his elements had increased by leaps and bounds. He no longer found the common ruler-level creatures and experts to be challenging. Mo Fan planned to look for a semi-forbidden mage to practice his skill. He had not expected to bump into a forbidden mage who was here to kill him. Mo Fan was not bothered about Clark casting a forbidden spell. Casting a forbidden spell in the Magic City was no different from a death wish. The Emperor-level ocean demon still lurked around the city. Casting a forbidden spell would only lure and trigger them. Mo Fan believed Clark was aware of this, too. Even though Clark was a forbidden mage, he could not cast a forbidden spell in the city as of yet. If that was the case, Mo Fan saw no reason to avoid this challenge. Chapter 29-30. The Black Flame Demon King. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The tiny bonfire inside the dark world grew strong suddenly. It gradually transformed from a small flame into an enormous flame planet and burned horrendously in the middle of the endless darkness. The Holy Shadow Apostle, Clark, sensed the sudden surge of flaming power and the presence of darkness. He stared at Mo Fan and sneered. "You're a fire element forbidden mage. What other excuses do you have to deny your own identity? Wei Guang is not the only person in this world with powerful fire element magic." Mo Fan slowly spread his arms, as if embracing the scary flame planet within his chest. Bam! The flame planet shrunk and transformed into a beam of blazing flame before blasting everywhere. One could see a wave of shocking energy spreading throughout the infinitely dark world. For a moment, the dark universe was filled with black flames. "Stop using these tricks to fool me. You can never imagine the power of an angel from the Holy City," Clark shouted. The next moment, a dazzling holy wheel appeared behind his back. Unlike Sharjah, Clark did not own angel's wings. However, the holy wheel on his back seemed to possess a similar divine power. It could remove Mo Fan's dark reign over the world. For a moment, the world resumed to its original state. Inside the dimly lit city, the corpses and carcasses were everywhere. The buildings crumbled, and the streets were submerged under the polluted water. Clark carried the holy wheel on his back. The holy wheel had ancient runes written all over it. It contained a mysterious power of incredible force. The ocean demons dared not go near him. Clark grinned smugly and laughed at Mo Fan. Only fools assume they have achieved the peak in their cultivation path. Unbeknownst to them, they must cross the Cloud Temple before reaching the mountain peak. The Holy City Angels are precisely the ones who inhabit the Cloud Temple and take charge of the world. However, Clark's pride did not last for long. Originally, he thought his holy will could suppress Mo Fan's power, and that Mo Fan would tremble in fear like a child before him. Little did Clark know that Mo Fan had, instead, appeared in another form. Mo Fan gave off a bizarre, holy but evil aura. Clark was shocked. The black flames that had previously shrouded the universe came from Mo Fan. His hair swayed in black flames. His skin was in black molten fire. His eyes, face, body, and his arms were ablaze in black flames. For a moment, Clark felt as though Mo Fan was the flame demon king from hell, while he was a holy flame boy descended from the sun. The dark world was filled with icy cold air. The atmosphere was strange. It gave one goosebumps and caused one to break out in cold sweat. The firepower surged. It was blazing hot. One would melt rapidly under such scorching heat. The repulsive energy combined perfectly and was fully demonstrated on a mage. This sight was incredible. A wide grin appeared in the middle of the black flames. Even though Clark was a forbidden mage, he could not help but take a few steps back in alarm. The black flames spread and covered Clark's surroundings. Mixed blood Clark was about to spin his holy wheel when he noticed his surroundings had been engulfed by the evil black flames. The city disappeared once again. Clark fell into Mo Fan's absolute forbidden realm. The realm resembled a massive hell with multiple levels. Clark could not break free from it. Clark looked solemn. According to the information given to him, Wei Guang was an excellent fire element mage. His fire element was orthodox and was purple in color. However, the flames that Clark confronted were not orthodox. They were evil and frightening. It looked like it had fused with other elements. As a result, the black flames became more aggressive and powerful. The spin of the holy wheel was protected by sacred runes, but the black flames engulfed it. What sort of power is that? Clark wondered. Clark tried to work around the black flames. He had never encountered such fire element power. If it had not been for the fact that he was a forbidden mage, he could not have possibly held his own against such an attack. Holy wheel light cut. The holy wheel spun. Sword light that was hundreds of times more powerful than the holy absolute sword appeared. It slashed the surrounding recklessly. Clark fought back. He wanted to kill Mo Fan as soon as possible. However, Mo Fan's ability was much stronger than Clark had imagined. A holy wheel appeared behind Mo Fan. However, the holy wheel was entirely made up of black flames. The holy wheel was engraved with dense black runes. The holy wheel in black flame surrounded Mo Fan and formed a layer of protection around him. Mo Fan cast the exact same spell as Clark's. However, Mo Fan's power fused with the holy wheel in black flames. Clark was dumbfounded. Mo Fan's holy runes held back Clark's slashes. Clark wondered how Mo Fan had mastered the same spell as him. After all, Mo Fan was not a mage from the Holy City. Clark noticed something. He looked into one of Mo Fan's eyes begrudgingly. He's using the method of seal and chow element power. Clark was not an idiot. He was, after all, a forbidden mage. He soon found out the reason Mo Fan was able to cast the same spell as him. Mo Fan used the chaos element power. He used the chaos element power and sealed Clark's previous spell. Mo Fan then used his black flames to recreate a similar holy wheel. Mo Fan grinned. The cultivation for all his elements had reached its peak. He could cast the elements alternately and freely during a battle. He could use the special ability in every element to complement and strengthen one another. The Holy Wheel was a powerful spell. Mo Fan had previously seen the mags in the Holy City cast that spell. Hence, Mo Fan cast the same spell. The spell would become one of his own in the future. It was a sealing spell. This was one of the chaos element powers that Mo Fan had mastered when he practiced his cultivation behind closed doors. He had refined the cross-seal formation which he had previously learned from the Federal Army in Innate. Mo Fan called it the Eye of the Seal. Since he could copy his own magic and use it to produce a secondary casting effect, he thought he could do the same by copying someone else's magic for his own use. The use of the Chaos Whirlpool reversal could cause the enemy's magic to bounce back. Copying someone else's ability and magic was entirely a different concept. On top of that, Mo Fan used his fusion ability to fuse the chaos element with his other elements. The Holy Wheel in Black Flames was the outcome of this fusion. Chapter 2931. The Forbidden Magic Bell. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The Holy Wheel spun. The black sacred runes were ablaze in flames. They resembled poetry lines that had been imprinted on the air barrier and contained some sort of ancient evil power. It was similar to the complete connection between the star sun and the star pattern. When the flaming words and sentences were read out, a terrifying power was unleashed like the blazing sun. It engulfed each and every dark corner. The Holy Wheel itself was the power of light. After Mo Fan transformed it into darkness and flames, its poetry flaming power was reduced to nothing. It covered the sky and the earth. Hoot! 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 Like God chanting the words of destruction in this world. The clear, divine rhythm rang out in the sky above the city. The next moment, a raging black, destructive flame swept over the prosperous and noisy place. The black, blazing flames shone brightly in the universe, and it was as bright as the stars in the sky. A savage-looking, smiling face appeared in the middle of the flames. The Holy Shadow Apostle, Clark, was trapped in the world of black flames. He tried hard to break free of Mo Fan's destructive and suppressive force. However, no matter how far Clark fled from Mo Fan, he always saw Mo Fan's cruel smile behind him, as if he was just a puppet to Mo Fan. Clark was shocked. His opponent's fire element power exceeded his expectations. Clark wondered if this was Wei Guang's forbidden god's gift. If Wei Guang's forbidden curse had not been sealed and he had managed to cast a forbidden spell, Clark stood no chance to fight back. Clark tried to keep his cool. He looked around. The surrounding areas had been engulfed by the black flames and Holy Wheel's destructive poetry. He recalled that those poems came from the Holy Wheel's sacred runes. His opponent used one of the Holy Wheel's abilities. However, the power unleashed through the black flames was different. Clark even felt as if he was the one who had stolen the Holy Wheel spell, while his opponent was the true master of the Holy Wheel. God's gift. Action precognition. Clark's eyes changed into an incandescent light. His pupils turned blindingly white. He stared at Mo Fan with his incandescent pupils. He found Mo Fan's figure in the middle of the endless black flames. Through his incandescent pupils, he noticed Mo Fan was not demonized. He noticed a fire Holy Spirit that lived within Mo Fan. The Holy Spirit granted Mo Fan the supernatural flaming power. Mo Fan's black flames were bizarre, as if it was a fusion of two different elements. Mo Fan had mastered Fire of Heaven Seed, which was a Great Heaven Seed. The absolute forbidden realm came from the Great Heaven Seed. That was how Clark was dragged into the flaming hell. Is this the fusion magic? Hasn't it already disappeared from this world? Clark cried out in surprise. *T. Clark screamed and retreated. He withdrew at least 1 kilometer away from Mo Fan. A silver lightning struck the earth. The moment the silver chain touched an object, more silver lightning spread to the surroundings. On top of that, the lightning could cross space. Even though the lightning blasted 1 kilometer away from Clark, it reached him within the blink of an eye. What sort of strange power is this, he wondered. Lightning that spreads within an instant. The movement of lightning itself was fast. After it had been given the ability to spread in an instant, it was even more difficult to avoid it. Moreover, the cracks of lightning that had spread to other directions seemed to become aware and moved toward Clark. The propagation of lightning followed a pattern. It moved along certain substances, the vapor in the air, or areas with dense lightning element. However, the silver lightning moved like a living being. It ran after its target. When the lightning in the sky struck the earth, silver lightning roses bloomed all over the land. The lightning roses bloomed and unleashed dense lightning flower thorns. The lightning flower and rain thorns pierced, leapt, and twisted before swarming toward Clark. If it had not been for the fact that Clark had cast the action precognition, he could not have possibly escaped the silver lightning rose area. Space element and lightning element. Clark identified the elements from the magic spell. His heart sank. His opponent's ability was somewhat odd but very versatile. Without casting a forbidden spell, it would be hard to take his opponent down. I can't waste time any longer, Clark thought to himself. It looked like he had to cast a forbidden spell to subdue his opponent. Mo Fan launched a raging attack. Clark avoided his attacks with his God's Gift. Clark's forbidden God's Gift was precognition. He could foresee his opponent's next move and the trajectory of the element's movement. He could predict the substances that could threaten him. His precognition power allowed him to avoid his opponent's attacks and restrictions. His ability was much more powerful than the dangerous precognition. Most of the time, the dangerous precognition was a temporary reaction. However, Clark's precognition allowed him to foresee events that followed continuously. Although his opponent was very powerful, he had not reached the forbidden curse level. Clark was still able to dodge his opponent's attack with the use of precognition. With the help of action precognition, Clark began to cast a forbidden spell. Buzz! A heavy, ancient magic bell rang above Mo Fan's head suddenly. Mo Fan felt as if he was trapped inside an ancient bell. He could not break free of the magic bell's power regardless of his speed and strength. Is this the forbidden cage? The cage was used only before the execution of death. It was a terrifying, soul-trapping power during the execution of a forbidden spell. Mo Fan did not expect Clark to truly be a forbidden mage that could cast a forbidden spell independently. Mo Fan also had not expected him to simply cast a forbidden spell on this land swarmed by the ocean demons. You're in Magic City. Have you thought of the consequences of casting a forbidden spell in this place? Mo Fan glared at Clark. Casting a forbidden spell would not only lead to an unrecoverable damage to the land in the Magic City, but it would also awaken the Emperor-level demon lords from their deep slumber. Even though the great battle in the Magic City was over, the demon lords had not left the city. They hid in the underground sewage in the Magic City and Pudong Sea area to manipulate the ocean demon hordes and ocean demon empire. It seemed to have formed a certain kind of balance in the past 1 year. If a forbidden mage did not appear in the land, the demon lords would not reveal themselves. The appearance of the demon lords would mean another battle in the Magic City. The demon lords would gather. Similarly, the forbidden mags would have no choice but to gather and fight them. However, the Magic City could no longer withstand another wave of great destruction. The earth, air, water, and sky needed time to recover. If they continued to destroy the city, everything on the land would become lifeless. Both humans and the ocean demons could not survive another war. Humans and the ocean demons were living beings. The true destruction was when a resource-rich land turned into a wasteland. The battle between the forbidden mags and the Emperor-level ocean demons must not be triggered once more. Even though Clark came from the Holy City and was a foreigner, he must be aware of it. Are you trying to tell me about the Forbidden Curse Convention? We're the one who set the convention. Clark laughed wickedly. Chapter 2932. Admit Defeat. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Evil and terrifying powers had ruled the world for a long time. If they fully complied with the Forbidden Curse Convention, they could not get rid of the evil and heretic forces. Moreover, the Holy Shadow Apostle had the right to cast a forbidden spell without reporting to the Forbidden Curse Association. This was the Holy Shadow's privilege. Do you know what happened to this city before? Mo Fan's gaze was razor sharp. I don't care. All I care about is to drag you back to the Holy City. Clark pointed at Mo Fan. The forbidden cage grew increasingly strong. Its imposing aura spread several kilometers away. If there were demon lords nearby, they would certainly charge at them with the intent to murder. Mo Fan sucked in a deep breath. The forbidden spell was threatening. Mo Fan had to hold the spell back with his black dragon armor. What concerned Mo Fan was not his own survival but the survival of Magic City. The fortress plan had been executed for only a year. They had gradually wiped out the ocean demons. Many people had paid a heavy price. Even though the Magic City was now in a dilapidated state, no one wanted to give the place up. However, all their efforts would probably be in vain, all because of Clark. I'll remember you for what you did today, Holy Shadow Apostle Clark. When I become a forbidden mage, I'll cut your head off, said Mo Fan. Ha ha ha. Do you really think? Clark laughed disdainfully and then stopped. He noticed that Mo Fan was no longer in the forbidden cage. A moment ago, Clark had heard Mo Fan's voice. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Clark's forbidden cage could trap a soul, even. So, how had Mo Fan escaped? D***Innate. You can't escape from me. Clark flew into a fit of rage. He ran after Mo Fan by tracing his wisp of aura. The forbidden spell gradually diminished, as if an impending terrifying thunderstorm had vanished instantly. The aura slowly faded. Clark ran after Mo Fan. When the two were around, the wild beasts had gone quiet. After they left, their roars were heard once again inside the dimly lit city. Clark looked for Mo Fan but couldn't find him. The forbidden cage could absolutely entrap its target. Even though it could not restrict one's movement, no matter where one was, one would be pulled back into the forbidden cage by a forbidden force, like an inescapable giant space quicksand. Clark was not surprised that his opponent had escaped from him. After all, his opponent was a forbidden mage, too. Clark had to admit that his opponent had been quite strong. He could have been defeated if he hadn't used his forbidden spell. Clark was relieved that Wei Guang's forbidden spell had been sealed. The darkness spread. Mo Fan's figure gradually appeared in the area that had previously been covered by the forbidden cage. He had not escaped very far. He had disappeared into the dark space. With his current spiritual realm and dark cultivation, the dark space allowed him to circumvent all the elemental destruction. It also enabled him to break free of the soul-trapping effect, including breaking free of the forbidden cage itself. Fortunately, Clark was not a great forbidden mage. Otherwise, Mo Fan probably could not escape from him even if he hid inside the dark space. Mo Fan was unsure if he could hold back Clark's forbidden spell in his current state. Mo Fan reasoned that if he combined Dark Element, Space Element, Rock Element, and Chaos Element powers with the Black Dragon magic armor containing the Black Dragon Soul, he could survive Clark's attack. Regardless, he should not have simply tried out his skill with a forbidden mage. After practicing his cultivation behind closed doors for a long period of time, Mo Fan had grown overconfident. Little did he know that he would bump into a crazy forbidden mage who wanted to kill him. Why was Clark so annoying? Mo Fan sighed. My roast manatee is burned. He returned to the place where he had been roasting. When he saw that his manatee meat had become charcoal black, he had no mood to cook anymore. If I only knew I could reach this realm so soon, I would have kept the Earth-Fire crystal by all means. By now, I would have had the chance of becoming a fire element forbidden mage, instead of Wei Guang. Mo Fan recalled the name. What did he do to get hunted by the Holy City, anyway? The Holy City doesn't issue a wanted notice openly. I suppose it must be something hidden from the public. Anyway, I have to go back to Ding City first and get a pen name from Hong Wu. Hopefully, he found an earth crystal that is suitable for me. Mo Fan had absorbed the sacred totem beast's energy. He had also digested the remaining underground holy spring. He had basically completed the cultivation of 7 elements. His fire element and shadow element had reached an ethereal realm. They were very different and powerful compared to their previous state. Rumors about the semi-forbidden curse were circulating in the Forbidden Curse Association. Semi-forbidden curse meant that one of the elements had exceeded the super level and was moving toward the forbidden curse level. However, it had not reached that level yet. The semi-forbidden curse was much more powerful than the super level. Basically, those with semi-forbidden curse cultivation could defeat mags that had completed 4 elements. A semi-forbidden mage usually owned a heaven seed. The heaven seed was an important symbol to determine if a mage could progress to the forbidden curse level. Mo Fan's shadow element had surpassed his lightning element and dabbled into this realm. He guessed this was related to his journey to the dark plane and dark source. He lacked a heaven seed for the lightning element. Hence, it still had not broken through that barrier. Mo Fan owned a great heaven seed for the fire element. With the awakened mysterious feather of the sacred totem beast, his fire element was ready to break through to the forbidden curse level. There was only one thing lacking, an earth crystal with fire attribute. Even though his other elements had not reached the semi-forbidden level, Mo Fan's power was far beyond super level. The increase in the level of his other elements had made his fusion magic more powerful. Mo Fan's spiritual realm for his space element had reached the peak of the 9th grade. With the cooperation of his dragon sense, he could cast a 10th realm spell. However, the problem was that the 10th grade did not exist in the spiritual realm. The 9th grade was the apex for everyone. Mo Fan's spiritual realm was completely different from the other mags. He could strike mags below forbidden curse level by using space element alone. His summoning element had become even more terrifying. The types of summoned creatures were based on the level of cultivation and spirituality. Mo Fan had achieved the 10th realm for his spirituality. He could fuse the semi-forbidden curse with the fire element and shadow element. Even Mo Fan had no idea what type of creature he could summon from the plane. The earth element had quadruple side effects. Yushusha had previously fooled Mo Fan. She had him exchange it with his Tianshan Snow Lotus. Mo Fan was reluctant. However, at that moment, Mo Fan felt the greatness of the power with quadruple side effects. The Heaven Seed Domain, the Heaven Seed Side Effect, and the Heaven Seed Absolute Forbidden Realm. Mo Fan could cast the spell of the Kingdom of Sand, Earth Heavy Armor, without transforming into demon form. If not for his concerns for Magic City's fortress plan, Mo Fan would have continued the fight with Clark. He had many trump cards, so it would not be a one-sided match in fighting a young forbidden mage with a single element. Of course, he had to be careful not to give his opponent a chance to cast a forbidden spell. The forbidden spell was truly terrifying. Chapter 2933. Warm Season. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The weather was warm. Many flowers bloomed on the withered land. The nutrients in the soil were stored up due to the winter season. When the climate was suitable for the plants to grow, the flowers bloomed. They were large and very colorful. When Mo Fan flew in the sky, he smelled the fragrance of the flower as the wind blew. Was the cold finally over? They thought the cold would last for many years. They did not expect the cold to end so soon. Humans should not simply give up hope. Even though they were trapped in a freezing world, it was not really that scary, after all. If they adapted to the weather and waited for the cold weather to pass, all the hardship would naturally come to an end. Mo Fan was glad that the land thrived once again. After the ice and snow melted, the resulting stream water was purer than ever. The land and forest were more fertile than before. On top of that, humans became tougher and stronger compared to the times when they lived in the big cities. The mags no longer did their jobs only to earn a living. Similarly, the residents did not stay in their comfort zone. They girded up their loins and faced the crisis and natural disasters together. When Mo Fan returned to the Ding city, he noticed that the hard-working plant element mags had turned the barren, rocky city into a hanging garden of Babylon. The streets and roads were decorated with different colors of peonies and azaleas. Some of the flowers bloomed in clusters at the street corners, and some scattered on the alley walls. Mo Fan's courtyard was planted with laurel trees. The laurel trees usually gave off a strong fragrance, and some people felt uncomfortable with its scent. However, the laurel trees in the courtyard gave off a very light fragrance. The fragrance of the laurel trees was so light that one could only sense its unique smell when they were close enough. Mo Fan walked into the courtyard and saw that Dao Jing was changing the utensils. She wore a knee-length dress and high heels, revealing her white, slender calves. "You don't have to bring me food anymore. I finished practicing my cultivation," said Mo Fan as he walked over to Dao Jing. Dao Jing turned around. She stared at him in confusion. Mo Fan had a scruffy beard and long hair. Even so, he still wore a white shirt. "You should clean up and eat. I almost poured the leftover dishes into your bowl," said Dao Jing. Mo Fan scratched his head in embarrassment. No wonder Clark had mistaken him for Wei Guang. Mo Fan had gained fame in the country. The reason he had been mistaken for another person was because of his appearance, which had changed because he had spent a year in cultivation behind closed doors. "I'll find a shop at the back of the street. Thank you for taking care of me for so long." "Your food was great," Mo Fan smiled. "My family rears 2 large huskies. They don't eat dog food. We eat homemade food. Since I have to prepare food for them anyway, I don't mind preparing one more portion." Dao Jing smiled warmly. Mo Fan walked out of the courtyard. "By the way, there's a young lady staying in the back street. She has been asking for you. She stays at the hotel next to the barber shop at the end of the street. After you finish grooming yourself, go and find her." Dao Jing recalled the young lady and reminded Mo Fan about her. A young lady? Mo Fan tried very hard to recall which lady he had indebted that caused her to look for him in this place. That was impossible. He did not simply get into a relationship with any woman. Could Zhao Manyang have used my identity to cheat on someone? Mo Fan was puzzled. He went to cut his hair. He sent a message to his friends and informed them that he had finally finished practicing his cultivation. "Mr. Tony, just cut it short. Your long hair and beard brought out your own kind of style. Do you want me to design a haircut for you that will take the world by storm? It's going to be exclusively for you. It will capture everyone's attention. I don't need any superfluous adornment for my handsome face. That will only cover up my natural beauty. You're quite funny." Mr. Tony took out a razor and cut his hair. He shaved Mo Fan's thick beard, too. The entire process took Mr. Tony less than 5 minutes. After the haircut, Mo Fan thought he resembled Hanamichi Sakuragi, especially if he chose to dye his hair red. The ladies inside the barber shop could not stop themselves from looking at Mo Fan. His short and clean hair made him look spirited, energetic, and handsome. Mo Fan looked into the mirror and was satisfied with his haircut. A single word was sufficient to sum up his life. You look like... Are you Mo Fan?" Mr. Tony cried out in surprise. "Correct. Is there a discount for me?" Mo Fan chuckled. "The fee is $78. I don't offer discounts to my customers. Can you give me your signature? Please sign it using your flames." "That'll be cool," Mr. Tony said excitedly. "With that skill of yours, is it even worth $78? Mr. Tony was unrelenting. He got Mo Fan's signature in flames and also the $78 for the haircut. The moment Mo Fan walked out of the barber shop, he thought he had lost miserably to Mr. Tony. He was about to walk to the hotel to see the young lady who had been looking for him, but he ran into someone familiar. It was Zhu Donghao. Zhu Donghao looked up to see Mo Fan and passed by without a word. The next moment, he turned around and pointed at Mo Fan in shock. Mo Fan!" Zhu Donghao exclaimed. The crowd on the street turned to them. Most of the residents in the Ding city came from the Magic City. They were certainly aware of Mo Fan's identity. He was none other than the hero who had come to the rescue with the Azure Dragon. Mo Fan quickly dragged Zhu Donghao into the hotel lest he stirred up a commotion. I finished practicing my cultivation. I heard someone was looking for me, so I came over to see what's going on, said Mo Fan. Oh, I almost forgot. When Xiao Lan first arrived at Ding City, she said she came to look for you. Zhu Donghao heaved a sorrowful sigh. I should have known this. At the end of the day, Xiao Lan still admires you. She rejected me even after 36 confessions. 36 confessions. It was no wonder Zhu Donghao looked so dejected. Zhu Donghao took Mo Fan to Xiao Lan. She was in the tea house. She was dressed decently. She looked like an ordinary young lady at first glance. However, Mo Fan sensed her magic aura. It was clear that she had a high level of cultivation. Mo Fan had never seen her before. According to Zhu Donghao, she had waited for a long time to meet him. Are you Mo Fan? Asked Yang Lan. Yes, I am. And you are? I'm Yang Lan. There's something I want to talk to you about. It's about Mu Ningxue. Before Mo Fan could say anything, Yang Lan interrupted solemnly. Please don't disturb her at the moment. She'll return when the time is right. Chapter 29-34. The Key Figure. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. For a moment, Mo Fan thought Mu Ningxue was angry with him. Otherwise, why would she request not to be disturbed? After listening to Yang Lan's explanation, Mo Fan's emotions were complicated. He was glad that Mu Ningxue was not angry at him. But he was sad that he could not be with her when she was out there in the inaccessible and extremely cold world. You don't have to explain it to me. I understand, said Mo Fan. Yang Lan was confused seeing Mo Fan handle the information so calmly. When Mu Ningxue explained things to her, she had emphasized to Yang Lan that Mo Fan was a reckless person. So, she had made Yang Lan promise not to tell him that she was in danger. Instead, she had told Yang Lan to only convey that she was in a hostile environment trying to break through her barriers. It's good that you understand. The incident that happened in the extreme south is too complicated, and it involved a lot of. Yang Lan let out a long sigh. Yang Lan did not know much about the incident. All she knew was that she trusted Mu Ningxue. She guessed the reason Mu Ningxue had escaped from the incident was related to the powerful corrupted experts who held supreme positions in the alliance. I'm glad that you managed to make it back and inform me about all this. Speaking of which, when I was on my way back yesterday, I bumped into Clark. He said he came from the Holy City and wanted to kill Wei Guang. Did you just mention that Wei Guang was your group leader? Asked Mo Fan. The moment he mentioned Clark, Yang Lan shuddered. Her face instantly changed. Clark had killed the Black Panther Summoner and the White Panther Summoner. He had taken Professor Wang back in chains. The recruitment team members were either killed or held under control. If it had not been for Mu Ningxue, Yang Lan would not have been able to return from the extreme Southland alive. Even to this day, Yang Lan dared not reveal her true face and name. Even though she had come back to her country and was aware that Mo Fan stayed near her, she had to keep herself well hidden. They refused to spare us. Yang Lan looked sad. The way the Holy City does things is always cruel. Regardless of whether the Holy City is truly a centralized extremist, one thing is certain, someone is doing something from the shadows in the name of the Holy City. Thank you for informing me about Mu Ningxue's current situation. Don't worry, I won't rush to the extreme Southland, said Mo Fan to assure her. Even though Mo Fan wished he was at Mu Ningxue's side, he would only become a burden to her if he went to the extreme Southland recklessly. Mo Fan did not possess Mu Ningxue's special ability. He would only be tortured by the cold and become half dead, just like the other mags. Even if he found Mu Ningxue, she would only be distracted trying to keep him alive. Since she had made up her mind, there was no need for Mo Fan to attempt to change her decision. However, this did not mean that Mo Fan would just stand by and do nothing. He had to figure out the entire situation. The first thing he had to do was to ensure the safety of the group members who had gone to the extreme Southland with Mu Ningxue. The Holy City had assigned someone to kill Wei Guang and Yang Lan. They had secretly issued the wanted notice. They only had one purpose for doing so. They wanted to kill those who had witnessed the incident, after which there would be no one to contradict their words and they could add criminal charges to Mu Ningxue's name. The Alliance and the Holy City had not issued any announcement about recruiting Mu Ningxue. It meant that they had some concerns with them. Wei Guang and Yang Lan would mostly be their concerns for now. So, the Holy Shadow Apostle thought you were Wei Guang, huh? Yang Lan asked in surprise. Yang Lan knew about Clark's power. When he killed the White Panther Summoner and the Black Panther Summoner, the two brothers lacked the ability to fight back. Even the great mage, Li Wenbin, had been defeated before he could even cast a spell. If Clark had mistaken Mo Fan for Wei Guang, wasn't Mo Fan in danger? Yang Lan thought. She looked at him carefully. He didn't seem to be hurt at all. Did someone save you? Asked Yang Lan. Of course not. I beat him and then escaped when he cast his forbidden spell, said Mo Fan. That's impossible. Clark is a forbidden mage who can cast an independent forbidden spell. You have to be very careful. He possesses an odd ability and can trace you. Yang Lan looked pale. She vividly remembered how the Black Panther Summoner and White Panther Summoner were murdered. If it had not been Mu Ningxue's sudden appearance, she and Wei Guang would not have survived. I'm going to the Forbidden Curse Association later. Come with me. It's pointless to keep hiding from the issue. Since the Holy City members don't dare to announce it openly, we can pressure them to do so. Yang Lan and Wei Guang had hidden themselves well. But if Clark found them, they were as good as dead. It would be difficult to survive a killer who was a forbidden mage. Therefore, Mo Fan wanted to raise public awareness with the help of the community. Raising public awareness was the only way to deter the powerful members of the Holy City. They had the audacity to do anything, but they dared not become the world's enemy openly. But some of the Alliance members are from China's Forbidden Curse Association, and they work for them. How can we tell if they can be trusted? Yang Lan asked with concern. We have to find someone that we can trust, then, said Mo Fan. Mu Ningxue asked you to look for me partly because she wants me to ensure your safety, too. Don't worry. Yang Lan nodded. Things were complicated. Mo Fan had to figure out a way. Wei Guang was the key figure. Yang Lan did not know much about the exact situation. She happened to become one of the targets, and Mu Ningxue had saved her from Clark. Wei Guang was the only one who was aware of the whole truth. Mu Ningxue tried to warn Mo Fan that Yang Lan and Wei Guang were the two key figures in that incident by having Yang Lan to look for him. Therefore, Mo Fan had to ensure their safety to protect Mu Ningxue. Mo Fan took Yang Lan to the Magic Association at Ding City. They waited outside for a while before the red, wooden door opened. Mo Fan saw a familiar figure come out of President Hongwu's office. Yang Lan stood at the side. When she saw the figure, her face turned as pale as a ghost. Mo Fan, why are you here? President Hongwu smiled warmly at him. Since you are here already, let me introduce you to someone. This is the Holy City's able angel, Clark. He's also my sister's son from Italy. Clark, this is Mo Fan, the totem beast hero whom I mentioned before. He's the one who summoned the sacred totem beast and gave us a ray of hope in the battle in Magic City. He could not wait to introduce his nephew to Mo Fan. We met each other yesterday. It looks like fate brought us together again. Clark smirked. Mo Fan chuckled. Such a small world. Pity I have to see this numbskull again. Have you met before? Asked President Hongwu, confused. Yes. I went to the Magic City yesterday and roasted meat in the ruins. The D***uch bag smelled the aroma, then fought with me for the food, said Mo Fan. Chapter 2935. Mo Fan, don't act impulsively. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ha 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 ha, young people always speak their minds. If old men like us compare him to a wild dog, we'll be immensely hated, said President Hongwu. Uncle, I'll leave first. I'm glad to meet such an amazing young Chinese man here, said Clark. Clark approached Mo Fan, but he looked at Yang Lan with contempt and mockery in his eyes. He looked at her as though to force her to remember how he had murdered her companions. Yang Lan stood behind Mo Fan. She was too scared to say a word. Clark smiled and walked past Mo Fan. He slowly left the office along the wooden spiral staircase. His leather shoes tapped against the floor as he walked. President Hongwu stopped smiling. He stared at Mo Fan and frowned. "Do you two have bad blood? He is your nephew? I fought against him in the Magic City yesterday, and he almost used the destructive forbidden curse on me. I'm sure you know the consequences of using the destructive forbidden curse in the Magic City," Mo Fan said. "He came to tell me about this today. The forbidden mage, who ranks in the holy city as an angel, has the privilege of using the forbidden curse. Even though I'm the president of the Magic Association, I can't do anything about it." President Hongwu signaled Mo Fan to take this conversation into his office. Mo Fan and Yang Lan entered President Hongwu's office. President Hongwu closed the door. An isolation barrier was on the door, so the room was soundproof. Yang Lan sat on a chair with her head lowered. After knowing about President Hongwu's relationship with Clark, she could not trust him even though he was the president of the most prestigious China Magic Association. However, Mo Fan was of a different opinion. Clark happened to be related to President Hongwu, but that did not mean he would protect him unconditionally. There was, of course, the possibility that President Hongwu would choose to maintain a good relationship with the Alliance and Holy City and betray them. "President Hongwu, do you know about Mu Ningxue's recruitment?" Mo Fan got straight to the point. President Hongwu shook his head. "I'm the president of the Oriental Pearl Tower, but I'm not the head of the Forbidden Curse Association. The Forbidden Curse Association of the Imperial City has been taking care of this matter. As you're aware, we retreated to Ding City, so we had been more focused on managing Ding City and Magic City. But you seem to know what went on behind the scenes," said Mo Fan. "I also just learned that Mu Ningxue had a conflict with Mu Rong in the extreme Southland, and Mu Ningxue killed Mu Rong with an evil bow. I heard that it is related to the years of grievances between Mu Ningxue and the Mu family," said President Hongwu. Mo Fan frowned, but Yang Lan was surprised. "I see. She has already been condemned," Mo Fan said gravely. "We can't handle this matter recklessly. We know your relationship with Mu Ningxue. Even so, you can't simply challenge the majesty of the holy city," said President Hongwu. "What do you suggest?" Mo Fan asked. "I have sent someone to find the person in charge of the Forbidden Curse Association in the imperial capital. Mu Ningxue is a member of the Magic Association. Even if she is accused of murdering a forbidden mage, we have the right to argue her case. Of course, the indictment from the Holy City has not been made publicly, which means there are still many things that the Holy City and the Alliance have not figured out. They can't issue a global bounty for the time being," said President Hongwu. "After your nephew kills everyone who traveled with Mu Ningxue, they will issue a public bounty," said Mo Fan. "I can prove," Yang Lan interrupted. Mo Fan gave Yang Lan a signal with his eyes, and Yang Lan immediately stopped talking. President Hongwu noticed their interaction. He looked at Mo Fan again and sighed. "Mo Fan, you still don't believe me. I know we had our differences in the Magic City. President Hongwu, this is a different matter. Although I would never doubt your principles of righteousness, a person's professional ethics and impartialness may not directly correlate with this noble quality," said Mo Fan. "Young people are always so direct. If it were another person saying this to me, I would definitely kick him out," said President Hongwu. "President Hongwu, what do you plan to do?" Mo Fan asked. "Just like you, I need to find out the truth. Regardless, Mu Ningxue is a member of the China Magic Association. As the president, I'm obliged to protect all her rights," said President Hongwu. "Glad to hear that. Mo Fan just wanted to know the stance of the China Magic Association. I've heard about what happened in Dubai. Mo Fan, the holy city is different from Sulu. This time, you can't act impulsively no matter what," President Hongwu warned Mo Fan. Mo Fan had challenged the chairman of the Asian Magic Association because of Feng Julong. Despite the 5 continents Magic Association's attempts to block this news and make up countless stories about what happened in Dubai, things could not completely settle down. Mo Fan was already on the blacklist of the 5 continents Magic Association. Mo Fan was likely to stand against the 5 continents Magic Association because of what happened to Ningxue. He was indeed a legendary person in China, but he was a dangerous person internationally. The top management of the 5 continents Magic Association had been paying attention to him for a long time. China was constantly fighting with demons. Mountain demons were attacking the country, and ocean demons were continuing their invasion. If Mo Fan did something outrageous and was caught by high-level international executives, China would have difficulty mobilizing enough power to defend him. You don't have to worry about that. I can't summon the Azure Dragon to kill the people in the Holy City if I have to fight them. Mo Fan smiled. Mo Fan's smile sent a chill up President Hongwu's spine. This was what President Hongwu was worried about. The Holy City and the Alliance are not as shady as you think. A formal pleading is required for Ningxue's case. This is the only way to prove her innocence and save her, President Hongwu said solemnly. If it is a formal pleading, I'll leave it to you, President Hongwu, said Mo Fan. What about you? Oh, I'll collect evidence to uncover the truth. Don't you need that for pleading the case? Mo Fan answered. Anyway, don't act impulsively. Try to find some trustworthy people to find out who is pushing this matter. We have to find out just who wants Ningxue to be found guilty, and what caused Rong's death, said President Hongwu. I get it, President Hongwu. What about Wei Guang? Mo Fan asked. Wei Guang violated the rules of the China Forbidden Curse Association. Due to his concealment of the recruitment details and public opposition to the alliance, he has been removed from the China Forbidden Curse Association. We're not sure where he is. You can find out who removed him. President Hongwu suddenly lowered his voice. Chapter 2936. Members of the Forbidden Curse Association. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. One more thing. If I'm not mistaken, the fire element earth pistol obtained by Wei Guang was guarded and handed over to the country by those of us in the Fanxue mountain. Now that I have reached the realm where I can advance to a forbidden mage, I wonder if the country will provide me with the same courtesy, said Mo Fan. He came to Hongwu to ask about the forbidden mage. Commander Hua once mentioned some things about forbidden mags. The country provided Wei Guang with an earth pistol, so was Mo Fan also eligible to receive one. I'll submit your application as soon as possible. As you're aware, the earth pistol is something we can't ask for. Maybe we can't even find any suitable one for you in the whole country. However, you can rest assured. After all, you have made great contributions to the country and submitted an earth pistol. If there is an earth pistol that matches your attributes, we'll immediately give it to you, said President Hongwu. That still means nothing to me. Mo Fan rubbed his temples. There will be at least one. It's hard to say when you will receive one. By the way, you still need to make a report once you accept the promotion of being a forbidden mage, said President Hongwu. What do you mean? Mo Fan was puzzled. You need to report to the Supreme Magic Association. We are under the jurisdiction of the Asian Magic Association, so you must report to the Asian Magic Association about your current cultivation situation. The country and Magic Association will report to the Asian Magic Association that we have another mage in line when we obtain the earth pistol, President Hongwu explained to Mo Fan. In other words, I need the permission of the Asian Magic Association to become a forbidden mage. Mo Fan raised his eyebrows. Yes. Becoming a forbidden mage was not simply a matter of cultivation level and good luck, but it also depended on the approval of the Supreme Magic Association. Such requirements were not needed on any previous level of cultivation. Forbidden Curse is a level that should not exist. Becoming a forbidden mage is equivalent to losing oneself. One should not think that the stronger you get, the freer you become. Therefore, I hope you think twice regarding Ningxue's matter. You must be careful, President Hongwu warned him. Is there any situation that does not need to be reported to the Supreme Magic Association? Mo Fan asked. You can ask Dean Xiao about this. Dean Xiao is not a registered forbidden mage. However, he had to join the China Forbidden Curse Association and become an official member. Some powerhouses in this world have completed the rebirth on their own and have become forbidden mags. However, once these powerhouses expose their power as a forbidden mage, they will be compulsorily inducted under the Forbidden Curse Association. Otherwise, the Five Continents Magic Association and Holy City will punish them, said President Hongwu. That sounds very constricting. If that is the case, the strongest group of people in this world are basically the members of the Holy City and Supreme Magic Association, said Mo Fan. They have to be domineering. Before the Forbidden Curse Association was fully established, there were too many disasters caused by uncontrolled forbidden mags. Although the world is big, there is limited space for those who live in it. Much of the land devastated by the forbidden mags is beyond repair. The power of the forbidden curse is beyond the magic we usually practice. When such a terrible ability attacks because of some personal grievances, interests, or greed, it is the common people who suffer. President Hongwu sighed. Hongwu had to explain to Mo Fan the stakes of the forbidden curse. Unfortunately, I haven't seen those in power abide by the Forbidden Curse Convention. Forget it. We don't have to worry about that for now. I have other things to deal with, so I'll leave first, Mo Fan sighed. Don't act impulsively. President Hongwu warned him again. Mo Fan had never once thought that the Magic Association would ever provide him with an earth pistol. After President Hongwu's explanation, Mo Fan was sure that the Asian Magic Association and Five Continents Magic Association Alliance would never allow him to become a forbidden mage. If they did not want him to become a forbidden mage, he could not get an earth pistol from the Magic Association. Things were still very complicated. Even if he had made such a great contribution to the Magic City, many people would choose not to get involved with his case, especially if Holy City and Alliance were involved. Mo Fan also understood that no one would be willing to help him if he challenged the Asian Magic Association. In the end, he had only himself to rely on. Mo Fan, you don't quite trust President Hongwu, do you? Yang Lan asked softly. He is a member of the Forbidden Curse Association. Whether he is trustworthy or not depends on his actions henceforth. It is hard to say whether he is doing his job as the president of the Dongfang Oriental Magic Association or giving me the cold shoulder to avoid conflict with the Supreme Magic Association, Mo Fan explained calmly. Wei Guang might have hidden some things from everybody, but it was not to the extent to get him removed directly from the China Forbidden Curse Association. It seems that someone in the China Forbidden Curse Association has colluded with the people of the Holy City and does not intend to let others know the truth of the matter, said Yang Lan gloomily. She had not expected things to turn out this way. She had faced the Supreme Magic Association, Holy City, and Five Continents Magic Association Alliance. They stood like the most magnificent mountain in the world, but she was as small as a mosquito. How am I going to face them and protect myself if I do have to go against them? Mo Fan looked at Yang Lan. Don't worry. We still have other ways. Let's go to the Holy City for now. Go to the Holy City? Isn't it the same as throwing ourselves into their trap? Yang Lan's face turned pale with fright. Don't worry. There is someone I can trust in the Holy City. It was useless to rush the matter. Mo Fan did not set off to the Holy City immediately. He went to the Flying Bird Base City to check on Fanshui Mountain. Fanshui Mountain continued to expand its area like a vigorous beating heart of a city. Fanshuishin City had gradually become the safest coastal inner area. Surprisingly, the departure of Mu Ningxue and this matter did not have any impact on Fanshui Mountain for now. Someone must have given us some protection, Mo Fan guessed. The fact that Fanshui Mountain was not affected at all meant that a bigwig in the country protected it and did not allow people from the Holy City and the Five Continents Magic Association Alliance to go to stir up disputes there for conflicts involving Mu Ningxue. Otherwise, the Holy City and the Alliance would have already targeted Fanshui Mountain. Mo Fan was at ease to see that nothing was troubling Fanshui Mountain for now. If something happened to Ningxue Mountain, Mo Fan and Mu Ningxue would not stay silent. Chapter 2937. Archangel's Teacher. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. With the Black Dragon Wing, Mo Fan could save a lot of money on air tickets. Recently, there had been many crises. Despite signs of recovery, the cold wave continued to emerge due to too many conflicts in the past and caused many international flights to be cancelled. The reduced space of living made the boundary between humans and demons continue to be magnified. All the countries were not very optimistic because the balance and containment had changed. Mo Fan went to the Holy City along Alps Mountain. The Holy City was the same as in the past. It was magical as always. The brilliance of the bright eye hanging over the Holy City told people that they were under the gaze of gods all the time. Mo Fan stepped into the Holy City. As he had expected, he wasn't allowed to enter. He was on the Holy City's grey list. The dangerous acts that Mo Fan committed internationally made him the target of the Holy Judgment Court. The information about the Azure Dragon and Demon element should also be on the information boards of some angels in power in the Holy City. We've met in the Divine City. Judicator Maul stared at Mo Fan with a razor-sharp gaze. I remember. At that time, you regarded me as a heretic, someone who practices disastrous art. Mo Fan looked at the Judicator. We won't simply let you enter the Holy City. After all, you have a close relationship with the King of the Undeads, who was executed in the Holy City in the past. Besides, we also have information that you are still very close to the group of undeads in the ancient capital. What you have done is not welcome in the Holy City, Judicator Maul said firmly. A small Judicator like you has no right to judge what I do. I have notified someone with more authority. I'm just waiting for her here, Mo Fan said to Maul. Judicator Maul looked at Mo Fan like he was a criminal. With more authority? You seem to know nothing about the Holy City. Since you are already on the list, you can't step into the Holy City unless you are carried into the Holy City as a heretic corpse. I swear by my reputation as a Judicator that the Holy City is always watching you, so you better be careful, Judicator Maul said coldly. Mo Fan stood aside, but he did not care about the aggressive Judicator Maul at all. Yang Lan could feel the unusual aura of the Holy City. Everyone here, every building, every magic system, barrier, and mysterious structure made people extremely uneasy. It reminded Yang Lan of the panic she felt when the strict teacher on the podium saw through every action she did in school. Dismissed! A solemn voice rang out. A Holy City's guard shouted. There were ring roads, bridges, and important highways leading to various European countries outside the Holy City, but the Holy City did not allow vehicles to pass through. Those who arrived in the Holy City could only enter on foot. There was not much transportation in the Holy City. It maintained its environment similar to the time when it was first created. A group of people in the city walked over in red clothes, which made them seem solemn and divine. Even the marble pavement they walked on was glowing with a rare luster. It's Archangel Gabriel. There were a total of 7 archangels. They represented the highest authority of the Holy City and the symbol of the most mysterious and powerful god in the world. They surpassed the 5 continents magic association. They were otherworldly, and monitored the world all the time. Those red-clothed angels walked over, and all the holy judges, guardians, and residents of the Holy City near the city gate saluted in respect. The arrogant Judicator Maul lowered his head. He understood the authority of the archangels. The residents could neglect the archangels, but he could not. No need to salute. I'm here to greet my teacher, Archangel Gabriel said to everyone with a serene smile. Your teacher? Judicator Maul was puzzled. Was there anyone in this world who could be the teacher of an archangel? That person must be a veteran angel. Judicator Maul looked around to look for the teacher the archangel was talking about. He saw Archangel Gabriel walking toward the man he had almost kicked out of the city gate. Mo Fan? But he was on the Holy City's grey list and was a heretic. Judicator Maul was stunned. The Archangel was so respected by the whole Holy City. However, she earnestly and respectfully saluted the heretic like a modest student. Was this guy really Archangel Gabriel's teacher? Sharja, you didn't have to bring so many people along. I could find you by myself, but Judicator Male here said I am not allowed to enter the city, said Mo Fan. Sharja glanced at Judicator Maul. Maul's face darkened. He wanted to explain but did not know how to. Please forgive him. He is just performing his duties, Sharja said softly. Judicator Maul relaxed. Although every Archangel was difficult to get along with, they were impartial and incorruptible. Recently, there have been a lot of crimes in the Holy City. We need someone like Judicator Maul who can carry out his responsibility to ensure the city's safety among the Mags. Some old ladies can't walk, some drunkards who like to make trouble, and arrogant people who disrespect the Holy City, Sharja continued. Judicator Maul felt as if a heavy object had hit his head. He almost fell to the ground. He worked so hard to get to this position. As the supreme ruler of the Holy City, how could the Archangel Gabriel abuse her power over a resident of the Holy City who was just doing his job? Judicator Maul is under Archangel Michael. Don't you need to ask him about this transfer? Asked a middle-aged woman in red next to Sharja. Well, you're right. I should have asked Michael. Sharja nodded earnestly. After asking Michael, you can accompany Maul to the Public Safety Administration. The middle-aged woman in the red angel clothes was stunned. She was not a holy judge but a holy city apostle who had a chance of becoming an angel. How could Sharja transfer her just because she said something that the Archangel might not want to hear? Sharja still had a serene smile on her face. She stepped forward and gently held Mo Fan's arm like he was an elder. At this moment, she was no different from an eager little girl. She had a lot of recent events to share with him. Chapter 2938. Dragon Egg Shop. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Sharja was as agile and beautiful as the forest elves in Western fairy tales with purple hair. She still looked the same as before, with a unique personality. She only showed eagerness and passion in the things that piqued her interest. Otherwise, her eyes were like the still surface of a lake without any ripples. It was difficult to see her eager and enthusiastic because there weren't many things in this world that interested her. You are now an Archangel and rule the Holy City, yet you haven't changed even a little, Mo Fan said to Sharja, who was walking on the street holding his hand. Sharja did not care about anyone's stare, nor did she care about her identity as an Archangel. When I needed help, it was not the Holy City but you who came to my aid. When you need my help, I will stand by your side without hesitation. Seems like you already know what happened. Yeah, it's something that is worth studying, but I didn't expect that it involved you. When I recall the days I fought with you in the Dark Plane in Dubai, I can't help but miss those times. I used to think that with your violent temper and my strength, we would join forces and fight against something unknown one day. I didn't expect that day to come so quickly. Sharja smiled. It's probably because the world is a little darker than we thought, said Mo Fan. The world is like grass. The more we yearn for the light, the deeper our roots become. In fact, we can only ensure that the eroded roots won't break out of the ground, Sharja said as she walked. She stared at Yang Lan next to her with purple crystal eyes. Yang Lan did not say anything and just listened quietly. She was still stunned. When Mo Fan had said he knew someone in the Holy City, she had assumed it might be a resident. She never thought it would be an Archangel. Not everyone could meet Archangels, let alone receive a warm welcome from them. Yang Lan gradually began to believe in Mo Fan. Perhaps they still had hope. Sharja did not go to the temple and dispersed everyone around her. She untied the symbolic angel's robe and walked around the Holy City with Mo Fan and Yang Lan like ordinary people. There were many interesting magic shops in the Holy City. The staff in the shops were all magic artisans and apprentices. They always made wonderful accessories and sold them at high prices. No matter what price they set, tourists from all over the world came to buy it. As they walked in front of those gorgeous display windows, Mo Fan saw a shop selling dragon eggs. Dragon eggs were kept in isolated containers decorated with gold nests. It looked like it could hatch a dragon any minute. Let's go in and have a look. Sharjah led Mo Fan inside. Is this the legendary gambling egg? Mo Fan looked at the prices of the dragon eggs. The eggshells were all different in size, shape, and pattern. Some were cyan, while some were golden blue. Some eggs were huge, but some were only the size of a quail egg. The whole shop was large, and endless customers entered and left. They were all holding monocles near their faces and carefully observing the material and texture of the eggs. It was to identify the breed of the quiet little dragon inside. Yes. Sharjah nodded. She walked to a blue-white little dragon egg that no one cared about. She paid the staff and handed it to Yang Lan. Since this is our first meeting, here's a gift for you. Yang Lan was puzzled. When she took the blue-white dragon egg with both hands, she immediately felt the little dragon move inside. Thank you. These dragon eggs from different places, nests, and domestication bases may hatch a low-level fire-headed lizard or a fearless and powerful red dragon. Just like gambling stones in Yunnan, they might be huge, precious stones or just priceless jade. You never know. Mo Fan had also heard about the gambling dragon eggs. The family of Duke Alain in Britain created the craze of European dragons, making it the dream of every European to own a real dragon. In Europe, dragons liked to sleep and reproduced when they had nothing to do. Their eggs were the result of interbreeding. After all, purebred dragons were very rare. Therefore, dragons had countless types of descendants, including sub-dragons, pseudo-dragons, and hybrid dragons. The industry of dragon eggs gambling was born because of this. Rich people spent a lot of money on dragon eggs, but they ended up with a group of savage lizards. Some people with sharp eyes chose a sub-dragon and set foot on the pinnacle of life. Europe has become different from the past because of the British dragon training family, said Sharjah. Mo Fan nodded. He knew about it. Europe had become powerful because of the production of giant dragons, and a group of so-called dragon cavalry mags had emerged. These mags rode and commanded dragons in fights. People were no longer purely obsessed with esoteric magic and gradually began to use dragon power. The age of magic in Europe was progressing, and the dragoon mags would soon become a new powerful group that dominated the world. Unfortunately, I still can't complete the fusion magic without Mr. Feng, Sharjah said with a gloomy expression. The era of dragon mags would gradually sweep over. At first it was fusion magic. Sharjah was still blaming herself for it. Despite its derivation from the dragon industry, dragon eggs gambling became a popular trade in Europe. They could imagine the dragon's influence on the world. Mo Fan patted Sharjah on the shoulder to comfort her. Changes are bound to happen. Don't be disheartened, said Mo Fan. Mr. Mo, the enemy you have to face this time is from the dragon training family. Lady Carolina's full name is Carolina Gaia. She supports the dragon gambling industry through the Gaia family. Her wealth and status are at the top of the world, Sharjah said to Mo Fan. Lady Carolina. Mo Fan made a mental note of the name. He wondered if this was an important figure. Perhaps she might also be involved in Mu Ningxue's exile. Mo Fan did not expect that she would be such an influential person. Chapter 2939. Angel's Blacklist. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Sharjah walked with Mo Fan. She glanced at Yang Lan. Some tourists surrounded Yang Lan because the blue-white dragon egg in her hand had hatched. A cute little dragon's head with two small protrusions crawled out. It had two little horns. The horns meant that the little creature was a sub-dragon. The staff cheered because the dragon egg had hatched a sub-dragon. It was newsworthy. It would increase the popularity of the shop. Yang Lan did not know what to do. She looked at everyone's envious and eager eyes. She could not help but be protective toward the little sub-dragon that only showed half its head. Sharjah took Mo Fan to the side and left Yang Lan amidst the people. Don't get me wrong. It's just that she is an outsider who happened to be involved. I know, said Mo Fan. He understood her concerns. But I have to ensure her safety. Ningxue doesn't want her to suffer because of her? Mr. Mo. Have you ever thought that this matter might not be solely directed toward Ningxue? Shaja's tone changed. It was no longer soft and light but turned a bit solemn. Mo Fan was stunned. If it is not directed at Ningxue? Then. There are 7 archangels in total, and each of them will show up and return to their positions when they think there are hidden dangers in this world. In fact, everything they deal with is the reason why they can ascend to the temple. Shaja calmed a bit. You can be straightforward, Mo Fan said to Shaja. As you have seen, Michael stepped on the corpse of the ancient king who was about to become Hades and ascended to the holy city. I overthrew the dictatorship of Su Lu, the dark chairman of Asia, and entered the holy city as an archangel, said Shaja. Mo Fan thought about it. He knew what Shaja meant, but it implied that this was all a conspiracy. Archangel Ramiel sentenced the Holy Sun when Tai, Shaja continued. Mo Fan shuddered. Mr. Mo, whether these people they got rid of were righteous or evil, they had one thing in common. Their influence or strength threatened the holy city. Shaja was very close to Mo Fan. She was almost whispering. As one of the archangels, Shaja knew she should not simply tell anyone about this. If it were not for Mo Fan, who fought with her in the past, she would never have uttered these words. Shaja, do you mean Ningxue is being targeted by an archangel who wants to return to their throne in the holy city? Mo Fan asked in surprise. Shaja shook her head. The purple eyes kept staring at Mo Fan. He took a deep breath. The target of the archangel was not Ningxue but him. The election of the Parthenon temple was supposed to end at the beginning of this year, but it was postponed for unknown reasons. Elections have been postponed repeatedly. Some people do not want Yixinxia to become the goddess of the Parthenon temple, and others secretly support Izisha. It's not because they want Izisha to win. They just don't want to see Yixinxia become a goddess, said Shaja. Mo Fan's breath caught in his throat. Xinxia was a saintess. She had a high status in the Parthenon temple and had an unparalleled appeal in the world. However, the elections had been postponed several times, and Xinxia had not revealed the real reason. Mo Fan thought that the fight within the Parthenon temple was still going on. After listening to what Shaja said, Mo Fan felt suffocated. I am targeted by an archangel because they firmly believe I am a heretic that needs to be dealt with. Mo Fan suddenly realized why the Holy Judgment Court had not cleared his name as a heretic after all he had done. He was not on the blacklist of the Holy Judgment Court but the archangels. I heard about what happened in the Magic City. You awakened the Chinese totems to save the residents of the Magic City and exposed your demon's ability. Your influence in China has surpassed that of most forbidden mags, but you are not a forbidden mage, Shaja continued. I have no choice, said Mo Fan. I understand. If it were me, I would do the same. Even though the Holy Sun Wentai had a high reputation, the Archangel could throw him to the dark abyss. Shaja knew what Mo Fan was thinking. Mo Fan understood everything. Ningxue was in exile, and he was the reason. They were trying every means possible to have Mo Fan turn against the holy city so that they could justifiably get rid of him for the Archangel to ascend to the throne. Shaja, thank you for telling me this. Mo Fan sincerely thanked her. One more thing, Mr. Mo. You are indeed on the blacklist of an Archangel, but every Archangel has a small book that records the names of about 5 to 10 people anyway. If we look at the current situation, you might not be on the top of the list yet, said Shaja. Because I'm not a forbidden mage yet and not as much a threat for the holy city for now. Shaja nodded. Mo Fan was not a forbidden mage, so the Archangel would not take direct measures against him for now. If the Archangel wanted to ascend and return to the holy city, he needed an event that would heighten his position as an Archangel. Compared to the Holy Sun Wentai, the ancient king, and Chairman Su Lu, Mo Fan was still not as important or threatening. I think something must have gone wrong. They made Ningxue a pawn to get you. But I think they probably didn't expect Ningxue to fight back and kill Rong in the process and severely wound Lady Carolina with the power of a half-forbidden mage, said Shaja. Mo Fan opened his mouth in surprise. Did Mu Ningxue really kill the forbidden mage Mu Rong? Based on what Shaja said, she had fought with two people all alone. You mean that the Archangel set up a trap for me, but he found Mu Ningxue to be more threatening? Mo Fan could not believe it. Well, both of you are problematic. Shaja nodded. Mo Fan did not know what to say. According to the Greek national news, the election day of the goddess, which was originally postponed indefinitely, will be held in the next flower festival. That time will be a carnival for the Greek people. The LCD screen hanging high in the store broadcasted the news. The tourists did not care about it. After all, they did not know about the world's current affairs. However, Shaja suddenly turned to the LCD screen. After a while, she smiled brightly. Mr. Mo, it seems like your whole family is problematic. Chapter 2940. Natural Enemy. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan couldn't even pretend to be unaware of it. As the Archangel of the Holy City, Shera knew a lot of things that went on in the world. She mentioned that someone secretly manipulated Xinxia's goddess election, and a group of people supported Izisha. This meant that Xinxia had gradually gained the upper hand in the election. If it were not for the intervention of the Archangel, she would definitely be the goddess. The Parthenon Temple was an independent force outside the Magic Association. Even the Holy City would not simply challenge the power of the Parthenon Temple. What they could do was to let the election be postponed indefinitely. If the Parthenon Temple had only a saintess without a goddess, it would be limited by internal battles. However, these people behind the scenes seem to have failed in the end. The election of the Parthenon Temple's goddess would be held at the next flower festival. The election would take place even if it was delayed. In Shaja's opinion, the fact that this news was reported internationally showed that Xinxia had broken free from the suppression of the Archangel. In other words, the Archangel underestimated the dominance of the Parthenon Temple saintess. If Mu Ningxue's banishment and the postponement of the Parthenon Temple's election were the ways in which the Archangel was trying to put pressure on Mo Fan, then both Mu Ningxue and Xinxia were beyond the control of the Archangel. If the two of you are separated, the Archangel may not put you at the top of the blacklist. But if you two are together, I think you two have a high probability of ranking at the top of the list. After all, the Archangels who have not returned to their positions will target hidden dangers that can become uncontrollable in just a few years like you two. Your growth has made this Archangel uneasy, said Shaja. Many things had a sign. After the incident between Qin Yue and the chief military instructor, Mo Fan understood that there were many cancerous things in this world beside the Black Vatican. Some cancers seemed to be stronger. Removing them was equivalent to killing the whole world and putting the world in chaos. Perhaps this was the true face of this world, and they had to face it. Every power beyond the forbidden curse is not in control of the management of this world. The magic books given to each country by the Magic Association only had contents up to super level. They don't want anyone to become a forbidden mage and don't want anyone to have the ability beyond the forbidden curse, Mo Fan said. It has always been like this. No one cares about how advanced the magical civilization will be. They only care about whether they will always be at the top of everyone. Mr. Mo, our battle in Dubai has not ended. Chairman Sulu was just an executioner. The culprit who killed Mr. Feng Julong is someone on the top of the world. Shaja said it firmly. The battle had never ended. If civilization was compared to a person, the brain held the power. The brain kills everything that threatens its control to maintain dominance. Every person who could stand at the top of society must have strong willpower and must cast away laziness, comfort, and inability to make progress. However, when they reached that position, they became the rotten part of humankind because of their self-centeredness and their hunger to maintain their dominance. Although they had a high presence among humans, they made the entire group unenthusiastic, lazy, and lived comfortably so they could hold their position. Of course, this was not the case in every era. Although the ruling class was pedantic, all human beings were often in states of crisis and weakness. Races without natural enemies would become even more terrifying because some people in their group will become their own natural enemy. What was a human's natural enemy? It was the ruling class. But the funny thing was that the people in this era were not living a comfortable life. They faced the threat of the ocean demons and the encroachment of the extreme south. As if humans were ships, they swayed violently in the wind and rain and might sink at any moment. However, some rulers were still harming those under them. Therefore, the ruling class would eventually be overthrown. They forced the vast majority of people to live without a choice of escape and freedom. For a long time, Mo Fan had only focused on getting stronger without the pressure of anyone seeing him as a threat. The incident between Qin Yue and Chief Military Instructor Shan Kong woke him up to the reality around him, and the most remarkable thing was the matter of Feng Julong. He did not expect that he would follow in the footsteps of the two revered people. He might have predicted them. If the two were his role models, he would not end up much better than them. Was there something I did wrong to be seen as an enemy of the Archangel and soon the enemy of the world, wondered Mo Fan. He could not think of anything he had done that warranted such scrutiny. Perhaps it was because he rejected the sanction of the holy city and disobeyed the world. Therefore, he only had two choices. Either he fought with little hope, or he joined them. Even though the latter could ensure his safety, it was like joining Chairman Luo Mion, or joining Michael's dictatorship and maybe Su Lu's team. The sky was red as blood. A bruised heavenly eagle carried a young soldier who had no soul and was unable to wake up in the cold coffin in Hangzhou. He sacrificed himself, merged with the evil robe, and let himself fall into the dark hell in exchange for the survival of the inner city of the ancient capital. He annihilated his soul in the holy city and did not want to fight anymore. To study hard, he stayed awake day and night. When he opened up perfect innovative magic, he did not apply for a patent immediately to seek benefits and go to the Asian Magic Association to teach it to the world. In the end, he died tragically in a foreign country. How remarkable these people and events were! If Mo Fan joined them, he would stand on the opposite side of these people. Mo Fan could not bring himself to do it. The road he embarked on was consistent with these remarkable people. His heart and soul were influenced by them, making him unwilling to submit to the archangels. So as Sharjah said, this battle had never ended. Despite this, most past battles could not see through the situation. They did not know where the enemy they were about to face was hiding, what was obstructing and maiming them, and they always let those respectable people around them die, making their hearts break. Mo Fan understood. Chapter 2941. A Hidden Problem. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Sir, you still have a way to get out of this situation. As long as you don't dabble in forbidden curses, the country and I will ensure your safety from the people of the holy city. However, the moment you turn to forbidden curses, it will be equivalent to declaring a war on them, said Sharjah to Mo Fan. Sharjah, which side are you on? Asked Mo Fan. I want to make up for the mistake of not protecting Mr. Feng Julong, said Sharjah solemnly. So, are you going to continue fighting? Yes. This conflict will not be settled with ease, said Sharjah. How can I let you fight the battle alone? Sharjah stared at Mo Fan, and life gradually returned to her eyes. She looked happy. That's great. Mr. Mo, I can fight alongside you again. I like this. Whenever I'm with you, I feel as if I'm still alive, as if my heart is still beating and my blood is still warm. Sharjah smiled radiantly. She no longer looked as if she had been shrouded by a layer of mystery and otherworldliness like before. Mo Fan could not help but stretch out his hand to pat on Sharjah's head. If it had not been for the fact that Sharjah was an archangel, she would still be the NAVE, energetic student he had taught. Speaking of which, many people saw you pick me up at the city gate. The archangel who hasn't returned to his position would be aware of this too. If that's the case, he will see you as his enemy, said Mo Fan. More than one of them have set their sights on you. People in the holy city once held a special, secret meeting to discuss the incident involving the Azure Dragon and the demons. They summoned all the archangels to the meeting, except for me. They knew about us from Dubai, said Sharjah, calmly. When you're alone in the holy city, did they ostracize you? Mo Fan could not help but ask with concern. Not everyone is our enemy. Of course, some of them pretend to be our friends. It's complicated. The longer I stay in the holy city, the more I miss my school days in Oho's holy school. I miss how the students competed and were jealous of one another. I miss watching the eccentric teachers working on meaningless things, said Sharjah. Now that you mention it, I also miss my days at Pearl Institute. Mo Fan chuckled. Mo Fan missed Pearl Institute. However, the students there may not miss him. As soon as he joined the institute, he snatched all the resources. Most of the students hated him. No matter how strained the relationship was between Mo Fan and the students, Pearl Institute was long gone. The Magic City had become part of the Ocean Demon's lair. Despite having the will to save the world, it rejected him. Sir, have you made up your mind about the path to the realm of the forbidden curse? Sharjah inquired about Mo Fan's cultivation issue. Not yet. Perhaps I can find some clues from the totem beasts, said Mo Fan. The clues lay on the mysterious feather sacred totem beast. Mo Fan already had the fiery furnace in his heart. He believed his fire element magic would grow closer to the mysterious feather sacred totem beast. He had to find more totem beasts related to the mysterious feather sacred totem beast for his fire element to grow stronger. The fire element was Mo Fan's strongest ability. It was also the one element that showed the greatest promise for him to dabble in forbidden curses. I found a clue here, but it's not very clear. Sir, you may still have to dig out more information on your own. It's about the birth of a demonic creature in East Guardian Tower in Japan. It's on the verge of becoming a wicked god. Sharjah took out an item that resembled a pearl from the space bracelet. The exterior of the pearl was clear and lustrous, but the inside was extremely murky, as if it had been injected with contaminated gas. What is this? Mo Fan asked in puzzlement. Sir, I sensed a similar aura from you, said Sharjah. It's the Red Demon. Mo Fan cried out. So, you're aware of this, too? The quasi-wicked god has obtained the 8 souls from heaven and earth. It's going to gather massive evil energy from every prison and jail in the world. It'll become the emperor of the evil temple in the next moonless night, whispered Sharjah. This was a confidential matter in the holy city. It was also a hidden issue in Sharjah's authority. Originally, Ramiel wanted to obtain the right to handle the issue. After Sharjah sensed the aura from the evil pearl that was similar to Mo Fan, she stopped him. Sharjah had some of the priesthood personnel to follow up the matter before she finally learned about the quasi-wicked god's evil temple and the ascension ceremony. I've been tracking it for a long time. It has multiple identities, so it's impossible to tell which of them is the true one, said Mo Fan. The Red Demon has to use its true identity if it wants to become the emperor under the moonless night, said Sharjah with great conviction. We can't let it ascend to become an emperor. It's an extremely dangerous creature, said Mo Fan. Yes. Otherwise, it would not have been listed in the Holy City list. Sir, you can make good use of this opportunity, said Sharjah. What do you mean? Mo Fan did not quite understand what Sharjah was trying to say. Evil energy becomes evil when it is used by evil forces. Sir, you have a similar aura within you, yet you're not affected by it. This shows that you can harness that energy. With your current level of cultivation, you're qualified to enter the Forbidden Curse realm. So, this is a good opportunity for you to become a Forbidden Mage by using Red Demon as your cornerstone, said Sharjah. Sharjah needed Mo Fan to become a Forbidden Mage. Otherwise, how would he fight with the experts of the Holy City? Mo Fan's demon element power was not stable, and the Azure Dragon was in deep slumber. Hence, he had to have the power to fight the battle. The Magic Association would not give Mo Fan a chance to dabble in forbidden curses. He had to rely on himself to become a Forbidden Mage. He could use the Totem Beasts to become a Forbidden Mage for good. However, the path of searching for Totem Beasts was time-consuming. They did not have much time left. Ningxue could not possibly stay in the extreme south for long. Also, Xinxia's election was around the corner. Something big was about to happen soon. Since Mo Fan decided to fight the war, he had to dabble in forbidden curses this year. Thank you. This information is very useful to me. Mo Fan nodded. There are many spies working for the Archangels among the priesthood. I'll have the priesthood personnel withdraw from this issue. Sir, I suppose you can find the target, right? Asked Sharja. No problem. You have to be very careful. The problem is so serious that the Archangel decided to personally handle it. Any single mistake can make it the Red Demon and later, the Wicked God. I've dealt with him for many years. Don't worry, said Mo Fan. There's a compass inside the holy city. It shows the direction of the energy that surpasses the level of the forbidden curse. Regardless of whether you have become a forbidden mage, or whether the Red Devil has become the Emperor by then, the compass in the holy city will show the same direction. People in the holy city are aware of it. I'll also submit a failed affirmation to the holy city so that when you dabble in the forbidden curse realm, people in the holy city will assume you're the Red Demon. With that, you can hide yourself along the way, Sharja said with caution. Mo Fan stared at Sharja. He did not expect her to be so meticulous. Fortunately, Sharja was on his side. Otherwise, the road to the big confrontation would be even more challenging. Chapter 2942. I'm an adult. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Mo Fan received a lot of important information from Sharja. The feeling of being at a loss was horrible. Fortunately, he had figured out everything and knew what step to take next. Mo Fan did not stay around in the holy city for long. The longer he stayed in the city, the greater the pressure Sharja would feel. The next moonless night would be the Red Demon's ascension ceremony. Mo Fan looked at the calendar and realized it was less than a month before the full moon eclipse. He had to look for Lingling regarding this matter. Meanwhile, Sharja let Yang Lan stay in the holy city. After all, the most dangerous place was also the safest. Sharja could protect Yang Lan if she stayed in the holy city. It would be much safer than staying in the country. The killer was a forbidden mage. Mo Fan could not think of any other person who could truly ensure Yang Lan's safety. He returned to the country alone. It was already midnight, and a perfectly shaped crescent moon appeared in the pitch-black sky. If one were to look carefully at it, one could notice the slight curve in the middle of the crescent moon. Mo Fan rushed back to the Imperial capital overnight and found the Clear Sky Hunter Agency franchise. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency in Magic City was a flagship store. Meanwhile, the franchise was set up by Old Bao's disciples. The Clear Sky Hunter City was situated in one of the streets, just like the one in the Magic City. They received various bizarre, demonic cases in the urban city and worked closely with many official organizations. Mo Fan had practiced his cultivation behind closed door for more than a year. Lingling could not possibly stand guard over him all that time. Hence, she was transferred to the Imperial College and attended a school there. The moment Mo Fan stepped into the Clear Sky Hunter Agency, he saw Ling Qing at the bar. She sat on a high stool reading a stack of documents. It was already late at night. The Clear Sky Hunter Agency was not entirely a small cafeteria. Its decoration resembled a serene, small-scale bar. Mo Fan was about to greet Ling Qing when a man with slick black hair and leather jacket walked forward. The man stared at Mo Fan in disdain. He held a glass of wine and sat beside Ling Qing. I heard that you're the boss of this cafe. The man in slick back hairstyle and leather jacket said in a deep voice. Get lost, Ling Qing said indifferently. The man's face changed instantly. The surrounding crowd burst into laughter. A hint of anger showed up in his eyes. Mo Fan went over to them. He glared at the man who attempted to flirt with Ling Qing. When the man met Mo Fan's eyes, fell onto the ground in fear. A small packet of white powder fell off from his back pant pockets. A bulky man came out from the other end of the hall. He glanced at Ling Qing before giving another look at the man in the leather jacket on the ground. How dare you visit my bar with this kind of stuff? Do you have a death wish? The next moment, the bulky man dragged the man out of the door. Ling Qing noticed Mo Fan. She gestured for him to sit in the chair next to her. "You came at the right time," said Ningxue. "A glass of iced Coke, please. I just flew back from Europe. I am almost a dried-up corpse because of the windy weather," said Mo Fan. Mo Fan felt refreshed after drinking the iced Coke with lemon slices. It was only then that he noticed that the documents Ningxue had been reading were related to the Red Demon. It looked like Ningxue knew that the Red Demon would make some commotion soon. "Take a look first. Ningxue will come in a while. I need to attend the Enforcement Union's mission tonight. You and Ningxue have to handle the Red Demon's ascension time carefully," said Ningxue. Mo Fan nodded. It was obvious to see that more than half of the documents had been placed aside for a very long time. It looked like Old Bao was the one who had been collecting the information. He had been tracking the Red Demon since the beginning. The remaining documents were the latest update since Mo Fan practiced his cultivation behind closed door. Most of the clues were discovered overseas. The doppelganger of the Red Demon was found in a guard hill at Yunnan. Since Mo Fan desired to take down the Red Demon, he had to study the documents carefully. After studying the documents once, Mo Fan realized the Red Demon's main target was the prisons. Regardless of whether the prisoners were ordinary people or vicious mags, they seemed to be the Red Demon's favorite. He always found its presence at those places. The Red Demon's usual evil methods were to manipulate their minds, spread the plague, diseases, and naturally, death. If they did not kill such a monster in time, it would only bring greater harm to the people and the world. In the dimly lit place, Mo Fan focused on reading the information. He noticed a young lady with black, shoulder-length hair sitting next to him. Mo Fan was aware of his own charm. He knew he stood out like a sore thumb among men. Hence, he knew women liked to flirt around with him, just like how the man tried to flirt with Ningxue. Even though the dim light had covered up his good looks, he knew the young ladies would be charmed by his aura and would take the initiative to make friends with him. He felt excited. He also wished to talk to the pretty girl. Perhaps this could even lead to some unforgettable developments. Still, Mo Fan acted innocent by blurting out, "I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone." His voice was deep. The truth was that men shone best when they learned how to reject certain things. "Do you have a few screws loose in your head?" said a silvery and melodious voice. The young lady blinked while staring at Mo Fan. Mo Fan turned to her, and his jaw dropped. How did Lolita with double ponytails whom he had been waiting for become as gorgeous as a celebrity overnight? She looked simply stunning. "Ningxue, did you come for a beauty pageant contest?" Mo Fan finally closed his mouth, feeling self-conscious. As he was speaking, he reached out and flicked Ningxue's earring. He pinched her cheeks. She was draped in a simple, lace scarf. "I'm an adult now. I'm studying in college." Ningxue slapped Mo Fan's hand away. "Did you skip a grade?" "Yes. It's pointless for me to study in high school, so I skipped a grade," said Ningxue. Mo Fan looked at her carefully. He felt complicated. He did not know how to put it in words. Ningxue looked good. In fact, if he were to compare her with Apers, both had their own unique beauty. Even though he had not met Ningxue for more than a year, her transformation was truly shocking. If he had to describe her in words, he would say he felt relieved to see her growing into a beautiful young lady, just as a father would for his daughter. However, he hoped she would never grow up. He wished she would still be the same cute and childish young girl with pink cheeks. The same young girl who drank milk tea and spoke like an adult. Chapter 2943. The Bizarre Event in the Twin. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ningxue looked upset. However, a hint of joy appeared in her eyes. Mo Fan had finally finished his cultivation. She did not have to attend school anymore. She had learned everything there was to learn before she was 14 years old. School was merely a rite of passage for her. "I came back from the Holy City and received some news about the Red Demon." Mo Fan explained about the Red Demon he had learned from Sharjah. Mo Fan remembered Ningxue had brought back the sublimed evil bead filled with energy from the Magic City. The truth was that she and Mo Fan did not expect Old Bao to be investigating the red demon from the shadows all the while. With the information obtained from the Holy City and Old Bao's clues, it would not be difficult to locate the red demon. Mo Fan and Lingling could finally take down the red demon. It had always been a thorn in their side. "Can you locate it?" Mo Fan asked Lingling. Lingling compared the information obtained from the Holy City with Old Bao's. "Yes. But it's quite a troublesome place." "Where is it?" asked Mo Fan. "Its birthplace is at the Twin Guardian Towers in Japan," said Lingling. Mo Fan was puzzled. He did not expect the red demon to finish its journey at its birthplace. Anyway, it would be good to start and end over there. After all, creatures like the red demon should not have existed in this world in the first place. It was a kind of obsession, like a haunting ghost. Since it had almost reached Japan, they had to react swiftly. Mo Fan did not have time to gather other missing partners. They were very busy, after all. Hence, Mo Fan went to Japan with Lingling. Considering that the red demons, Kozuoki, Mochizuki, and Fujikata were friends, Mo Fan naturally had to visit them before taking the main red demon down. Mochizuki and Fujikata were the top management of the Twin Guardian Towers. When their National Institute came to Mo Fan's country, they had openly challenged the masters. When Mo Fan stepped into the Twin Guardian Towers, he could not help but recall the details of the fight with the students from the Japanese State House. He missed those days. Mo Fan stayed in a hotel near the Twin Guardian Towers. He hadn't had a proper rest these few days. As soon as he finished practicing the cultivation behind closed door, he went to the Magic City before flying to Europe. After that, he returned to Imperial Capital. Before he could even take a rest, he had to go to Japan. He felt a bit dizzy. However, confronting the red demon Kozuoki was not a simple task. Mo Fan could not face it in his exhausted state. "I have to sleep for a day." "Lingling, you can visit the Twin Guardian Towers as a tourist," said Mo Fan to Lingling. "Okay. Take a good rest, then." Lingling tidied her hair. Mo Fan noticed Lingling paid more attention to grooming herself these days. This was a good thing. A pretty lady could bring life to a lifeless environment. No young ladies on Earth should spend their days and nights just studying anatomy, slaughtering demons, and performing exorcisms. Early in the morning, Mo Fan was in a deep sleep. Most likely he would only get up at night. After Lingling finished getting ready, she left the hotel. She had cut her hair to shoulder length. She looked prettier with this haircut, like a young idol ready for a film set. She gave off a unique aura. Hence, she attracted the crowd's attention wherever she went. She put on a pair of comfortable wedges and joined the tourists. For a moment, those young boys who had previously been focusing on the Twin Guardian Tower's majestic view lost interest in it. "Are you alone? Can I be friends with you? Where did you come from?" Many boys flirted around with Lingling. They asked too many questions. Those on the road and streets were inevitably attracted to her too. Lingling decided to put on sunglasses to cover up her innocent and friendly look. With the sunglasses on, she exuded an air of arrogance and rejected those who offered to travel alongside her. The Twin Guardian Towers was only open to the visitors at a specific time. During that time, it was crowded with tourists. Most of the tourists came from China. The Twin Guardian Towers was a must-visit destination to take photos. When Lingling arrived at the ground below the Twin Guardian Towers, she noticed a group of young people in their 20s in the middle of training. She guessed those young people must have been from the State House. They were in the middle of preparation for the World College Tournament. It would not take long before the national institutes from various countries came here and challenged them. Surprisingly, most of their strengths had exceeded advanced level. Lingling was surprised. Since the members of the State House had passed advanced level, this showed that the overall strength of the new batch of mags in Japan had progressed. It seemed like the Ocean Demon season was around the corner. Thus, Japanese mags' overall strength had improved by leaps and bounds. "Are you a tourist?" asked Officer Ozawa. "Yes, I am." Lingling passed him her passport. Are you alone? Officer Ozawa asked again. Yes, I'm alone. Are you a hunter? Officer Ozawa noticed Lingling's identity on her passport. He was surprised to find that Lingling was a 7-star hunter master. Is there any problem? Lingling inquired. Don't get me wrong. Truth is, we're trying to contact the Hunter Union because some bizarre events have happened in the Twin Guardian Towers. We need some experienced hunters to help us look at it. It's only a small issue. If you're willing, I'll have the students show you around, said Officer Ozawa with an apologetic smile. Okay. After all, I'm only taking a casual stroll. Lingling agreed. Thank you very much. The situation by the sea is severe. Hunter masters of higher rank do not care about these groundless issues. However, the State House's students keep telling us about it. As such, we can't leave the issue alone. Please wait here for a while. We'll make arrangements for you. There are many places in the Twin Guardian Towers that forbid tourists from visiting. We can allow you access to them, said Officer Ozawa. After a couple of minutes, a boy and a girl from the State House came to her. They were about the same age as Lingling. The students from the State House and National Institute were basically below the age of 20. Even though Lingling was a few years younger than them, she did not look childish or ignorant. May I know where your mentor is? We came here by the order of Officer Ozawa to show her around the Twin Guardian Toes, said the female State House student as she walked over to Lingling. I am the one you were sent for. Lingling pointed to herself. You? The female State House student sized Lingling up. Officer Ozawa had been handling other businesses at the side. He ran over to them and confirmed Lingling's identity. She looks younger than me. How can she possibly be a 7-star hunter master, said Ikuko Ishida. Officer Ozawa scratched his head. To be honest, when he first saw Lingling's passport, he did not quite believe her identity either. However, when he was away, he had secretly checked the hunter's information and found out that she was truly a hunter master. She had even helped in resolving the drowning curse in Japan. Chapter 2944. The Red Demon's Magnetic Field. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. A moat surrounded the West Guardian Towers. The moat contained various exotic species of fishes. Some of the fishes were as big as a crocodile, which were 3 or 4 meters long and swam in the pond. Some of them were very small in size and swam in groups. They were multicolored. When they swam in groups, they looked like small rainbows that swept across the water. In the sunlight, they appeared even more gorgeous. After they passed by the moat, Ikuko Ishida made a quick introduction of the West Guardian Towers. Ikuko must have frequently received foreign visitors and leaders. She was very skilled in introducing and showing her around the towers, but Lingling noticed her impatience. Is it an easy feat to pass the Hunter Master examination in China? Ikuko Ishida turned her head around and asked. She did not bother to continue memorizing the introduction lines. Ikuko, it's very rude to ask that, said the male student, Kid Tokahoshi. She's not rude. She is just ignorant. The registration process to become a hunter is standardized across every country. The main reference would be the hunter's contribution point and bounty level, answered Lingling. HMPH. I'm not interested in accompanying a young NAIV girl wandering around. I still have many businesses to handle. Kid, since you're so eager to help, do accompany and show her around. After all, people like you don't need much training. When the next batch of people replace you, you can travel around the world with the National Institute team, Ikuko Ishida said furiously. She turned around and left. Lingling stared at Ikuko Ishida's fading silhouette with her head lowered. She was deep in her thoughts for a moment. Kid Tokahoshi was beside Lingling. He felt embarrassed and said apologetically, Ikuko don't usually behave like this. I suppose the competition in the State House has given her a lot of pressure. I hope you won't take this to heart. I'll do my best to show you around. Are you a member of the National Institute? Asked Lingling. Not yet. It's just that I perform slightly better in the State House with a bit of luck. I'll replace another member of the National Institute in the next batch. I believe my hard work will pay off. I hope my family, friends, and teachers can watch my performance in the World College Tournament. Please accept my apology for engaging in a topic that you're not interested in. Please come with me. This is the West Guardian Towers Library, said Keith Takahashi. The National Institute would occasionally replace one or two of their members. The students with outstanding performances in the State House would be transferred to the National Institute. The same rule applied to every country. Keith Takahashi was selected to be the next replacement member. Ikuko was either jealous of Keith Takahashi or Lingling, hence her unusual behavior. Actually, my performance pales in comparison to yours. Being a 7-star Hunter Master is truly remarkable. After all, some of the elders in my family are hunters, too. But they aren't a 7-star Hunter Master, Keith Takahashi said politely and respectfully. Officer Ozawa mentioned some strange occurrences in the Twin Guardian Towers. Everything looks normal here. Lingling had been keeping an eye on the surroundings throughout the journey. The Twin Guardian Towers was a large building that consisted of a restaurant, library, hospital, hotel, museum, academy, and military fortress. The towers were very crowded during open days. It resembled a mini version of a kingdom. It was not an easy feat to walk through the entire Twin Guardian Towers. Moreover, the castle was complete and filled with people of various professions. There would be a dark side to all of this. Actually, those are small issues. Look at the library. Some of the students and military officers stay until very late at night due to the examinations around the corner. They heard noises in the library at midnight, as if someone was whispering from behind the bookshelves. We invited soul mags to investigate the issue. Some of the students even claimed that they had seen figures under the moonlight. They were walking, arguing, and even flipping the bookshelves, said Keith Takahashi. Are there anything else aside from this incident? Asked Lingling. There are some basements under the West Guardian Towers. The basements serve as a place to interrogate the prisoners. Some of the military officers claimed that prisoners who had died unexpectedly haunt them and keep them awake at night. The next incident happened in the Mochizuki's family. Some of the young people in the family are sleepwalking. They appeared in strange places and slept there until the next morning. They couldn't recall what had happened the night before. In fact, some even more horrible incidents happened in the family before. However, the Mochizuki's family didn't spread the news. Perhaps it has something to do with the reputation of women in that family. Lingling walked into the library and to the bookshelf that had been flipped over. She randomly picked several books and checked the sides. She then looked at the order in which the books were arranged on the other shelves. Those who claimed to have seen supernatural visions in the library said the bookshelf had been flipped over. But I don't see any signs of that. Besides, the books are placed in an orderly way. Did anyone rearrange anything? Lingling asked for some details regarding the matter. No. They didn't rearrange anything. In fact, the person who witnessed the bookshelf being flipped over is one of my juniors. She was so frightened that she rushed over and told me about it that night. After that, I informed Officer Ozawa, said Keith Takahashi. Oh, we can rule out the incident that happened in the library, then. Lingling crossed out the supernatural incident that happened in the library from her handwritten record. I don't get it. Lingling did not answer him, because that was a lame question. Hunters required strong senses. They had to eliminate the seemingly strange incidents that had nothing to do with the case. The incident that happened in the library looked scary. However, Lingling thought otherwise. The incident was no more than a made-up supernatural story from Keith Takahashi's Jr. in order to approach him, to be protected by him, and to capture his attention. Lingling could see through the tricks at a glance. As for the young people's sleepwalking and women's reputation issues in the Mochizuki's family, those were their private issues. Thus, Lingling was not interested to learn more about that. However, Lingling would like to gain more understanding about the haunting prisoners. The Red Demon was made up of grievances. Its appearance could basically stir up a kind of negative magnetic field and affect emotionally unstable people. The red demon's magnetic field could be the cause for these incidents. Some people have kept their own desires close to their minds and hearts. They dare not take action. However, they did it because of the red demon. The thought sprang up in Lingling's mind. Chapter 2945. The Twin Guardian Tower's Secret Matter Translator, EndlessFan. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. To verify her guess, Lingling specially requested to meet with Keed Tokahoshi's Jr. She also found his Jr.'s life journey through the network in Japan. Keed Tokahoshi's Jr. seldom participates in club activities. She likes flower arrangement. She was absent in the one and only debate exchange tournament. She has a high level of cultivation and a strong learning ability. She is an introvert, and she gets nervous easily. She stammers when speaking before the public. This is interesting. Lingling took a quick glance at the junior's information. Meanwhile, Keed Tokahoshi sat beside Lingling and watched her reading the information from the notebook. Since you want to find out more about her, shall I ask her to come over? Asked Keed Tokahoshi. Lingling shook her head. If there was already something wrong with Keed Tokahoshi's Jr., all the information provided would basically be inaccurate. Lingling would rather trust the data and analysis than the junior's lies. Do you frequently meet up with her? Asked Lingling. Quite frequently. Speaking of which, I've been meeting her daily for the past half a month. I met her either by chance or due to some incident that has happened. Keed was enlightened. Are you aware that she has a crush on you? Asked Lingling. Aren't we supposed to be investigating the bizarre events that happened in the West Guardian Towers? Why are you asking about me? Said Keed Tokahoshi, embarrassed. You're right. Perhaps I've been a little too gossipy. Do you know the two young people who have done the wrong things from the Mochizuki family? It would be good if I can meet up with them, said Lingling. Yes, I'm acquainted with them. They are from the State House. It's almost noon. I'll ask them out for lunch. Since we're in the middle of investigating sensitive issues, I won't tell them about your identity. We'll chat like normal friends. How does that sound? Asked Keed Tokahoshi. Lingling nodded. If she interrogated them, they would not tell her the truth. Lingling had to obtain the information she wanted through casual talk. Keed Tokahoshi's Jr. was an introvert and lacked confidence. A couple of days ago, she became a smart girl all of a sudden and found various excuses to approach Keed Tokahoshi. Hence, she won his attention and protection. Of course, it was also likely that the girl had finally summoned up her courage to approach Keed Tokahoshi. However, Lingling thought that his junior had most likely been influenced by the red demon's magnetic field. The magnetic field could amplify one's desire and will power to act on it, even if the desire was a crime. They still had some days left before the moonless night. Hence, the red demon's magnetic field influence was not as strong. It was likely that its weak influence was the reason that led to the happening of the so-called bizarre events. Lingling still had to gather more evidence to verify the red demon Kozuoki's magnetic field effect. They had their lunch at the cadet restaurant. There were many students around. Aside from the members of the State House, there was a prestigious school's branch located at the Twin Guardian Towers. Hence, the students often came for their further studies. There were many students around. There were about 400 to 500 of them. Most of them were in their 20s. There were several teachers too. They headed toward the teachers' restaurant on the second floor. It was less crowded compared to the West Guardian Towers. Hi, Keed. I saw a hard-working bee around you a couple of days ago. It's a surprise to see that you've switched to a beautiful butterfly so soon. It's no wonder you're the famous guy in the State House. Talking to girls is a luxury to us. A man with an afro hairstyle grinned as he walked over to them. He sat beside Keed Tokahoshi. Lingling sat opposite Keed Tokahoshi. She glanced at the man with the afro. Nagayama, don't be mistaken. She's Officer Ozawa's guest. I'm just showing her around the towers. Kid Takahoshi's face turned red as he quickly explained to Nagayama. Really? I thought you have a new girl and can't wait to show her off to us. After all, she's very lovely. Shinchino Mochizuki will arrive in a while. If she's not your new love, I can be bold enough to approach her. Otherwise, we won't have the chance once Shinchino is here. Nagayama chuckled. He deliberately sat down next to Lingling. He made a 180-degree change to his attitude and introduced himself solemnly. He expressed his interest to be friends with her. Nagayama, don't behave like this. I told you she's an honorable guest. Don't make her uncomfortable, said Kid Takahoshi to Nagayama, who was showing too much enthusiasm for Lingling. Ha ha. Look at how nervous you are. Dare you say you don't have the slightest desire for her? Most people don't usually behave so disciplined and well-mannered, not unless they encounter a girl whom they fall in love with at first sight and make them feel extra self-conscious about their own actions. Why is your face reddening? Did I guess correctly? Nagayama teased Kid Takahoshi. It's very rude of you to say that before a guest. Kid Takahoshi's face darkened. Nagayama realized Kid Takahoshi was about to fly into a fit of rage and quickly stopped being playful. Just then, there came a man outside the restaurant with his hands in his pockets. The man's dashing, long hair covered his forehead. His somewhat lackadaisical gaze did not seem to show any interest in anything around him. He was tall. He wore a neat, Western-style school uniform. He easily captured the people's attention around him. He was a handsome man at a single glance. However, he was indifferent to everyone, including the girls who stared at him flatteringly. What's the matter? Why did you call me here? Shinchino Mochizuki sat down. He was impatient. He glanced at Lingling. She was a stranger to him, but he did not say anything. I haven't seen you for a couple of days. I wonder what you've been up to. Let me introduce her to you. She's Officer Azawa's guest. She comes from China, said Kid Takahoshi. Oh, have fun here, then, said Shinchino Mochizuki indifferently. Shinchino, are you chemically castrated? How can you not show even the slightest joy when you meet with such a lovely Chinese girl? Why were you behaving so outrageously that day? Nagayama asked in puzzlement. Shinchino glared at him. It was clear that Nagayama was someone who easily ran his mouth off. He could spew anything through his teeth. Lingling sized Shinchino up. Shinchino was the type who was adored by many women. Besides, he looked like he had a high expectation in who he chose to be around. If he was the one who sleepwalked in the Mochizuki's family, what had he done that affected a woman's reputation? Did he even have to do that? I'm not hungry. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Shinchino did not plan to stay around and chat with them. Shinchino, wait! We're just showing our concern because of your recent behavior, said Kid. Ha ha! Showing your concern for me? I suppose you must have been laughing behind my back. May you shine brightly at the World's College Tournament. I'll rot in one of the dark corners, sneered Shinchino. When Kid Takahoshi heard this, his face changed. Chapter 2946. Accidental Killing. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Lingling raised one of her eyebrows. So, it looks like they have a pretty complicated relationship. Lingling had briefly gone through some information a while ago. Actually, Kid Takahoshi was not the one with the most outstanding performance in the State House. Shinchino was better than him. Originally, Shinchino was most likely to be selected for the National Institute. However, not long ago, there was some major issue with his attitude. Even though the Mochizuki family had stopped the issue from spreading, Shinchino was disqualified from becoming a member of the National Institute. After Shinchino was disqualified, Kid Takahoshi became the next in line. Lingling was curious to know who Shinchino had lost his control for, and what was the outrageous thing that he had done. She also wondered if Kid had done something to Shinchino that caused him to be disqualified. Lingling sensed hostility among the trio. She had to wait for Mo Fan to wake up from his sleep before she could find out what exactly had happened in the Mochizuki family. Otherwise, Lingling could not possibly find out the truth. Ki Tokahoshi, Nagayama, and Shinchino Mochizuki had been so close with one another. However, their relationship turned sour due to some recent issues. Lingling wondered if they had been affected by the Red Demon's magnetic field that caused them to reveal their dark sides, or if it had been a hidden issue within themselves. Shinchino, don't go overboard. You can't expect me to apologize for something like that happening to you. Ki Tokahoshi was angry. He did not expect Shinchino to say those words to him. Shinchino turned his head around and glared at Ki Takashi. He sneered and left the restaurant. The restaurant was crowded. The two raised their voices. For a moment, the crowd stared at both Ki Tokahoshi and Shinchino. After some time, the crowd discussed the issue fervently. Ki Tokahoshi felt uncomfortable in the tense atmosphere. But Lingling was still eating her food, so he had no choice but to stay around. I'm truly sorry. I didn't mean to show you such an embarrassing scene. Actually, we are very close. We studied, trained, and played together. However, Shinchino was in a very bad mood ever since he was disqualified. It's only normal for him to put the blame on others. I shouldn't have said those words to him. Ki Tokahoshi let out a sigh. That's right. They always bicker with each other. I bet Shinchino will come and send Keed off on his departure day. There's nothing to be calculative about. Regardless of who gets chosen for the National Institute, both of them are making us proud. Nagayama said with a smile. Nagayama, how's your uncle recently? Does he still have insomnia? Asked Ki Tokahoshi. Nagayama sighed. I would rather not bring him up. At night time, he screams like a banshee, as if he has run into ghosts. We've hired psychic mags to check on him. One of them is certain that my uncle has a psychological issue, said Nagayama. Nagayama's uncle is a watchman at the East Guardian Towers, whispered Ki Tokahoshi to Lingling. She nodded. The East Guardian Towers was the Red Demon's birthplace. It was a prison, and it held the most heinous criminals. These criminals were capable of casting extremely powerful and evil magic. Nagayama's uncle had taken sick leave. However, his current state was no different from being possessed by a haunted spirit. The psychic mage and light mage had examined him. They did not find signs of any spirits wandering around him. The mags considered him to be under some kind of curse, but then came to the conclusion that it wasn't so. In the end, the mags confirmed that it was a psychological issue. Hence, his uncle had to solve the issue on his own. All the psychic mage did was to comfort him and let him have a good sleep that day. Lingling asked detailed questions because Nagayama's uncle was a watchman of the East Guardian Towers. He could have been easily affected by the Red Demon's aura. This was how it happened. There was a commander who practiced evil spells. The commander spread his evil spells across the East Guardian Towers so that the prisoners became his congregation. The chief of the towers was unaware of the existence of the gang that practiced the evil spells. But he was unaware of their presence until the gang became so powerful that they threatened the prohibition of the East Guardian Towers. As such, the chief of the towers made up his mind and executed all the prisoners who were likely to be a member of the evil gang. Truth was that the number of the members were not as many as the chief of the towers thought. However, his fear caused him to kill many people. It was at that time that my uncle accidentally murdered a prisoner. Originally, prisoners held in the East Guardian Towers was more wicked than those sentenced to a death penalty. Even though these prisoners were killed, the killers did not feel that guilty. The prisoner that my uncle killed was found to be innocent. He was framed. But the crime for which he was held prisoner was still heinous. The prisoner died inside the East Guardian Towers. As a result, countless people sought explanations from the chief of the East Guardian Towers. The chief of the Guardian Towers dared not reveal the truth that he had killed so many prisoners out of his own fear of the evil gang. He made it appear as though the prisoners died of suicide and suppressed the news. Nagayama was a chatterbox, and he could not hide anything from others. he easily spilled out the East Guardian Tower's past events. The past event was something that could severely damage the East Guardian Tower's reputation. Lingling listened to his explanation attentively. She briefly understood why Nagayama's uncle was in a state that made him look as if he had been haunted by a ghost. The moonless night was about to come. The twin Guardian Towers looked like it had been shrouded by a bizarre aura. Those who had no one else to pour out their pain to, and the crimes that took place in the dark corners but were unattended, and the desperate screams seemed to have coalesced into a restless and terrifying aura. The aura gradually affected those who carried guilt and secrets close to their hearts. And all this was likely to herald the arrival of the Red Demon Kozuoki. I can look around on my own. You still have training in the afternoon, so you don't have to accompany me anymore, said Lingling to Kid Tokahoshi. I'll ask an officer to accompany you. Kid Tokahoshi was worried about her. No need. Okay. Shall we meet again for dinner? Asked Kid Tokahoshi. Okay. Lingling walked to the higher ground of the West Guardian Towers alone. The sturdy castle was built of large rocks. Most of the military forces were stationed in it. The West Guardian Tower's military castle expanded following the Ocean Demon's invasion. Lingling got the pass, so she could stroll around the military area by herself. She walked toward the drawbridge. Chapter 2947. Didn't cross paths last time. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Kid Tokahoshi, even though you lack the skills, you have worked hard these days and have proven your strength to join the National Institute team. But is joining the National Institute team your only target? You have to stand out in the World College Tournament among the powerful mags and geniuses. You have to reclaim the country's glory. Hence, you have to pay full attention even though this is just training, understand, said the instructor, Sho Watani. Noted, Mr. Watani. Thank you for putting a painstaking effort on me. Kid Tokahoshi nodded and dared not to think of anything else. Sho Watani's training was harsh. He seemed to be tireless. Outside the arena, when the crowd noticed Sho Watani's figure, they talked about him. Isn't that Sho Watani? He's the leader of the Japanese team that won the last World College Tournament, said a man in a kimono and slippers while taking a sip of iced beer. It's him. Never thought he's the instructor of the National Institute. The members of the Twin Guardian Towers invited him to be the temporary instructor for the National Institute players. He's even stronger than the experienced professors. Sho Watani is upset with the fact that he hadn't been able to achieve a better result in the last performance. It's no wonder the players of the State House for this batch are so strong. They repeatedly defeated the teams from the National Institute. The training was mainly about the formation and cooperation among the members. They had to learn to keep calm in the face of a crisis. Daylight faded. Before they even saw a sunset, it was already twilight. It seemed to arrive earlier than before. Lingling sat there impatiently. She wondered when Mo Fan would wake up from his sleep. She took out her phone and called him. His phone rang a few meters away from him. Mo Fan yawned and took his phone. He did not answer it. Later he met her personally. How's it going? Mo Fan asked. I don't have definite clues yet, but many bizarre incidents have happened in the Twin Guardian Towers, said Lingling. She did not gather much information. Fortunately, they still had a couple of days left before the moonless night. Thus, they could take their time to find more clues. They had to learn about the cunning Red Demon Kozuoki's purpose and his aura. They had to make early preparations before taking it down. Sharjah had mentioned that the Red Demon Kozuoki was going to hold its ascension ceremony in this place. There must be something like an altar that stored massive evil energy. After all, it was impossible for the Red Demon Kozuoki to become an emperor in a single swoosh as soon as it reached the Twin Guardian Towers. Since it chose to ascend and transform in the Twin Guardian Towers, the towers must contain something that it needed. It was either that the environment played a part in assisting him during the ascension and transformation, or the towers contained certain substances that it required. It would be good if Lingling and Mo Fan could sort things out. Otherwise, how could they stop the Red Demon Kozuoki? How could Mo Fan become a forbidden mage in the process? Never mind. Take your time. Lingling, are you still a kid? How can you still leave the grains on the side of your mouth when eating a rice ball? Mo Fan noticed some grains near her lips. Lingling did not bother about it. She was still facing the laptop. Mo Fan reached out and scraped the grains from her cheeks roughly. Oh gosh. I just applied powder on my face. Lingling was angry. You're still young. Why do you even have to apply face powder? Your skin is good without it, said Mo Fan with a huff. I recently developed a fondness for black, metal rebellious look. I prefer those with nose rings, earrings, garner braids, and so on. Lingling complained. Fine. You look good anyway. Meanwhile, on the training ground, Nagayama rushed over to Kid Tokahoshi's side with a great sense of urgency when the instructor was not paying attention to them. Your love rival is here. I saw a dashing man with the new girl whom you have been hanging out with. Why are you still training here? You might even lose your dinner date later. Nagayama said. Kid turned his head around and saw Lingling with Mo Fan. Judging from the way they interacted with each other, he could easily guess that the two were lovebirds. Lingling interacted intimately with the man who appeared out of nowhere. When they chatted, they looked accustomed to each other. Kid Tokahoshi. Win disc. Ikuko Ishida's voice rose on the training ground. Kid Tokahoshi was lost in his own thoughts when the wind disc struck him. Fortunately, he had a solid foundation and was able to form a light wall using light element magic to hold back the attack. After the wind disc dispersed, Xiao Watani went over to him. Kid Tokahoshi looked down. Xiao Watani glared at him before turning to look at Lingling in the corner. Xiao Watani noticed where Kid Tokahoshi's gaze was a while ago. The tournament is around the corner, but your mind is somewhere else. You disappoint me, said Xiao Watani. Kid Tokahoshi was aware of the problem. He also wondered why his heart was captured by the Chinese girl whom he met just a while ago. He was curious if he was attracted by her beauty or her mysterious identity as a 7-star hunter master. Sir, I'm sorry. Kid Tokahoshi apologized to Xiao Watani earnestly. Even before he could finish his words, Xiao Watani walked to Lingling. Kid Tokahoshi was petrified. Was Xiao Watani about to scold her? Kid Tokahoshi quickly caught up with Xiao Watani. However, his teacher increased his pace and reached Lingling. I recognized you, said Xiao Watani. Kid Tokahoshi caught up with him. He was about to stop him when he noticed that Xiao Watani wasn't looking at Lingling but at the man beside her. The man looked like a scatterbrain. Me. Mo Fan pointed to himself. You're Mo Fan, said Xiao Watani. Who are you? Mo Fan stared at Xiao Watani. He looked familiar but Mo Fan couldn't recall where he had seen him. Xiao Watani looked a little unhappy. He was the strongest player in the Japanese team. Even though Mo Fan took the first place in the World College Tournament and was known as the strongest young mage, he had expected Mo Fan to at least remember him. Xiao Watani sucked in a deep breath. You and I haven't crossed paths, so you might not remember me. Mo Fan tried his best to recall Xiao Watani. Still, he could not remember who he was. Just then, a familiar lady walked over to them. Mo Fan, he's Xiao Watani. He's the leader of the Japanese National Institute. When the Chinese team competed with our team in Venice, you didn't play the game, Chihaya said with a warm smile. Oh, now I remember. Xiao Watani, we've seen each other in the Caribbean Sea, right? Mo Fan finally recalled. Chapter 2948. Sparring. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was only then that Xiao Watani appeared less stern. They had seen each other before when the National Institute team joined forces to wipe up the Red Ornaments Guild. When they were in the City of Canals in Venice, Ningxue demonstrated her powerful strength in the competition between the Chinese team and Japanese team. At that moment, Xiao Watani was stuck with Re Drangtu, hence he did not have the chance to change the outcome of the competition. You're Mo-fan. Kitoko Hoshi cried out in shock. Nagayama, Ikuko Ishida, and the other members from the State House surrounded them. The crowd turned to them when they noticed the commotion. He's Mo-fan. He's the one who took first place in the World College Tournament. He looks normal. He may have gained first place in the tournament, but that doesn't mean he might still be as good now. Mo-fan was embarrassed. He did not expect himself to be recognized by so many people in Japan. He did not expect his good looks to leave such an indelible impression to others to the extent of being recognized even among the crowd. What is he doing here? Is he here to spy on the National Institute team's tactics? Ikuko Ishida said rudely. This was especially after she saw him with Lingling. The Mochizuki family invited them to come over to be our guests. Don't be rude. Chihaya glared at Ikuko Ishida. So, you're our guests. Speaking of which, the World College Tournament seems to have happened only yesterday. I didn't even have the chance to congratulate you and your team for winning the championship, said Xiao Watani to Mo-fan politely. You care more about the tournament than I do. I didn't feel anything special about the game. After all, it's been a long time since the tournament was over, said Mo-fan. The corners of Xiao Watani's lips twitched. He wondered why every single word that came from Mo-fan carried a certain arrogance. I've been invited over to provide 1-month training for the players of the State House. I suppose Japan is the first station for China. I wonder where your team is now, asked Xiao Watani. I thought the new season had ended. Isn't the event held once every 4 years? This season has been postponed. After all, the ocean demon and the cold hit many countries, said Chihaya. Mo-fan, since you are here, shall we take the opportunity to spar with each other? After all, we used to take part in the World College Tournament, and it's difficult to pass on practical combat skills to the students. If we spar with each other, the students can gain better understanding. Of course, it's also the biggest regret in my life for not being able to fight with you back in Venice then, Xiao Watani offered. I don't think that's necessary, said Mo-fan. We're their seniors. It's a hard chance to come by to meet with the champion. I believe they also wish to learn something from you. Xiao Watani turned his head around and asked the students from the State House, am I right? Yes, we're looking forward to it. It's so unfair. As a former champion, you've been guiding the students from the National Institute and State House in China. Meanwhile, we only have a rare opportunity by chance. We hope you can show us your skills. We'll appreciate your effort. We hope you can fulfill Mr. Xiao Watani's wish, Kitoko Hoshi said earnestly while bowing to Mo-fan. Mo-fan scratched his head. Kitoko Hoshi bowed before him. Reasonably speaking, it was difficult to reject a Japanese who bowed to him. Fine. My only concern is that your biggest wish might end as your biggest regret. Mo-fan had no choice but to accept Xiao Watani's invitation. Xiao Watani smiled. As long as Mo-fan accepted his challenge, Xiao Watani did not mind his words. Xiao Watani held a grudge against the outcome of the World College Tournament even after all these years. He was accused of not being able to achieve a better result for Japan. The students of the State House, on the other hand, were over the moon. They did not expect the boring training would turn into a sparring session between two experts from the previous World College Tournament. Before the new season of the World College Tournament was over, Mo-fan was frequently mentioned among the members of the State House and National Institute. Kitoko Hoshi, Nagayama, Shinjiro, and Ikuko Ishida heard about him and the Chinese team many times. At that time, Mr. Xiao Watani was the team leader. Even though Mo-fan won the championship, the difference in strengths was just slight. The key was team cooperation and luck. It would be a mirror match if Mr. Xiao Watani fought one-on-one with Mo-fan, said Nagayama. I guess the same too. After all, both of them are the greatest experts at that moment. Kitoko Hoshi did not say anything. He focused all his attention at the battleground. Shinjiro is here! Ikuko Ishida shouted. At the edge of the arena was a slender figure with both of his hands inside the pocket. He watched the sparring match from afar. He had no intention of approaching the battleground. It was clear that everyone looked forward to the sparring session. This was especially so for the Japanese players. The spectators on the stand stirred up after knowing their identities. "We're not sealing our super-level power because the Twin Guardian Towers have a powerful forbidden barrier to absorb the overflowing energy," said Xiao Watani to Mo Fan. "I'm fine with it," said Mo Fan. "I hope you can bring out your full strength so that I can see how you earned the world's #1 title." Xiao Watani began a fighting stance. Chihaya was the referee. She signaled the students to turn on the energy ban and enclose the fighting arena. Ki Tokahoshi sat beside Lingling. He hesitated for some time before asking, "Did you come here with Mo Fan?" "Yes," said Lingling. "If that's how it is, I'll surpass him sooner or later," Ki Tokahoshi said in a low voice. Lingling glanced at Ki Tokahoshi in confusion. He did not say anything. He watched the competition intently, as if he did not want to miss out anything from their sparring. "Let the game begin," said Chihaya. Xiao Watani was the most outstanding student in Japan in the past. Today, his strength grew even more powerful. His first spell was a super-level magic. He did not intend to gauge Mo Fan's strength. He straightaway summoned the majestic power of the Star Palace. The Star Palace was magnificent. It surrounded Xiao Watani. It was pure silver. It was the power of space. When Xiao Watani cast his magic spell, Mo Fan remained motionless. There was no corresponding energy around him. However, he stretched out his right hand. His middle finger and thumb were ringed together. Xiao Watani was about to strike with his space element power. One could feel that the entire arena was shaking, as if an earthquake was incoming. Even so, Mo Fan still had not cast any magic spell. He merely flicked his middle finger from his thumb. At that instant, an overwhelming destructive force swept over to Xiao Watani. His silver star palace collapsed and turned into shattered starlight. The boulder in the arena was overturned, and a hole appeared. Xiao Watani stared at him in horror. He was still in a daze and wondered how he got swept away like a straw in the wind. The energy of the forbidden barrier around the arena, which was used to absorb the overflowing power, was crushed into pieces. The barren mountain in the east of the Twin Guardian Towers was razed to the ground by the subsequent surge of the force. Everything collapsed with just one snap of his finger. Chapter 2949. Have shown some mercy. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. Ki Tokahoshi's entire body shuddered, and he froze. From his side, he saw a fan-shaped area in the east where Mo Fan had unleashed his radiation power. The arena, wall mountain, and distant barren mountain in that area were reduced to a land of ashes. Xiao Watani was supposed to be an even match with Mo Fan. He floated in midair and landed on the ground after everything was destroyed. By the time he returned to the ground, his legs were weak, and he was drenched in sweat. He had to rely on his willpower to keep himself from falling down in a heap. Chihaya was equally baffled. She had not expected the sparring session that had begun seconds ago to end this way. She stared at Mo Fan. She did not seem to know him anymore. Even though it was still the same Mo Fan, he was so different from before. He gave them a lazy smile. The crowd remained on the stand. They all looked panicked. Thankfully, Mo Fan had his back to them. The direction in which he had flicked his finger was a barren land. Otherwise, they would all have perished. They wondered how powerful Mo Fan must be if he could just cause this amount of destruction with a snap of his finger. He was once the champion of the World College Tournament, which was already rare in all fields in the world. "I'm sorry. I've just finished practicing my cultivation, so I'm still not very familiar with my own power." Mo Fan glanced at Xiao Watani apologetically. Xiao Watani just stood there. A while ago, he had been full of fighting spirit just like old times in Venice. He finally had the chance to spar with the strongest man for that year and wanted to fulfill his wish. However, at that moment, he seemed to have fallen into an abyss of despair. The light surrounding him faded rapidly as soon as he closed his heart from everything else, leaving only an aura of darkness that seemed to be whipping at him. Why was their gap so big? Even though Mo Fan was undoubtedly the world's #1, he could not possibly have become who he was today in just a few years' time. He could not even hold back one of Mo Fan's attacks. Mo Fan was showing him mercy. Otherwise, Xiao Watani would have been destroyed, just like the barren mountain. "Shall we continue?" asked Mo Fan. "I'm willing to admit defeat." Xiao Watani was aware of his own inferiority compared to Mo Fan. Therefore, there was no need to continue the sparring match. The gap between the two could no longer be made up by another game. They were no longer in the same level of cultivation. They did not even share a similar level of realms. Xiao Watani thought he had been working very hard over the years. He had achieved super level in 3 of his elements. He was the best among the young generations. However, he realized the small gap between him and Mo Fan during the World College Tournament only meant that he would be left farther behind in the future. He could not possibly surpass Mo Fan in this life. Xiao Watani lost all his fighting spirit. He felt doom. It was not an easy feat to accept such a harsh reality. The showdown ended unexpectedly. They had their meals in the restaurant. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. On the contrary, Mo Fan ate his food very happily. He could not resist tasty food. "I'm at least an instructor in the Twin Guardian Towers. Since you've achieved that level of realm, why don't you make a show and fight a few more rounds with me? Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to carry on with the lessons later." Xiao Watani could not help but whisper to Mo Fan. "I've told you that I've just finished practicing my cultivation behind the closed door. Besides, I've already shown you some mercy," said Mo Fan. Xiao Watani laughed and did not say anything more. Meanwhile, the students on the other table saw Mo Fan wolf down his food. They stared at him as if he was a monster. This was especially so for Kid Tokahoshi and Chihaya. They suffered a huge blow after witnessing Mo Fan's powerful strength. How were they supposed to surpass him in the future? "Cinchino, come over here," Chihaya called him. Xiao Watani also waved his hand at Kid Tokahoshi, signaling him to sit with them. Nagayama joined them shamelessly. "Let me introduce you. He's Mo Fan. I suppose you've seen him in the fighting arena just now. Mo Fan, he's my younger brother, Shinjiro Mochizuki. He's still immature. I'll appreciate it if you could provide him with some guidance in these few days," said Chihaya. "I'm far from being a mentor for him. Moreover, I'm here to accompany her on a trip to Japan. She just started college and is very eager." Mo Fan pointed at Lingling. Mo Fan did not mention his true purpose of visiting Japan. There were still many things that he was unsure of. Hence, he used Lingling's trip to Japan as an excuse. "No matter what, I hope you could share your experience with them since they haven't gone out of town." Chihaya behaved like an elder sister to them. It was clear that she cared a lot for Cinchino and hoped he could grow more mature. After Chihaya arranged accommodation for Mo Fan and Lingling, she stayed in the West Guardian Towers. Mo Fan frowned as soon as he entered the house. Lingling was just about to go take a shower when he stopped her. "What's wrong?" asked Lingling. "Something's wrong. I sensed a strong aura the moment I entered the West Guardian Towers. The sublimed evil bead also warned me about a massive evil energy in this place. However, after we had our dinner, the strange aura was gone, and the sublimed evil bead showed no more response," said Mo Fan. "Do you mean the red demon Kozuoki sensed your presence?" Lingling guessed. "It's possible. But we haven't truly contacted the red demon Kozuoki. We've mostly interacted with its doppelgangers," said Mo Fan. "It has scruples about you. You have to keep your aura in check. It could be that your strength has alerted it," said Lingling. "Even if that's the case, I don't think it will leave this place. The ascension ceremony is around the corner. The red demon is an evil spirit that must possess someone else's body. I think it is possessing someone at the moment. Whose role is it currently playing? You remember how it pretended to be one of the Liu family members? I have the same thought too. It's most likely among the crowd in the West Guardian Towers, but who could it be?" Lingling thought about the issue. They had knowledge of the red demon's nature. It was not purely an evil spirit. It had to rely on someone else to survive, much like a parasite. It had to take control of the person's mind and steal their memories. It could even perfectly impersonate the person it possessed. Chapter 2950. Impersonating Together. Endless Fantasy Translation. Endless Fantasy Translation. The next day, Mo Fan walked around the West Guardian Towers alone. Lingling had mentioned earlier that the red demon's magnetic field seemed to be influencing people's minds subconsciously and making the people in the Twin Guardian Towers behave strangely. However, Mo Fan did not encounter even a single event like what she had described. There was once an elderly woman who lost her way in the West Guardian Towers, and he saw someone was kind enough to show her the direction. A person accidentally spilled his drink on someone else's shoes. They looked like they were about to fight each other. However, to Mo Fan's surprise, the duo apologized to each other. Mo Fan felt uneasy with how friendly both were to each other. It was a fruitless day. Mo Fan initially thought he could figure out the red demon Kozuoki's method of doing things before the arrival of the moonless night. It would be ideal if he could locate a part of the population where it could potentially thrive so that he could effectively stop it. Not finding any clues was frustrating, to say the least. Even the red demon's magnetic field seemed to have vanished. I sense that the red demon is wary of me. I'll take a walk in the city. How does that sound? Asked Mo Fan. She nodded. Ever since Mo Fan appeared in the Twin Guardian Towers, the red demon's magnetic field had disappeared. The West Guardian Towers were originally filled with a strange and hostile atmosphere. However, its culture had improved so much that it surpassed the level of civilization. There was not even a single person spotted spitting. Mo Fan felt helpless. If he had known that the red demon Kozuoki had parasitized somewhere nearby, he would have avoided Xiao Watani's invitation. Lingling drew close to Mo Fan and whispered in his ears. Mo Fan's eyes lit up. He thought Lingling's idea was brilliant. He immediately packed up his things and pretended to look for some fun in the city. Lingling suggested a very simple idea. The red demon could parasitize and disguise itself. The moment it noticed the appearance of a person who could threaten its plan, it would hide itself and wait quietly for the moonless night. If so, why couldn't Mo Fan disguise himself, too? Mo Fan had a disguise artifact called the Eagle, which Medusa's Eye of Deception. The artifact would allow Mo Fan to blend into the heavily guarded place. Lingling asked Mo Fan to impersonate a certain person. It would be best if he impersonated a person related to the East Guardian Towers. By doing so, Mo Fan could observe the presence of the red demon from the shadows. For safety purposes, Lingling had no intention of asking who Mo Fan intended to impersonate. After all, the red demon was a creature that could manipulate one's mind and steal one's memories. If Lingling knew about it, the red demon Kozuoki could locate Mo Fan through her subconscious. Hence, Mo Fan was the only person who was aware of the person he impersonated. Likewise, the red demon Kozuoki was the only one that was aware of the person it impersonated. Since it liked to play such a bizarre game, Mo Fan would play the same game with it. The red demon Kozuoki has misgivings about Mo Fan. Even if it knows that he is hiding among the crowd, it will try to dig him out lest he obstruct its ascension. The moment it takes action, it will certainly expose its flaws. Lingling quickly typed into her notebook. The Archangel Charger mentioned evil energy. It's a massive energy. The overflow of the energy could affect its surroundings as well as the people around. They are possibly close to the mass of evil energy. Before Lingling came here, she had read up a lot about the red demon. Apers also came from the evil temple. It had a good understanding about the evil temple, especially the 8 souls wicked god's ascension method. If the evil energy were to cast its effect on the moonless night, it must first be placed somewhere inside the Twin Guardian Towers, so that it could adapt to its surrounding environment, like creating a bacterial breeding ground for the red demon Kozuoki. Since the evil energy had to be placed somewhere, the red demon Kozuoki had to stand guard over the mass of evil energy before the arrival of the moonless night. Hence, impersonating someone inside the twin guardian towers would be the best way to not draw people's attention. It could behave normally despite knowing that the twin guardian towers would be severely affected. Just like a demon waiting quietly for its evil fruit to ripen. At that moment, it was waiting calmly. There were still 7 days until the moonless night. Regardless of whether the red demon Kozuoki was aware of Mo Fan's deliberate interruption, the energy emitted from the evil magnetic field became increasingly hard to conceal. Lingling witnessed an army being scared out of their wits by an enormous horned fin ocean demon before being dragged into the ocean. Truth was, it was just a commander-level ocean demon. The army was capable of killing it. However, they were intimidated because of the previous appearance of a similar ruler-level enormous horned fin ocean demon. Meanwhile, in the West Guardian Towers, the National Institute's final name list became extremely complicated. Originally, Ki Tokahoshi was almost certain of being selected as the State House player. However, one night, he mistakenly touched the East Guardian Tower's forbidden barrier suddenly. Not only was he injured, but his injury also hampered his final stage of training. A rumor spread among the State House students that someone wanted to usurp Ki Tokahoshi's title. The East Guardian Towers once fell into a chaotic situation. Lingling did not have the chance to find out what exactly had happened. She was only aware that a new batch of guards took over the place the next day. Officer Azara handed the issue over to Lingling, so she went to take a look. However, the outcome of her investigation was disappointing. Nagayama's uncle, the same guard who had accidentally killed an innocent prisoner, was mentally unsound. Lingling initially thought she could dig out some useful information from him, only to end up receiving little to no clue. I wonder if Mo Fan is able to obtain some useful information. Everything seems trivial for now. The issues look like they have long been deposited in the West Guardian Towers and have been accidentally triggered just recently. Lingling sat in the beverage area of a restaurant while holding a cup of matcha drink. Clank! A stack of plates fell next to Lingling. She was startled. She took off her headphone to see a waitress pointing and scolding the restaurant manager. What exactly do you want me to do? Do you want me to stack the plates or wipe the tables? Or is it just because I refuse to watch a movie with you or play along with any of your attempts that you avenge me with all sorts of menial labor? Shouted the waitress. Although it was nighttime and there were not many people in the restaurant, several diners could not help but stare at the commotion. The restaurant manager stood motionless. If you feel tired, let me know. It's not like I refuse to let you take a break, he said. Why do you need to say something like that? I have no ulterior motives. I just wish to keep the restaurant clean. Isn't that part of my duty as the manager of the restaurant? Lingling glanced at the two people arguing in public. Things like that rarely happen in Japan, at least not in public. The Japanese valued their dignity. However, as the moonless night approached closer, this kind of phenomenon happened around Lingling many times. It seemed like the red demon Kozuoki and its evil fruits could stir people up and express their frustrations and their anger. As a result, the adults behaved like children, and they caused trouble wherever they went.